Hachette Audio presents The House of Cross, written by James Patterson, read by Wayne Carr, William Christopher Stevens, Peter Giles, Zeno Robinson, Andrew Cascino, Christine Lakin, and Inger Tudor.
Prologue. Potomac, Maryland. Margaret Blevins loved her morning runs. They allowed her time alone, which kept her even-keeled in a beyond hectic life. That mid-December morning, the 52-year-old mother of 3 teenagers followed her normal 3.5-mile route as she ran by headlamp light in the pre-dawn, trying to keep her mind free of thoughts, lost in the delicious feeling of her leg and back muscles warming and firing at the fastest pace in weeks. For a moment, she regretted slipping out to run without informing her security team. But they always slowed her down, were always fussing, and my God, she'd been running this route for more than 14 years, a full 13.5 years before she became a U.S. Supreme Court Justice. Justice Blevins felt good enough to pick up the pace a little, and for the first time in a long while, she felt loose and good doing it. Where's this coming from? Blevins wondered, as she approached the entrance to a trail through Watts Branch Park, off Lloyd Road. She checked her watch and saw she was 3 minutes ahead of her usual time. She glanced up at the sky, already lightening, and felt great, at one with the run. Still, at the trailhead, she slowed and adjusted the beam of her headlamp so she could better see the bridle path that wound off into the trees. Blevins bounced into the park on the balls of her feet, amazed again at how good she felt, and trotted into the dawn thinking that there was a particular beauty to the woods in winter, especially this piece of woods. It was a mix of pine and oak and birch, her favorite. There was a stand of birch trees down by the creek that ran through the park. She realized she was a little early and took a loop that added a few minutes to her run. She could see well enough that she shut off the headlamp, casting the woods in grays and shadows at first. But as Blevins' eyes adjusted, the scene grew lighter, filled with deeper contrasts. The tree trunks against the barest skift of snow on the leaves, the barren crowns against a sky turning rose. As she'd hoped, the first rays of sunshine were hitting those white birches in the creek bottom when she turned off the loop trail. The air was crisp as she puffed her way toward a tight stand of young hemlock trees, growing amid the birches and marking the entrance to a little footbridge that spanned the creek and led to a park bench on the far side. She liked to stretch there before she walked home, part of her cool-down routine. Blevins could see her breath in the chill air and the sparkle of frost on the birches, and she felt as if all were right in the world as she grabbed the handrails and took 2 steps up onto the footbridge. She heard an odd noise, a soft thud coming from that tight group of hemlocks, and felt like the side of her head had been slapped. She felt it most in her ear, hard and painful. She immediately got dizzy and lost her balance. For a moment, she thought she was going to black out and go down, but she held tight to the footbridge railing and did not. After several seconds, the pain in her ear disappeared. The dizziness faded, and her eyes could focus again. She got her balance back and was able to walk the rest of the way across the little bridge to the bench, although she felt nauseated from the effort. But then the wave of nausea passed too. Blevins decided not to stretch and, feeling slightly disoriented, started walking home. She knew the trails by heart, but got puzzled at 2 places where side paths met her route. Once she had them straightened out, however, she found herself thinking more clearly and wondering what had just happened to her. Was that really a noise back there? Or did I just suffer some kind of attack, like Dad? Transient ischemic attacks That's what Dad's doctor called them. Is that what just happened to me? Aren't I too young? By the time she left the woods and reached the cul-de-sac where she lived in a large colonial home set back from the road, she felt absolutely fine and decided not to tell her husband, Philip. She had a lot on her plate the next few days and could not afford the time to listen to all the mumbo-jumbo from the doctors and undergo all the tests they'd want to do. I'm fine, she told herself as she went through the door. Margaret Blevins is just fine.
Chapter 1. Independence Mountains, Northern Nevada. Coming down the Alpine Road in a wheelchair-adapted van with Massachusetts handicap plates, Malcolm felt groggy, still heavy-headed from the drugs, but also anxious and sweaty. He glanced in his rearview and caught a glimpse of big sections of the dirt road winding along the rim of a canyon that fell away to his left. "Not back there yet," Malcolm thought hazily. "But he's coming for you. Expect nothing less now." He was afraid then, and checked the van's large operating screen. He saw on the active navigator that he was on a U.S. Forest Service road, heading north and downhill toward a flat ribbon of highway far in the distance. He glanced right at the little metal wallet and the iPhone on the passenger seat, and cursed when he saw no bars on the screen. Then he checked the gas gauge and was shocked to see he had less than a quarter tank. "That son of a bitch. He wants to limit how far I can go. But screw him. I can make that highway wherever I am. I know I can." The road got very steep and twisty just ahead. Unsure of the controls, Malcolm squeezed the handbrake on the steering wheel, glanced in the rearview again, and headed into the first curve. Still nothing behind him. He made it down through back-to-back S-curves just as snowflakes began to fall from the leaden sky. He hit a short straight, squeezed the gas control, and didn't look at the rearview again until he had to use the brakes to enter another corkscrew. This time, he caught a glimpse of them exiting the upper part of the S, a half-mile back. "The blue Tahoe," he thought, trying to breathe, trying to stay calm, trying to tell himself he could make it to the highway. "But with only a quarter of a tank, and what happens after I get there? Will I have cell service? Will anyone believe the story I have to tell?" Malcolm heard a thumping sound. He looked in the rearview and almost lost it. "They've got the helicopter!" He looked at the cell phone screen again, saw one bar. "Tor message, Siri," he said. "Voice." "Tor activated," Siri said. "Recipient?" "Cross," he said, glancing again in the rearview but not seeing the chopper. "Alex Cross." "Start message on the beep." "Dr. Cross," Malcolm said as he reached the third and final series of S-curves. "There's a good chance I will not survive. There are things I want to tell you so that you may bring to justice those responsible for my death. First, you know me as—" The thumping came again, louder this time. Panicked, he accelerated into the first turn of the last S. He came around the apex of the turn, and to his shock, the Bell Jet Ranger helicopter rose up out of the depths of the canyon to his left. The blue and white chopper hovered in the falling snow. The man in the co-pilot's seat wore headphones and sunglasses, but he was, without a doubt, Malcolm's double. Then the tail of the bird drifted. There was a man in a harness tethered to the interior roof hanging out of the side, one foot on the strut, shouldering a military-style rifle. Malcolm did the only thing he could think of and squeezed the gas control. The van went shooting out of the first curve in that final S and grazed the canyon wall with the passenger side door, sending a shower of sparks into the falling snow. He glanced at the side view, saw the helicopter turning to follow him. He shouted, "They're coming for me, Cross. You know my brother, but—" The helicopter roared up behind him as he reached the last tight turn in the road. He ducked a little, looked in the side view, and saw the bird coming fast, the gunman hanging out of it. As he came out of the turn, he saw the road ahead was blocked by a big dump truck with a snowplow. Without thinking, he slammed on the brakes and tugged hard left on the wheel. The van smashed into the guardrail going 50 plus. The bumper caught the rail and hung up on it, causing the rear of the van to catapult up and over. Malcolm screamed and caught an upside-down image of the bumper tearing free of the rail. The helicopter came into view as the van fell. It caromed off the side of the cliff, plunged another 200 feet, and hit a pile of rocks. The gas tank exploded. The wreckage began to burn. Back up on the cliff, a woman wearing a tan sheriff's uniform and a heavy coat came out from behind the snowplow. She was followed by an older guy in coveralls. They went to the edge and looked down at the van burning, sending black smoke up through the snow. "Didn't expect that," the plow driver said. "But it'll work." The deputy nodded, picked up her radio, clicked the mic button, and looked up at the helicopter swinging away. "That went easier than we thought, sir," she said. "And the new snow won't hurt our cause none."
Chapter 2. Washington, D.C. At 6 p.m. on a mid-December day, Emma Franklin hurried out of the elevator and down a long hall in the basement of the Prettyman U.S. Courthouse. The tall 46-year-old carried a purse and a leather briefcase and wore a long gray puffy coat over her navy blue pantsuit. Franklin pushed through the door into the annex garage and was relieved to see her ride waiting. The driver, a tall redhead in her late 30s, jumped out of the Cadillac town car. "Good evening, Judge Franklin," she said, coming around to open the rear passenger door. Franklin smiled. "How are you, Agnes?" "Outstanding, ma'am. And you?" "Just peachy," the judge said. She climbed in and put her attaché case and purse on the seat beside her. Agnes closed the door, got in the driver's seat, and turned on the car. "I don't hear that expression, just peachy, too often." Franklin laughed. "It was something my grandmother used to say." Agnes put the car in gear and drove to the exit. "She lived in Georgia, ma'am?" "Valdosta," Franklin said. "Pretty place." "Had to be warmer than here," the driver said, pulling by the guard shack and out onto C Street. Snow had begun to fall. "I heard it's going to be 16 degrees tonight," the judge said, and involuntarily shuddered. "Older I get, the more I can't stand the cold." "I hear you," Agnes said. She took a right on 3rd Street and headed south. "Days like today, I'm thinking Miami." "I'll be there for Christmas." "Lucky you." "My brother bought a place and invited my sisters and their families and me." "That's nice for you. First year after and all?" Franklin smiled sadly and nodded. "How's the divorce going, Agnes?" "I keep telling myself I can see the finish line." Judge Franklin looked out the window at the Christmas displays, her mind flickering with memories of the prior December, walking at night in Alexandria, admiring the lights with her late husband, Paul. What a difference a year makes. "What do you think of Sue Winter's pick for Attorney General?" Agnes asked. Franklin turned, happy for the distraction and change of subject. "She made a solid choice in Malone. Impeccable record when he was U.S. Attorney in Phoenix." "I was surprised she didn't pick a woman," Agnes said. The judge shrugged. "Sue's from Arizona and worked with Malone, and state and defense have already gone to women." "I say load the entire cabinet with women. The more the merrier." Franklin chuckled. "I like the way you think." As they crossed the 14th Street Bridge, the driver asked, "Are you going to the inauguration?" Absolutely. Wouldn't miss it. What about the inaugural balls? Franklin looked out the window at the inky darkness of the river. I haven't decided if I'm ready for that yet. Understandable, ma'am. The judge nodded and looked at her left hand, wondering when the time would be right to take off her wedding band. It had been almost 9 months now. They drove on in silence. 10 minutes later, Agnes turned onto Franklin's quiet street in Alexandria. In the headlights' glare, through the snowflakes, she saw a powerfully built, short-haired blonde woman running down the sidewalk in a warm-up suit with a reflective vest, a neck gaiter, a fleece headband, low over orange lens safety glasses to block the snow, and one of those hydration backpacks. As they passed her, Franklin saw she wore a headlamp as well. Agnes pulled into the drive of Franklin's bungalow. Home again, home again. Franklin looked at her dark house, said, Jiggity jig. Agnes left the headlights on, came around the back of the car, and opened the door. Same time in the morning, Judge? 15 minutes earlier, please, Franklin said, climbing out with her briefcase and purse. Judge Franklin! Both the judge and the driver turned to see the blonde runner on the sidewalk, just a few yards away, her headlamp aimed down and between them. She was squared off in a horse stance, gripping a pistol with a suppressor with both hands. She said something, though Franklin did not catch the words. Why are... Franklin managed before the woman shot her twice, once between the eyes, once over her right eyebrow. Agnes spun, tried to run. The woman shot her twice between the shoulder blades, then bent over and retrieved the knapsack and the 4 shell casings from the sidewalk. She stuffed the casings and the gun in the little pack, zipped it up, put it on. She pushed hard against the left side of her neck, felt it crack, and jogged away.
Chapter 3. I was home finishing the dishes when Ned Mahoney called. Mahoney was the supervising special agent in charge of an elite FBI unit that worked high-profile investigations. I was a consultant to that unit, focusing on criminal psychology. What's up? I asked.
We're not going to Boston in the morning, Alex.
Come on, I groaned. This is the 3rd time we've postponed going up there.
Yeah, well, we've caught a major one. Judge Emma Franklin, only black woman on the D.C. Court of Appeals, and her driver were gunned down in Franklin's driveway in Alexandria about an hour ago. The acting director wants us on it pronto.
Aaron Gleason, the prior FBI director, had died of a massive stroke 2 days after the election. The lame duck president had named Marsha Hamilton, a former U.S. attorney for Chicago, as acting director until the incoming president took office. Jesus. Text me the address. I'm on my way. I hung up and turned around to see my wife, Bree, standing there with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face.
On your way where? And you'd better say Boston.
I held up both palms. This is out of my control.
This is the 3rd time we've put it off.
A district court of appeals judge, Emma Franklin, was just gunned down in her driveway, and the FBI director wants us there. Bree softened.
Franklin? Didn't her husband die recently in a plane he was piloting?
I nodded. Got into wind shear and went down in the Chesapeake last spring.
This is going to set the city even more on edge than it already is with the inauguration coming up.
Before I could reply, my phone buzzed, alerting me to the text.
Go. Maybe we'll get to Boston before the inauguration.
We can only hope, I said, giving her a kiss. Don't wait up,
Maybe.
she said and kissed me back. I left the kitchen and went through the dining room and down the hall, past the front room where Nana Mama, my 90-something grandmother, was on the couch watching a documentary on rock and roll drummers. My daughter Janny, 18, a freshman at Howard University, was home after finals and sitting on the couch with her laptop. Ali, my youngest, was on the floor studying a math textbook. Nana Mama looked over and saw me. "You ever watch this? I guess I never knew how influential Ringo was to generations of drummers." "Sounds like a good one, but duty calls." My grandmother frowned. "I thought you were going to Boston in the morning." "Not anymore." "Bundle up, Dad," Janny said. "Going to be freezing tonight." "I heard that." I went to the front hall closet and took out a down jacket, a hat, gloves, and my credentials, then retrieved my pistol in its holster from the lockbox there. 20 minutes later, I pulled up and parked by an Alexandria police cruiser. A length of yellow tape had been stretched across the road to seal off the crime scene. Despite the cold, there were neighbors out on their porches, up and down the street. Ned Mahoney, a fireplug of a man in his late 40s wearing an FBI windbreaker over a heavy jacket, was on the sidewalk in front of the bungalow looking at the bodies. Judge Franklin was on her back, slack-jawed, one bullet hole between her open eyes, another above her right eyebrow. Her briefcase and purse lay beside her. The driver, who had been identified as 37-year-old Agnes Pearson of Bowie, Maryland, was sprawled face down on the driveway, 2 bullet holes through the back of her black wool overcoat. The car was still running.
Pretty sharp shooting, even at close range.
Double tapper. Casings? Mahoney shook his head.
Looks total pro to me.
Me too. Who found her?
Cops said the lady across the street saw them lying here when she took her dog for a walk. I haven't talked to her yet.
I looked over and saw an older woman, dressed for a blizzard, sitting on her front porch and smoking a cigarette, a small dog in her lap. After a criminalist arrived and photographed the scene, we shut the town car off, put on gloves, and went through the judge's purse. We found her wallet, credit cards, $200 in cash, her cell phone, and the keys to her house. The briefcase was unlocked. In it was a laptop, legal briefs relating to a case she was hearing, and 4 tickets to a Miami Heat home game against the LA Lakers on December 23rd.
I think we can safely assume they weren't killed as part of a robbery. I'm going to go through the car.
I'll talk to the lady with the dog. The little black and brown short-haired dachshund wore a Christmas sweater and was snuggled in the lap of the smoker. He growled when he saw me approach. "Hush now, Bernie," the woman said. "I'm Alex Cross. I work with the FBI. "Eileen Dawson," she said, then coughed. "And I know exactly where I'd start if I were investigating this." "Where's that?" "George Washington University Law School," she said. "Professor Willa Whelan. She hated Emma's guts, made all sorts of threats against her at a fundraiser at the Hilton not 2 weeks ago." "How do you know that?" "I was an eyewitness." Chapter 4. The alarm on my phone went off at 8:30 the next morning. I'd gotten home around 2. I forced myself out of bed and into the shower. I was in the bathroom shaving when Bree came in, carrying coffee and the Washington Post, and looking as frustrated as I had ever seen her.
I can't believe it. I knew we should have gone to Boston 2 weeks ago when we had momentum.
"What's going on?"
He's dead.
"Who's dead?"
Malcolm.
"Come on." She showed me the headline on the front page of the paper's business section. "Reclusive billionaire dies in Nevada accident." Beneath it was a picture of Ryan Malcolm, dead at the age of 48. He'd founded Paladin, a data mining company based in suburban Boston that did contract work for federal security and law enforcement agencies, including the NSA, the CIA, and the FBI. I flashed on Malcolm, whom I'd met on several occasions, seeing him in his wheelchair explaining how his remarkable proprietary algorithms were able to sort through stupefyingly large amounts of raw data and home in on specific subjects. "Read it to me," I said, rinsing my face. "Malcolm," the story said, had been on a sabbatical of sorts for the prior 2 months and had crashed his van on a remote mountain road during a snowstorm. A graduate of MIT, Malcolm had been stricken with muscular dystrophy as a teenager, which put him in a wheelchair much of the time. He had been traveling alone around the West in a van adapted for his use, looking for ranch land to buy, and had apparently lost control of the vehicle in the remote Independence Mountains, northwest of Elko, Nevada. Elko County Sheriff's investigators said Malcolm had skidded on a notoriously bad turn and hit the guardrail. The vehicle flipped into a canyon and caught fire.
The van's VIN and the handicap plates identified the vehicle as Malcolm's, and the billionaire's Massachusetts driver's license survived the fire in a metal wallet. The Elko medical examiner will take DNA samples of the remains found and seek dental records to confirm the identity of the billionaire, as the crash victim's body was burned beyond recognition. According to an Elko real estate agent, who asked not to be named because of a non-disclosure agreement with Malcolm, the day before, the entrepreneur had visited a ranch at the top of the same canyon he died in.
I shut off the water. What's the company saying? Bree read.
Stephen Vance, the CEO of Paladin, said he and the rest of the company's 400 employees were in shock. He added that Ryan was their visionary, and that without him, there would have been no Paladin.
Bree stopped, turned the page.
Vance also said, "This loss is enormous. He is irreplaceable."
She tossed the paper onto the counter.
So that's the end of the story. M is dead. He got away with all of it.
We still can't say Malcolm was M.
Of course he was. Who else could have run something like Maestro? Like Sampson always said, it had to be someone who had access to all sorts of law enforcement and national security files. No one had more access than Malcolm.
John Sampson, my best friend and former partner when I worked full-time at DC Metro, had taken his young daughter Willow to Disney World for the week. And it was true that John had been the first to suggest that Maestro must have access to top-secret files. That had led to our early suspicions about the vigilante group, which was headed by a mysterious character who called himself M. At times, M had helped us, sending us leads on various investigations. At other times, he had hindered and taunted us. And he had tried to have me and Sampson killed when we were on a wilderness rafting trip in Montana. In the wake of that trip, Bree, who used to be the DC Metro's chief of detectives, had become obsessed with finding M and taking down Maestro.
There's more evidence right in that article that Malcolm was M. He started his sabbatical 2 months ago, which was about the time I began suspecting him.
That was also true. Prior to that rafting trip, M and Maestro had been involved in the killings of U.S. drug agents and leaders of a Mexican drug cartel that had corrupted them. More recently, Maestro had been behind the murders of several pedophiles and a famous fashion designer who had been involved in human trafficking. Evidence we'd gathered during those investigations had led Bree to the conclusion that M was Ryan Malcolm.
The FBI still has to look into him. We need to know for certain that he was M. Or I do, anyway.
Good luck, I said, heading to the closet. I don't think Ned's going to get a whole lot of traction with that idea now that Malcolm is dead and a federal judge has been murdered in a professional hit. I mean, with the inauguration coming up, this murder puts us all in the hot seat. Chapter 5. As I'd predicted, as soon as Mahoney learned that Ryan Malcolm was dead, he decided to hold off on a deep dive into the late billionaire and his company.
I spoke with Director Hamilton earlier.
Ned told me in the car after he picked me up at home.
Franklin's case is our top priority.
Agreed. Hard to believe Malcolm's dead, though.
Yeah. What's a guy in a wheelchair doing up on a mountain road alone in a snowstorm, even if he's driving a handicap van?
The Post article said he was interested in buying property up there. The Independence Mountain Range is mostly U.S. Forest Service land, but evidently there's a big landlocked place up there he wanted.
All the billionaires are buying up big ranches out west. I read a piece about it in the Wall Street Journal. They're all looking for hard assets.
Good to know for when I make $1 billion. Where are we going, by the way?
DC Metro headquarters. I contacted them first thing. They're pulling together footage of Franklin's car between the courthouse and her home.
How do they know the route?
Pearson, the driver, was running Waze on her phone, which was still active and linked by a USB cable to the car's onboard computer when we arrived on the scene. We know exactly how they went to Alexandria.
Quinn Davis, a Metro PD sergeant who specialized in video surveillance, met us in the lobby and took us to a control room where a team of 8 people were monitoring cameras all over the nation's capital. "We've got your car all the way into Alexandria," Davis said. "No CCTV cameras in the judge's neighborhood, though."
We'll take what we can get.
Davis called up the footage. We watched the Cadillac sedan leave the courthouse parking annex, take a right on C Street, then another right onto 3rd. South of Pennsylvania Avenue, 3rd was blocked off for construction, and Pearson started driving side roads, angling west toward 14th Street and the bridge to Northern Virginia. When the town car was crossing 7th on Madison Drive, Mahoney said,
Stop. Back it up. There.
Davis froze the footage on the town car as it sat at the traffic light. You could see Agnes Pearson clearly in the street lamp glow.
See the gray Dodge Durango 3 cars back? It's been following her 3 cars back and turn for turn the entire time.
Good catch, Davis said, typing. Let's slightly expand the time frame to include our Dodge Durango. A few minutes later, she stopped typing, and the footage of the Cadillac town car continued along with the Durango, which stayed 3 or 4 cars back on 14th Street, across the bridge and down the George Washington Memorial Parkway to Alexandria. But when Pearson left the parkway at West Abington Drive, the gray Dodge SUV drove on. We lose the town car just ahead here, Davis said, and froze the picture. I looked at the timestamp on the video and did the math in my head. We lost them at 6:22 p.m. It could not have taken more than 3 minutes for them to reach Franklin's house. Can we get a cell transmission around this time? See if there was a call from the Dodge to the killer?
Maybe. I'll try.
His cell phone buzzed with a text. He looked at it, said,
Well, this is good.
What's that?
Alexandria police canvassed the neighborhood first thing this morning. They got footage from several doorbell cameras. They've got the shooter.
That definitely helps. Have them send it here, Davis said, and gave him her secure email address. Meanwhile, can you reverse the footage? See if we can get a good look at the Durango's license plate? While Mahoney contacted the Alexandria police, Davis rolled the footage we had backward. We quickly determined by the black lettering on a reflective white background that the plate was from Maryland, but the plate lights were dim at best. All we could make out was 9UU. Before Davis could check the Maryland DMV, the video from the Alexandria police came in. She loaded it and hit play, and we were suddenly looking at Judge Franklin's street from a house on the corner. At 6:24:50 p.m., a blonde woman wearing a reflective vest, headlamp, neck gaiter, safety glasses, and a small hydration pack ran by. Seconds later, at 6:24:58, the Cadillac rolled past the camera. The footage cut to a second doorbell camera, more wide-angled than the first, positioned caddy corner to and west of Franklin's house. At 6:25:10, the Cadillac pulled into the drive at the far right of the frame. Pearson exited the car and went around the back to open Franklin's door. At 6:25:16, as Pearson passed the trunk, the runner appeared and cut diagonally across the street. Pack is off and in her left hand. When she hit the sidewalk, Mahoney said,
She's got a gun.
We saw the whole thing. The killer dropped the pack beside her on the sidewalk and adopted a classic combat shooting stance, both hands on the suppressed pistol, squared off to the target and slightly crouched. She said something that caused the judge and her driver to turn, shot Franklin twice in the face and Pearson twice in the back as she tried to escape. Then she calmly picked up the pack and her spent shells, put the gun with the shells in the pack, and put the pack back on. With her left hand, she pushed against her neck as if to crack it, and jogged off at 6:25:28. The footage ended. We don't know where she came from or went afterward.
That's all they've sent us so far.
It's phenomenal. Just wish we could see her face without the glasses, headband, and neck gaiter. Do me a favor, Sergeant Davis. Sure, Dr. Cross, anything. Google Professor Willa Whelan, George Washington University Law School. Davis did, and up popped a picture of a pretty blonde woman in her 40s, very fit, who was lecturing a group of students in an amphitheater. Below was a link to a faculty bio. The sergeant clicked on it, and I read that, like Emma Franklin, Whelan had attended Harvard Law School. They had been in the same class. After graduation, Whelan had done a clerkship with a judge in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, worked 10 years as an assistant U.S. attorney in Little Rock, then joined the faculty of GW. I read all the way to the bottom and smiled at the last line, which I read to the others. And in her free time, Professor Whelan enjoys running and competitive shooting.
Chapter 6. Bree sat alone in the kitchen, staring at her laptop, reading more coverage of Ryan Malcolm's death, which was not as extensive as she would have expected, given that his personal wealth was in excess of $4 billion. She kept picking up the remote control and changing the channel on the small TV in the kitchen from one financial news network to another. All of them were giving Malcolm's death airtime, and the reports all told the same story. A brilliant young man with physical challenges who had managed to build a powerful, ultra-secretive tech company, only to die looking for a ranch in the American West. Bree knew Mahoney thought getting involved in Malcolm's death would be a waste of time, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they did not have the entire story. After leaving D.C. Metro, Bree had been almost immediately hired by the Bluestone Group, an international investigative and security firm based in Arlington, Virginia. She no longer had the apparatus and clout of law enforcement behind her, but the move had given her the freedom to pursue leads wherever they took her. She searched for real estate agents in Elko, Nevada, and took out her phone. On the second ring of Bree's first call, a woman picked up. "Hi, Desert Realty," she said in a nasal voice. "Regina Everly speaking." "Hi, Regina. I'm Bree Stone with the Bluestone Group here in Washington, D.C. We have been hired to independently look into the death of Ryan Malcolm, and I'm trying to find the real estate agent who signed the non-disclosure agreement with him." There was a long pause before Everly answered. In a much quieter voice, she said, "You didn't hear this from me, but that would be C.C. Butler over at Nevada Ranch and Land Company. Regina, if I'm ever looking for real estate in Elko, you'll be the first person I call." "Why, thank you, Miss Stone," she said, and hung up. Bree found the number for the Nevada Ranch and Land Company, called, and asked for C.C. Butler. Bree was told Butler wasn't in at the moment, so she left a vague message asking her to call back. She figured it was probably common knowledge in Elko that Butler was the real estate agent who had helped Malcolm, which meant reporters knew. Bree feared the woman might not return the call, but to her surprise, 20 minutes later, she did. "This is C.C. Butler," she said. "You're not a reporter, are you?" "No, ma'am," Bree said. "I work for a private investigative firm out of Washington, D.C. We look into stuff all over the world for our clients." "Who hired you to look into Malcolm's death?" "That I am not at liberty to say," Bree said. knowing she was walking a fine line between truth and fiction. "Uh-huh," Butler said. "I suppose the non-disclosure agreement I signed doesn't matter anymore. But I don't know what I can tell you that I haven't told the police already. He contacted me about a month ago. We went back and forth on a couple of ranches, big, big properties. But he liked the look of the Double T Ranch in the Independence Mountains, so we arranged to go see it." Bree said, "You drove up in his van?" "No, we flew there from Elko in a helicopter he rented and piloted." "I didn't know he was a helicopter pilot." "Had trouble getting in and out of it, but he was excellent once he was seated." Bree asked the woman what Malcolm had thought of the ranch. Butler said they'd flown all over it, and he'd loved certain aspects, like the high alpine meadows and timber. But he was concerned it had been overgrazed, Butler added. "By the current owners? Who are they?" Bree said. "A big beef conglomerate, own cattle ranches all over the world." "Why were they selling?" "Who knows?" Butler said. "They probably couldn't use it as a write-down anymore. That's usually what happens. People come in, hold the land for 10, 15 years, run cattle hard, take all the depreciation they can, then sell at a profit to wannabe gentleman ranchers like Malcolm." "He went back up in his van," Bree said. "Why?" "Honestly, I have no idea," Butler said. "He sure did not tell me he was going up there alone. I would have told him it was a bad idea in a vehicle like his, with tough weather on the horizon. Patty Rogers said it was because he was from back east. You know, oblivious to the dangers out here." "Who's Patty Rogers?" "Elko County Sheriff's deputy. She was first on the scene." Bree thanked the real estate agent and hung up. She called the Elko Sheriff's office and asked for Deputy Rogers. A few minutes later, a woman with a hoarse voice said, "This is Patty Rogers. How can I help you?" Bree identified herself as the former D.C. chief of detectives, named her current employer, and again implied that Bluestone had been hired to look into Ryan Malcolm's death. "There's nothing to look into," the deputy said firmly. "He was an inexperienced driver on a road that is difficult on the best of days. There was 2 inches of wet snow on the ground and black ice from a freeze-thaw we had about a week ago. It's a tragedy, but he was in over his head and he paid for it." "I heard he was up there the day before in a helicopter that he flew himself." "True. With Mr. Malcolm's physical issues and the kind of terrain involved, it's not surprising that he wanted to view the site from the air. He would have been unable to see large pieces of the ranch otherwise, because there was a deep snow on the ground at higher elevations." "How long after the car crash was he down in the canyon before he was found?" "Not long at all," Rogers replied. "A guy from our county roads department was driving a dump truck and backhoe up there to put in a culvert, and he spotted the smoke. He radioed it in. I responded. End of story. Now I need to go. I have to be on patrol in 5. "You've been so helpful, Deputy Rogers," Bree said. "2 more questions?" She sighed. "Go on." "Is there a ranch manager?" "They're between managers, evidently. A caretaker lives up there during the winter, but he was visiting his ailing mother in Denver." "And last question. Who are the ranch owners? I heard it's a beef conglomerate." "Correct. O Casado Cattle Company. They're out of Brazil. They've owned the ranch a little over 10 years. Something about that struck Bree as odd, but she couldn't figure out what. "You've been very helpful." "My pleasure. Can I ask who your clients are?" Bree felt she had to give the woman something, so she said the first thing that came to mind. "Insurance company." "Makes sense," the deputy said. "Good to know. Have a nice day, Miss Stone." "You too, Deputy Rogers." They hung up. Bree went over her notes of the conversation, beginning to end, and kept coming back to the ranch owners. O Casado, a Brazilian beef conglomerate. She couldn't shake the sense that there was something important there, and then she saw it. With her pen, she circled the words Brazilian beef and added 3 exclamation points.
Chapter 7. A raw wind was blowing when Ned Mahoney and I reached the George Washington University Law School at 20th and 8th Streets in Northwest D.C. A security guard told us we would find Professor Willow Whelan's office on the 3rd floor, rear of the building. When we reached her door, we saw a sign reading, "Writing, Do Not Disturb." I knocked anyway. Inside, we heard her shout, "Are you illiterate or an imbecile?"
Just the FBI, Professor Whelan,
Mahoney said, causing a passing group of students to turn their heads. We heard a chair push back and the door opened a crack, revealing a thin woman with short blonde hair and a suspicious look on her face. She was in her 40s and wearing a running outfit that looked a whole lot like the killer's. "Credentials?" Professor Whelan said. Mahoney showed her his FBI ID and badge. I showed her my identification as a consultant to the Bureau. "How does that work?" she asked, opening the door a little wider. We saw a cluttered office with stacks of books and files everywhere. "Consultant to the Bureau?"
It works well, actually. Dr. Cross used to be with us full-time in the behavioral science unit.
"A profiler?" she asked, sounding impressed. "Among other things," I replied. "Can we come in?" "4. We'd like to talk about the late Emma Franklin." The law professor's face lost color. "Yes, I heard this morning. It's unthinkable that she's gone. Emma was a rare talent." We stood there in silence until she opened the door all the way. "One of you will have to stand," she said. "This is where I write, and there's not much room." "Standing is fine," I said, and stepped inside. Professor Whelan went around the back of her desk, jiggled the mouse on her computer, and closed the text file she was working on. Mahoney took the overstuffed chair. I stood with my back to a wall of law books. "How can I help, Mr. Mahoney?" she said finally, turning to face Ned.
We heard you had a long-standing beef with Judge Franklin, possibly going back to your Harvard days.
Whelan laughed caustically. "And what? You think because Emma and I never got along, I was involved in her death? Come on." "Out of curiosity, what was the problem between you two?" The professor squirmed a little.
The truth will set you free.
Whelan sighed. "I'd call it more a rivalry than a problem. At Harvard, we both wanted to make law review, and we did. Emma became the editor, then a Supreme Court justice's clerk. Because of my associate editor status and, frankly, the way she treated me on the review, I didn't even get an interview to clerk for a justice." "But you clerked for a 10th Circuit Court of Appeals judge." "I did," she said, "and worked 10 years as an assistant U.S. attorney. So, again, the idea that I was involved in Emma's death is, well, preposterous."
Probably. But as a former federal prosecutor, you know how the FBI works. We have to ask you certain questions.
"Asked and answered," Whelan said. "Not quite. We were told about an altercation you had with Judge Franklin 2 weeks ago at a fundraiser at the Hilton." She scowled. "Altercation? I've never been in an altercation in my life. Who said something like that?" "A witness put you in a corridor off a banquet hall at the Hilton with Judge Franklin. You were described as drunk, confrontational, and belligerent." "That's not—" Mahoney cut her off.
You evidently insinuated that Judge Franklin had attained her lofty status in life because of her skin color.
The professor glanced at me. I said nothing, just stared at her. "I don't think that at all. I really don't," she said, looking a little trapped.
But you said it.
Whelan chewed the air a little, looking off into the distance as if disgusted by something. "I really don't know what I said to Emma that night. I don't drink at home, but I get extreme social anxiety in crowds, and I always drink too much. Honestly, the only thing I remember is seeing Emma, and wanting to offer my condolences about her husband's death. What happened, what I said after that is unclear to me. Our witness says that as the judge was walking away after your racist comments, she told you to get help, and then you evidently yelled at her that you would ruin her someday, take her down. There was suddenly something very sad about the professor. I don't remember.
You're a runner, aren't you?
Chapter 8. Professor Whelan perked up at the question. I love to run, she said. Keeps me sane, and it's another reason I don't drink at home or alone, or even in small groups. I like getting up early and running, or sometimes I run after work to manage stress. It's the social gatherings that are the trouble. The big social gatherings, yes. There were at least 200 people in the room that night. So you don't go to big sporting events? Never. Complete trigger.
Speaking of triggers, we read that you were a competition shooter in your spare time.
She shrugged. My late husband got me involved. It's fun. A way to blow off steam on the weekends. You good? Not bad, she said. I don't practice enough to be good. You said you run in the evenings sometimes. I will this evening. The mornings have been too cold, even for me. Wear a headlamp? I do, and a reflective vest.
Hat? Gloves?
She squinted at him. Gloves? Yes. Hat? No. I wear a headband that keeps my ears warm and my head less steamy. Neck gaiter? If it's cold enough, yes. Wear it up over your mouth? If it's cold enough, she repeated. What does what I wear to run have to do with your investigation? Mahoney glanced at me. I nodded. He reached into his suit coat and drew out a still from the doorbell cam video footage, showing the killer running past the house on the corner.
That you, Professor Whelan?
Mahoney asked, handing her the picture. Whelan took it, studied it. Could be, she said, her eyebrows rising. I mean, that is usually how I dress running at night this time of year, except for... Where was it taken? Arlington? Alexandria, just down the street from Judge Franklin's home, not far from your place in Arlington. 2-3 miles, depending on the route. Really, Whelan said, frowning and looking at the picture again. I mean, maybe. I run different routes and take side streets at times. When did you say this was taken? Mahoney pointed at the timestamp in the corner that said 6:24:50 p.m.
That was yesterday, just before Judge Franklin was shot.
She tensed and sat forward, wary, but then made a sweeping gesture over the still shot. It's not me. In fact, it's impossible. Not only do I wear bright yellow safety glasses, not orange, when I run in the evening, but I was at home at that time, preparing one of those organic food in a box deals. I just got the subscription. It's a pain in the ass, to be honest. Too much chopping for my taste. Can anybody corroborate that, Professor? Well, I don't live with anyone, if that's what you mean, Whelan said. Neighbors see you? I have no idea, she said. I pulled into the garage and used the remote to shut the door behind me. Stayed in all night? Yes. No running. It was my rest day. Did you talk to anyone on the phone? Text anyone? Answer any emails? She thought about that, then shook her head. Nope. I just ate my stir-fried organic ground pork, kale, peppers, cabbage, and a bunch of hot spices, and watched 3 episodes of that Mrs. Maisel show. She makes me laugh.
I like that one too.
He got up out of the chair and dug out another still from a different doorbell camera. In the still, the killer was running across the street toward Pearson, the driver, who was going around the back of the Cadillac to open Judge Franklin's door. Notice the pack in your left hand? I said when Mahoney set the picture in front of Whelan. Notice the suppressed pistol in your right? No, she said, a slight waver in her voice. That is not me. It is someone dressed like me, but I don't wear that color safety glasses in the evening. I'm telling you, I am unequivocally being set up here.
If you are being framed, they're doing a hell of a job so far.
I nodded. You might want to think about shopping for a lawyer, preferably one with experience in federal homicide cases. Whelan looked shaken. Are you saying I'm under arrest for Emma's murder?
Not yet, Professor,
Mahoney said, and we left. Chapter 9. 3 hours later, I was in suburban Bowie, Maryland, riffling through the mailbox in front of a slate-blue, split-level ranch. Mahoney was trying to see into the attached garage, looking for a gray Dodge Durango.
Not here,
Mahoney said, walking back to me. I shut the box. Everything here is addressed to Agnes Pearson, or AP Limo. Nothing for Aldo in the last 2 days. After leaving Professor Whelan, we'd filed for warrants to search her home and office. While waiting for the warrants to be signed by a federal judge, I called an old friend in the Maryland State Police and asked her to run a search in their DMV files for a gray Dodge Durango with 9UU in the plate number. She eventually got a hit. A 2015 silver Dodge Durango with Maryland license plate 309UU. The registered owner was Aldo Pearson, husband of the deceased driver of the late Judge Emma Franklin. The registration of the Dodge SUV and the address on Pearson's driver's license was this house. We found out he had a rap sheet. Several arrests for dealing small amounts of illegal steroids. His license photo showed a man with a shaved head, a neck like a tree trunk, and bad skin. This was why we'd been going through his mailbox and looking in his garage. Maybe we didn't understand the dynamics of the murder. Maybe Judge Franklin was not the primary target, and her driver, Agnes Pearson, was. Since we were dealing with the murder victim's house, we felt we had ample cause to enter, so we did, using a crowbar to jimmy open the rear door. We put on protective gloves and boots and went inside. The place was spotless, but badly in need of updating. The counters and appliances looked 50 years old. We walked through a living area with a huge TV screen, a couch, and a couple of chairs. There were a few pictures on the walls, mostly of Agnes Pearson with a Belgian Malinois in various settings. Let's try the bedrooms first, I said, glancing down the stairs to the front door and the lower floor. We went through a guest room, a sewing room, and a master bedroom, all of them revealing very little about the owner's personalities. Then we noticed that one side of the closet in the master was empty. I think they split up. Aldo moved out.
which makes it more disturbing that he was trailing her until moments before she died,
Mahoney said, and gestured to a home office off the master.
I'll look here.
I'll start with the lower floor. I went back to the stairs, which descended to a landing at the front door and then dropped again into a furnished basement with another bedroom on the left and a second living area on the right. There was a closed door ahead where the hall dog-legged left. As I stepped into that dog-leg, I picked up motion to my left. Twisting, I saw a very big guy, like pro football big, charging at me. He growled some guttural curse I did not understand and threw a haymaker that caught me on the right cheek. I was slammed back against the wall and fell to the floor, dazed, seeing things in wavy triplicate. He stepped over me, his ham-like fist cocked back, and said, "That will teach you not to go messing with what's Aldo P's. You got me, mofo?" Chapter 10. Still dazed, I saw Mahoney step into the hall, gun drawn.
FBI, Pearson! Hands in the air!
For a moment, the big man looked like he was about to hit me again anyway. But then he raised his hands. FBI? What's this all about? Where the hell's your warrant?
We don't need one.
The hell you don't. I know my rights. My head was clearing. This is a double homicide investigation, Mr. Pearson. What? He said, a little less sure of himself. Who got killed?
You haven't been watching the news?
Never. Screws up your mind. I'm sorry to say that your wife and her client, Judge Franklin, were murdered last night, shot down in the judge's driveway. Pearson stood there, blinking, his face twitching. He whispered hoarsely, Aggie? Dead?
I'm afraid so, sir.
The man's bare paw-like hands began to tremble. The shaking traveled to his shoulders and stomach. His knees buckled, and he sank down against the wall and started sobbing. After a while, in my line of work, you learn to recognize manufactured displays of grief. But if this was an act, it was world-class. The cries came from deep in the big man's chest, the unmistakable sound of a heart shattering. No, Aggie, he moaned. Not after everything. Not now. I stood up slowly, feeling my cheek already swelling from the punch. I went and got ice from the freezer and put it on my face while Pearson's crying slowed. He wiped at his nose and face with the sleeve of his shirt. Why? Why would anyone want to shoot Agnes?
We were hoping you could tell us.
He took out his cell phone and showed Pearson the video of the gray Dodge Durango following his wife's Cadillac town car. Pearson stared at the video. That's not me. It's your SUV. We got a partial plate, and this is the only silver or gray Dodge Durango in the state of Maryland that matches it. I don't care, he said. That's not me. When was this? Last night, as your wife drove Judge Franklin home. What time?
There's a running stamp on the video. As you drove onto the 14th Street Bridge, it was 6:13 p.m. We lost you at 6:22, near the exit to Judge Franklin's home.
Pearson's lower lip trembled as he shook his head. Honest to God, I was nowhere near Alexandria. I live about 6 miles from here, in a place I rent above my friend's garage. I was there studying. I'm an EMT, and I'm trying to get my nursing degree. Can anyone put you there? He shook his head. My friend's on vacation. And your Dodge Durango? It was parked in my driveway all night. Look, I didn't kill my wife. We had an agreement. No killing each other. Run that by me again? Back when we got married, like 14 years ago, the two of us, we watched a lot of those true crime shows, Pearson said, wiping out a tear. You know, they're always about husbands and wives killing each other. We'd always say, why didn't they just get divorced if they didn't love each other anymore? So we promised that if one of us wanted out, no killing, just ask for a divorce, which is what I did.
You were getting divorced.
Amicably, he said firmly. We just outgrown each other, is all. We're not going to find records of domestic violence between you two? His expression hardened. Once. 3 years ago, I was drunk and on the juice. The incident was enough to get me off steroids and into AA. And I still go. I've been sober in every way ever since.
If you were separated, why did you come in here?
We co-own this house, he said. I come over when I'm off duty and not in class to work on some upgrades. We were getting ready to sell it, use the money to start new lives for ourselves. Chapter 11. We pressed Pearson on his alibi. He insisted he'd been in his room studying. He remembered he'd been online with his laptop several times, submitting assignments for various courses. There will be records of that, right? Pearson said. I mean, the IP address of my computer, and the school's computer, and the time, and all that?
There should be. And your Wi-Fi router history.
Okay, he said. My laptop's in my rig. The Durango? He nodded. We went outside with him, and saw what looked to be the same silver-gray Dodge Durango that had followed Agnes Pearson and Judge Franklin. Pearson's laptop was in the front seat. Mahoney took it and bagged it.
We're going to need this for a day or two.
Pearson squinted. I guess I can borrow one from school.
And your cell phone.
Come on, man, he groaned. I've got my life on that thing.
And the keys to the Durango.
What the? Pearson said. What am I going to do, walk to school? I swear to you, I had nothing to do with Agnes's death. I'd been circling the Durango during the conversation, and I noticed something odd at the front end my second time around. Mr. Mahoney, I said, stepping away. Can I have a word?
Don't touch the vehicle in any way.
Pearson held up his hands and moved back.
What's up?
Ned said, when we'd walked a good 10 yards away. Show me the still of the partial plate. Mahoney called it up. I looked at it. No registration sticker.
Because they put them on the rear plate in Maryland.
I gestured over at the Durango and the front plate with the registration sticker. Mahoney walked back to Pearson.
Maryland law says your registration sticker goes on the rear plate.
I always put it there, Pearson said, frowning as he came around the front of the SUV. That's not right. That has never been that way. We looked at the screws that held the plates on the bracket, but could not tell if they'd been tampered with recently.
Crime Lab will tell us. So what's your relationship with Willa Whelan?
His left eye crinkled. Who? She's a law professor at GW. Never heard of her. We won't find her on any of your devices? To my knowledge, that's correct, he said evenly. Now, can I at least use my phone to call an Uber home? I mean, I'm cooperating. I'm not under arrest, am I? Not today. But don't go leaving town on us. I told you I'm in school, Pearson said, and got a sad look on his face. And now I guess I've got to start planning Agnes's funeral. After allowing him to hail an Uber, we bagged his phone and called for FBI criminalists to come take possession of it, the laptop and the Durango. In our minds, we still had not cleared Pearson when his ride came and picked him up, nor had we excluded Professor Willa Whelan. Mahoney dropped me off shortly after dark in front of my home on 5th Street in Southeast D.C. The cold wind blew leaves off the front lawn. As I hurried up the stairs and into the house, which smelled incredible. What are you cooking? I called into the front room where Nana was watching the evening news. Short ribs, Nana Mama called back. Been braising them for hours. I hung up my coat, put my weapon in the lockbox, and peeked around the corner into the front room. My grandmother was alone. Where's everyone? Janny's at a friend's house. Ollie's in the kitchen working on a science project, and Bree's upstairs getting showered and changed. I'll do that too. When's dinner? 40 minutes? Perfect, I said, and went and kissed her on the cheek. What's that for? You just being you, I said. I winked at her, winced. She adjusted her glasses. What happened to your face? A very big guy hit me, but I'm fine. You don't look fine. Thanks, I said, and climbed upstairs. I found Bree dressing in her walk-in closet.
Ooh, who hit you?
A suspect who may or may not be a suspect, I said, and gave her a short rundown of my day before getting into the shower. And you? She described her calls to the real estate agent and the sheriff's deputy in Elko, Nevada. Sounds open and shut from what the deputy told you.
As far as she's concerned, it's a closed case.
Bree said, frowning.
But why would he go back up that mountain alone? In a handicapped van without snow tires?
Standing under the hot water, I said, How much were they selling the ranch for?
$63 million for 27,000 acres.
Well, that kind of money would warrant a second visit in my book.
But why alone? I mean, he couldn't get around very far, I'd imagine.
Maybe that was the point. He got up there, it started to snow, and he realized that he wasn't going to get far in his wheelchair. Bree remained skeptical.
I still don't get why he wouldn't just use the helicopter to go back up in there again. He was a pilot. Oh, it snowed in the mountains. Maybe the poor visibility made him take the van?
Makes sense. Was there anyone up there at the time he died? She shook her head.
There's a winter caretaker, but he was in Denver with a sick mother.
Absentee owners?
A Brazilian cattle company, O Casado.
She perked up.
Which is familiar, isn't it?
How's that?
Remember that ranch in Colorado where the Alejandro cartel slaughtered all those Maestro operators?
In the shower, I cocked my head. That's right. It was owned by some Brazilian cattle company. But it wasn't O Casado.
Still, we've got two different ranches owned by Brazilians coming up in the same web of evidence that surrounds him.
That's a pretty broad web, but it does seem an odd coincidence. A knock came at the door, and Ali called from the other side.
Nana Mama says dinner's almost ready, and John and Willow just got here. Wait until you see all the loot she scored in Disney World.
Chapter 12. Potomac, Maryland. Margaret Blevins woke up a minute before her alarm was set to go off. Ordinarily, the Justice came wide awake after a good sleep, ready for her morning run or her weight routine in the basement gym. But as she reached over to turn off the alarm on her phone, she felt kind of foggy-headed, which was odd, because she hadn't stayed up late or had any alcohol the evening before. Yawning, she sat up and almost immediately felt dizzy. The sensation lasted a few seconds before clearing enough for her to stand and walk to the bathroom, thinking she needed a morning off from exercise. Blevins sighed at her sleep-mussed hair in the mirror and turned on the shower. Her head and neck began to throb dully when she climbed in. But she didn't feel feverish, no body aches, and she hadn't lost her sense of smell, so it probably wasn't COVID. Then she got dizzy again and sat on the shelf in the shower. Philip, her tall, older husband, came in a few minutes later, scratching his belly. He saw her there, looking dazed. "You okay, Maggie?" "No, actually," she said. "I feel kind of out of it, and I can't afford to be today." "Final oral arguments of the year," Philip said. "Why are you up?" "I promised to get the kids off to school so you could go in early, remember?" Blevins closed her eyes and nodded. Why hadn't she remembered that? They'd talked about it last night before they turned off the lights. "You look like you could use a double espresso," Philip said. She opened her eyes. "A quad, and I don't know why. I didn't wake up once last night." "You didn't have any wine either." "Exactly," she said. After dressing, applying her makeup, and checking the itinerary her senior law clerk had emailed late last night, Blevins felt a little better. She hurried downstairs to the kitchen and made herself a double espresso. After drinking a few sips, she noticed the fog beginning to lift. Well, that was more like it. Probably something in last night's takeout dinner hadn't agreed with her. She would not allow herself to think about that little attack she'd had in the woods the day before yesterday. This morning's fog had nothing to do with that. Blevins retrieved the newspaper from the front porch and drank more of the espresso while reading the news stories about the death of Judge Emma Franklin, whom she knew more as an acquaintance than as a friend. Philip, a patent attorney, walked into the kitchen dressed for work and saw what she was reading. "That was horrible," he said. "A tragedy," Blevins said. Emma had a first-rate legal mind. "Kids up yet?"
"Just rousted them," he said. "You have time for breakfast?"
"I'll have it in chambers," she said. She finished the espresso, put the cup in the dishwasher, and went over to kiss and hug her beloved husband. "I adore you. Tell the kids I love them."
"First thing,"
he said. When she turned to leave, he said,
"Be brilliant."
"Always," Blevins said, waving as she left the kitchen. She retrieved her briefcase from her office and went to the front hall closet for her overcoat and umbrella. It was drizzling and cold outside, another good reason not to run. She'd no sooner gotten the coat on than a horn honked in the driveway. "See you around 7, she called.
"Bye, my love,"
Philip called back. Blevins felt warmed inside as she walked out the door and opened the umbrella. They'd been married almost 20 years, and Philip still said silly romantic things like that. How lucky am I, she thought. Despite the rawness of the day, that made Blevins smile. She hurried to a black Chevy Suburban, and when she opened the back door, she found her clerk, Natalie Martin, sitting on the opposite side, and U.S. Supreme Court police officer Jim Frazier at the wheel. Martin said, "Good morning, Justice Blevins."
"How are you this fine morning, Justice Blevins?"
Officer Frazier asked. "Hello to all, and trying not to get soaked," she said, handing her briefcase to Martin and setting her umbrella on the floor. "Get the heat blasting in here, Jim," she said, shivering. Frazier did, then put the car in reverse. Her clerk said, "Did you have time to check your itinerary, Justice Blevins?" "Last night," Blevins said. "One thing, I'll be eating breakfast in chambers." "Already arranged," her clerk said. "Breakfast burrito, extra salsa, large OJ, double espresso." "Cancel the espresso," she said. "I've already had 4 and don't want to hear oral arguments with my knees jiggling about." "No, ma'am," Martin said, and laughed. "I put the latest for your review there in your door pocket." Blevins got out her reading glasses and opened the first file. The case and appeal involved state and federal statutes relating to interstate transport of organic fruits and vegetables. Ordinarily, the young Supreme Court justice was an extremely quick study, but as she scanned the first page, she had some trouble following it. She read the page again, but couldn't get the gist of the argument. Blevins had been known as one of the sharpest legal minds in the country, even before being named to the High Court. But now she was having difficulty focusing. What is going on? Should I see a doctor? "Justice?" her clerk said. "Did you hear what I said?" About what, Nat?" she asked, a little confused. "Justice Mayweather," Martin said. "His cancer may be back."
Chapter 13. In Southeast D.C., I was finishing my scrambled eggs, reading the Washington Post online, and drinking unusually great coffee. Ali had left for school, Bree was sitting across from me studying her laptop, and Nana Mama was upstairs changing. I took another sip of coffee and raised my cup. What coffee is this? It's amazing. John Sampson walked into the kitchen. Before Bree could answer my question, he said,
"I'll bet it's Blue Mountain coffee. I got it from a friend who just came back from Jamaica, and I gave some to Nana last night."
Phenomenal taste. So smooth.
"The way life should be,"
Sampson said and looked at Bree.
"Already at it on Malcolm?"
She nodded, but did not look up.
"Anything?"
A little.
"Show me."
John, my oldest friend, had become obsessed with identifying M, even earlier than Bree, because the alleged head of Maestro had taunted him in the wake of his wife's sudden and tragic death, saying that Billy hadn't died of complications of Lyme disease, as John had been told, that she had been murdered. Sampson was forced to exhume Billy's body to be sure. It was one of the crueler things Em had done, and he'd made Samson a hardened enemy, even before his men tried to hunt us down in Montana. The evening before, as we were eating Nana Mama's braised short ribs, we'd heard all about Samson and Willow's trip to Disney World, which included a chance meeting with a woman named Rebecca Cantrell. "She's nice," Willow said. "I like her a lot." We all grinned because John and Rebecca, who was the U.S. Attorney for Northern Virginia, had been seeing each other quietly. The Disney trip had been set up so Willow could meet and get comfortable with Rebecca before she was told about the relationship. Willow had been very close to her mother, and they thought neutral ground would be a better place for Samson's daughter to get to know her father's new love interest without the words girlfriend and boyfriend being thrown around. After dinner, Willow went into the other room with Ali and Janny, and Bree told John about the death of Ryan Malcolm. Shocked, he pumped her for details and agreed there was something off about the entire thing.
Why would he drive a handicapped van with no snow tires up a canyon like that?
Exactly one of my points. Here, look at this.
She turned her laptop toward him and showed him the Google Earth image of the area. A large block of alpine terrain with snow high on the peaks.
This is the Double T Ranch, the one Malcolm was interested in buying.
Lots of trees, lots of grassy areas, beautiful terrain.
What's the name of the Brazilian company that owns it again?
O Casado Cattle Company, based in Belo Horizonte, Brazil.
Google that. She searched for the company, but got only results regarding the ranch in Nevada. Samson suggested translating the words cattle company into Portuguese and searching for that. O Casado popped up, with the Belo Horizonte street address and little else. No website?
Not according to Google.
My cell phone buzzed with a text from Ned Mahoney.
I'm picking you up in 5. Big break in the Judge Franklin case.
Gotta go. I took my coat from the front closet as my wife called to me.
What's the name of the Brazilian company that owned the Circle M Ranch in Colorado?
Haven't looked yet. I bellowed back, taking my service weapon from the lockbox.
It's okay, Alex. I know it.
In the kitchen, Bree frowned.
You do?
Samson nodded.
Circle M was owned by Melor Ranch and Cattle Company, Belo Horizonte, Brazil. She used Google Translate and soon had a listing up on the screen similar to the one for O Casado.
Again, all we have is a street address.
Type it in.
John said, coming around to see her screen.
Then the other one. Let's see them on the map.
Bree called up Google Maps and soon had the 2 addresses on the screen, each marked by a glowing yellow pin.
They're on the same block.
Samson nodded.
Right around the corner from each other.
It's the same operation, different doors.
Or they're just shell companies, designed to hide the identity of the real owners.
Like I said, the same operation. We just need to prove it, find the common denominator.
Samson started studying all the recent news about Malcolm's data mining firm, Paladin, and Bree searched for ownership records of the cattle companies in Brazil and their ranches in the United States. 20 minutes later, John said,
Wall Street Journal says that since Paladin is held privately, and Malcolm was one of the primary stockholders, we won't know for months how big a blow his death is to the value of the company, though all the analysts contacted believe it will be significant.
Bree looked up.
Malcolm was the brains. How do they continue to innovate without him?
That's the big question. Anything at your end of the table?
I found the Double T Ranch in public property listings filed in Reno.
She said, returning her attention to the screen.
Says here, the agent of record at the sale 9 years ago was a Reno attorney named Glenn Starr.
Give him a call.
Bree ran a search on him and sighed.
He's dead.
How long ago?
Wait a second. It says here his body was found in a flea bag motel in Lockwood, Nevada. He was naked, and he'd been shot in the head. His wallet and car keys were gone.
So some traveling hooker rolled on him.
Or her pimp.
Bree said, nodding. On a whim, she went to Colorado property records and found the ranch outside Durango where there had been a firefight between the Alejandro cartel and Maestro operators. It took her a while, but she located the ranch sale documents on file in La Plata County. Similar to the transfer in ownership in Nevada, the shell company in Brazil had been represented by an agent, in this case, Dolores Reyes, an attorney in Durango. She Googled the lawyer and whistled.
What do you got?
The attorney representing the Mellor Ranch and Cattle Company in the purchase of the Circle M was kidnapped, raped, and murdered 14 months after the deal closed.
Chapter 14. Baltimore, Maryland. 2 hours after Ned texted me, we met with an FBI agent working organized crime. Adriana Lopez, a handsome woman in her early 30s, climbed into the back seat of our car, which was parked by a strip mall. Lopez was dressed for the street, jeans, hoodie, and a bandana around her hair. A bunch of bangles clinked on her wrists. Mahoney introduced us. Lopez said she'd been working undercover for the past 13 months, slowly infiltrating the Haitian arm of a loose federation of organized crime families in Baltimore. Narcotics? That's the Venezuelans, and the DEA is on them, she said. I'm working the traditional Haitian stuff. Smuggling, stealing, girls, betting, loan sharking. You speak French? And Haitian patois. My wife does too. Learned it from her mother. She smiled. My mother and grandmother taught me, which is why I heard what I heard. Le Couteau and the others know I speak French, but I haven't let on how well I understand the street language.
And Judge Franklin's name came up in that language?
Not Franklin's name, the name of her driver, Agnes Pearson. Lopez explained that the day before, she was at work as a barista in a bakery and coffee shop that served as an informal meeting place for the loosely connected gangs. There were 2 Russians, 3 Haitians, and 2 Hispanic gangbangers in the shop. The truly dangerous guy was the smallest, a Haitian, Jean Papillon, otherwise known as Le Couteau, or the knife, a weapon with which he was said to be expert. Papillon grew up an orphan in Port-au-Prince. Legend had it that at the age of 13, he became an assassin for gang bosses who ruled the slums. Lopez said, he applied for asylum here after that big earthquake in Haiti 10 or so years ago. And now? He owns and operates the bakery, which I've learned is a center of gambling, loan sharking, and money laundering. Lopez said there had been an intense private meeting at the bakery the prior afternoon. Afterward, she overheard Papillon telling someone in patois that one of the Russians, Boris Kroll, had informed him they had a problem. It turned out Agnes Pearson owed Kroll and the knife $140,000, money she'd borrowed to buy the Cadillac town car and cover other expenses because her credit was shot. To make things worse, Pearson also owed them $30,000 in gambling debts. She liked to bet on football games.
$170K. Even in this day and age, it's got to be a hit to them.
And they're not happy about it, Lopez said. Is there any way the debt and the murder are linked? I don't know. Maybe she wasn't making her payments.
Let's ask.
Lopez got a little antsy. With all due respect, sir, if you press him, he's going to figure you've got wiretaps on him or suspect that I told you. Not necessarily. We can say Papillon's name and number were on Agnes Pearson's phone, along with an informal accounting of her debts to him. And we noticed she was taking regular withdrawals of $4,000 to $5,000 in cash from her accounts. Her eyebrows rose. That could work.
You have an address for the bakery?
I do, she said. But give me an hour to get there and settle into my job before you come in and fire questions at him. We can do that. Can you text us and tell us if he's there? Will do, Dr. Cross, she said. but she hesitated before climbing out.
Problem, Ms. Lopez?
I've put a lot into this, Lopez said. I hope you know what you're doing. Chapter 15. Jean Papillon's Hibiscus Bakery and Cafe operated out of an old storefront in West Baltimore under a hand-painted sign featuring the Haitian national flower superimposed on a silhouette of the island nation. The big glass windows had been painted over with a mural of tropical life, making it impossible to see in. As we approached the closed front door, we heard quick-step Haitian compa music thumping from the interior. As I grabbed the door handle, Mahoney's phone buzzed with a text from Miss Lopez. Knife here. So Art... That was all. Ned hesitated at the incomplete message, then nodded to me. I pulled open the door and immediately smelled beignets, croissants, and a dozen other baked delicacies. There was a short entry hall about 8 feet long. The compa dance song was ending. We could hear men talking on the other side of the half wall. Mahoney's phone buzzed again as I rounded the corner and took in the room in a sweeping glance. A long glass case inside of which confections were laid out on a plate and in tiers. Baguettes stood crowded in 2 wicker baskets. A young woman was loading fresh-baked goods into another case. At the cafe area to my right, 7 men sat at a long table. 3 were white, 2 black, and 2 Latino. All of them were staring at me, and behind me, Ned, as if we were sewer creatures that had suddenly appeared among them. Mahoney, as usual, was fearless.
FBI,
he said, holding up his identification. He pushed back his suit coat with his other hand and rested it on his service weapon. Before he could tell them who we were there to see, one of the Hispanic guys yanked out a pistol from under the table. Gun! The man shot wildly. The round went between us, shattering one of the glass cases. The girl behind the counter screamed. I drew my pistol as the other men at the table dived for cover. I fired 1 round at the gunman, grazed his left shoulder, and Mahoney put 2 rounds in his chest. He dropped the pistol and collapsed backward.
Who's next?
Mahoney roared, swinging his pistol around at the remaining 6 men who were scattered on the floor.
Who wants it next?
On your bellies! Hands behind your heads! I shouted over the ringing in my ears. All of you, now! One by one, the men rolled onto their bellies. One by one, our guns aimed at the backs of their necks. Ned and I frisked them for weapons. You won't find any, my friends, Jean Papillon said in a thick French accent. He was a wiry guy in his late 40s, blue t-shirt, colorful crochet net pulled down over his hair. It's against the rules.
Your pal didn't get the message,
Mahoney said, putting zip cuffs on him. The other Hispanic guy seemed shaken. I told Luis, but he wouldn't listen. He had 4 felony warrants out on him and said he wasn't going back to prison, so the gun went with him. I had nothing to do with it. We had nothing to do with this, my friends, Lecuto said. It's against the rules.
Of what?
Mahoney said, checking one of the white guys for weapons and finding none. This is meeting, the big guy said in a heavy Russian accent. This Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. What? I said, skeptical. Once a week we are here, the knife insisted. I have 3 years of sobriety. 6, grunted the Russian. The other 4 men on their bellies each announced how many years they'd been sober. Mahoney and I looked at each other. Were we being conned? Was AA a cover for a criminal meeting? Sirens wailed and neared. Mahoney went outside with his badge and explained the situation to the patrolman while I guarded the 6 men and the corpse. I realized the girl behind the counter had fled. And where was Lopez? If she was keeping her cover, she probably ran at the shot, too. Mahoney came back with more zip ties and started binding the last few men.
I've got them calling in a criminalist team from FBI Baltimore. We'll be under review.
Par for the course. Meantime, we've got a Mr. Knife on the floor.
We do.
He went over, hoisted Papillon to his feet, led him to another table, and sat him down. I have nothing to say, Lécouteau told him. You can talk to my lawyer. I had nothing to do with this insane Louise. Let's say we believe that. What about Agnes Pearson? He looked at us warily, said nothing. Your name appears on her cell phone and her computer in a file where she keeps accounts of the debts that she owes you. The Knife snorted. This woman owes me nothing.
She owed someone 170 grand, and the only notation on the account is Butterfly, your last name in English.
Mahoney said, stretching the bluff. This is an oddity, Papillon said. She owes me nothing. But you knew her. I knew her husband through AA, and met her twice. She's dead. Someone shot her to death, along with a federal judge. Lécouteau said. Do you see the illogic of what you are asking? Illogic? You try to say she owes me money. Then you imply I shot her. Why would someone shoot her if she owes the money and makes all the payments? No smart man would do this. Chapter 16. You couldn't argue with the logic, or the fact that Papillon was very sharp. His English was good enough that he had all but copped to loaning Pearson the money without coming right out and saying it. And his reasoning was spot on. Why would anyone who was owed a lot of money kill the person consistently making payments on the debt?
It would be like a bank manager deciding to kill a mortgage holder,
Mahoney said, after we both sat for interviews with the supervising special agent in charge of the Bureau's Baltimore office. It turned out that 29-year-old Luis Hernandez, the deceased, had already done 5 years of hard time in a federal lockup for trying to rob an armory while he was still in the U.S. Navy. According to the multiple warrants out against him, he was also a wife-beater who ran a protection racket for a local gang. We went in to talk, I said in my interview. Mr. Mahoney clearly identified himself and displayed his credentials plainly. Hernandez just didn't want to go back to jail. Without a doubt, it was a righteous shoot. It did not matter that Papillon and the other 5 men in the cafe at the time of the shooting were all known members of organized crime groups. None were armed, and the AA affiliation was real. The meeting was even listed on the local AA website. It was after dark when we finally finished our statements and started the drive home. Nearing Bowie, Maryland, I realized something. Aldo Pearson never mentioned his estranged wife's debt.
No, he didn't,
Mahoney said, taking the exit.
But to hear him tell it, they were in the process of dividing assets. He had to have known about it.
Exactly. We drove to the address Aldo Pearson had given us. As he'd described, he lived in a small apartment above the garage of a sprawling ranch house, about 6 miles from the home he'd once shared with Agnes. The big ranch was on a heavily treed lot, set well back from the road, ensuring privacy. As we climbed the stairs to the garage apartment, we heard rock music playing, Pearl Jam. We knocked on the door. There was no answer, so we knocked louder.
Supervising Special Agent Mahoney, FBI, Pearson.
Still no answer. He tried the doorknob, which turned. Ned pushed the door open, hand on his pistol, took a look, and froze.
Jesus.
I stepped in behind him and saw what had stopped him. Aldo Pearson must have put up a hell of a fight. The place was destroyed. Furniture turned over. Television with a big hole in the screen. Glass coffee table shattered. Cupboards in the kitchen open, the contents smashed on the floor. The sofa cushions slashed and flung aside. Pearson was bare-chested and strapped to a ladder-back chair. He had been tortured and then strangled with wire. His bug eyes stared at us.
We're backing out of here. We're still under review.
I agree, I said. We did, and he pulled the door shut. We called in the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department and the Maryland State Police, told them what we knew, and left the scene to their detectives around 8 o'clock that evening, with the understanding that we would brief them the following day on our interactions with the murdered husband of the murdered driver of the murdered federal judge. Mahoney finally dropped me off around 8:30 that night. I felt wrung out. I wished him well, exited the car, and saw a wreath on the front door. It surprised me until I realized it was December 20th, only 5 more days until Christmas, and I hadn't even started to look for presents. In the house, I heard Burl Ives singing A Holly Jolly Christmas. Then other voices started singing it too. I looked into the front room and saw my entire family, including my older son, Damon, back from college for the holidays, sitting around watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and singing along with Burl. Samson was there too, singing along with his daughter, Willow, on his lap. Despite the strange and deadly day that I'd had, I got tears in my eyes. More proof I was getting weirdly sentimental as the years passed. I joined in on the last chorus, holding Bree's hand, then greeted everyone and hugged Damon. You tower over me now. Coach said I grew another inch, Damon said, grinning. I'm officially on the roster as 6'6.5" 217. Janny said, I don't know how he runs being that heavy. Damon said, I'm just up and down the court hustling. I'm not a world-class 400 runner. I'm not world-class yet, she said. I don't know what else you'd call yourself. Anyway, big as I am, I know I'm never going to the NBA, and I'm cool with that. Never say never, Nana Mama said. I learned that there'd been a gas leak at Sampson's house, so they were staying with us for the next few days while it was being fixed. Willow would sleep in Janny's room, John down on the sofa. Nana Mama, Willow said, can I get one more Christmas cookie before we finish Rudolph? It is the Christmas season, my grandmother said. Go on, but only one. Willow let out a whoop, launched herself off Samson's lap, and took off toward the kitchen with all of us laughing.
She run around like that at Disney World?
Constantly. Every time she saw a character, she'd go straight over and get her picture taken.
Miracle you didn't lose her. Wasn't the park packed?
Your capacity. But I always knew where she was.
How's that?
Samson got up and picked up Willow's pack, the one he'd had made for her after a terrorist threat in D.C. It had special Kevlar inserts that might deflect a bullet or bomb fragment. He unzipped a side pocket and got out what looked like a small, pink car ignition fob. He showed it to us.
A company called GeoBit makes it.
It's a tracking device.
A fairly amazing one. It talks to an app on my phone.
What's its range?
It will talk to any satellite on Earth. Has a 3-week charge. She doesn't even know it's there, and that pack never left her back unless I was holding it.
What if she lost the pack?
She knows better. And anyway, we have 2 tags.
Willow returned, munching on a cookie. What's next?
Bed.
His little girl looked ready to argue, then nodded. I'm tired. I went in the kitchen and found some leftover fried pork chops with onions and sriracha applesauce, a concoction of Nana Mama's that deserved a place in the Recipe Hall of Fame. Bree followed me in.
I'm beat,
she said and yawned.
How'd your day go?
When I told her, she got angry.
You didn't think to call and tell me you'd been in a shooting with Haitian gangsters? When I have history with guys like that?
I apologize, but they were totally different guys, from Baltimore, and we were fine. It just got crazy there for a minute. She came over and hugged me tight.
In the future, promise you'll call me if you're involved in a shooting.
I hope there isn't another shooting in my future, but I promise. And how was your day? Bree described finding out that 2 real estate attorneys were murdered after representing the cattle companies in the purchase of large ranches in Colorado and Nevada. That's no coincidence, especially when the two companies are around the corner from each other in Brazil.
That's our thinking, John and me. But we can't seem to find anything about them other than the addresses in Brazil.
I thought about that as I chewed the first delicious bite of my dinner. A little sweet, a lot spicy. I groaned a little.
It's my favorite of her creations, too. Any advice on where to go next?
I'll talk to Ned tomorrow, see if we can contact our counterparts down in Brazil, and have them take a look into the mysterious cattle companies of Belo Horizonte. Chapter 17. Mahoney picked me up the following morning, and I told him what Bree and Sampson had discovered about the Brazilian cattle companies. He thought the link to Ryan Malcolm was more than a little tenuous, but in the end, he agreed to contact the Brazilian National Police.
After we execute a warrant on Professor Whelan's home in Bethesda.
What took so long?
We lost one judge to recusal because she knows Whelan personally. The second judge sat on it, but ultimately found the testimony of the old lady across from Judge Franklin's house compelling enough to give us a look around the place.
I get the feeling the professor is not going to be happy to see us.
Maybe we'll get lucky, and she'll be in her office or teaching.
We weren't lucky. Willa Whelan was at home, and when she answered the door to her modest house at the edge of a creek, she took one look at the booties on our shoes and the warrant, and let loose with a barrage of insults and curses. Mahoney had to threaten her with obstruction if she did not let us in. The law professor's lips curled bitterly, but at last she stepped aside, and we entered. As I passed her, I could not help thinking that in my experience most people who unleash a tirade like that are doing so out of fear. As we began the search, I believed Willa Whelan had something to hide. At first my suspicions ran to undeclared income. For a law professor who had been an assistant U.S. attorney in Arkansas, she had a home that was borderline lavish. It was relatively small, and the outside was plain, but the interior held Persian rugs, limited edition sculptures, original oil paintings by well-known artists, and a state-of-the-art entertainment center. The kitchen appliances were all from Scandinavia. The counters were beautiful green granite. The fixtures were copper, unique and gleaming. By the time we turned toward the bedrooms, I believed that the professor had either inherited a pile of cash or was a tax cheat. The sudden appearance of all the finer things in life, the things you can buy when you have a lot of cash lying around, is often an indicator that someone is trying to avoid the IRS. Whelan's spare bedroom was set up for guests and decorated out of Laura Ashley and Pottery Barn. The primary suite was huge, its hardwood floors covered with more Persian rugs. Then we found embarrassing intimate tools and lubricants in a drawer in the bathroom. For the next half an hour or so, I figured that must have been the source of her fear, and I was glad she hadn't been in the room when we made that discovery. We looked in every cranny upstairs and found nothing to link Whelan to Emma Franklin's death. We did, however, find a gun safe in her basement. The professor opened it unhappily. It held 3 different 9mm match-style shooting pistols, with brightly colored handles, one green, one blue, and one red. None of them looked remotely like the suppressed pistol carried by the judge's assassin.
Are we going to find more weapons in the house, Professor?
No, she said. I sold all my late husbands. They were too big for my hands. If you don't mind me asking, how did he die? She gazed at me. An industrial accident. Tim was a drilling engineer. Big insurance payout? Whelan appeared insulted. I sued his company for gross negligence and won. That explained the house, the lifestyle. I shut the safe. As Mahoney was leaving the basement, I realized I had not seen any kind of office space in the house.
You don't work at home?
Rarely, she said immediately. as if she'd been waiting for the question. And if I do, it's usually upstairs at the kitchen table with my laptop. I smiled, but then the law professor's eyes flickered toward the far wall of the basement, which was covered in barn board and adorned with sporting items hanging on hooks, tennis rackets, bike helmets, and the like. I acted as if I hadn't seen the tell and followed Mahoney back upstairs. I suppose you'll want to see the garage and the shed out back, she said, sounding relieved.
I'll take the garage.
The shed's mine, I said, and left the house by the kitchen door. There was a small garden shed in one corner of the backyard, but instead of going to it, I walked around the house, looking at the foundation and the well windows. I was able to see into the basement on the back and both sides, but at the base of the front of the house, toward where I believed the barn board was positioned, 2 well windows were covered with blackout curtains. I found Mahoney in the garage.
Nothing.
Let's take another look below, I said, and we went inside. When I opened the basement door, Whelan came over. There's nothing down there. You've seen it. I told you. You did, and you're lying, I said, going down the stairs. She and Mahoney followed me as I went to that wall covered in barn board. I scanned it, searching for a seam. I looked back at the professor. You going to show me how it opens? Or do I call in an FBI team with chainsaws? Whelan glared at me for a long moment, then walked to the left side of the barn board and pressed a hidden button. A door-sized piece of the wall clicked and sagged open. I went in and found a narrow office with a desk and computer at one end and pegboards on the walls. The 2 pegboards closest to the desk on both sides were covered in clippings about Judge Emma Franklin, both before and after her death. Mahoney looked back at Whelan, who was standing there with crossed arms, slinging hatred at us with her eyes and posture.
Uh-oh.
Chapter 18. San Francisco, California. Judge Bitgaram Pak was a big man by anyone's standard, well over 6 feet and built like the former wrestler he'd been at Stanford, long-armed, lean, and hard despite his 53 years. Judge Pak's father had wrestled for South Korea in the Olympics before immigrating to the United States. Eugen Pak taught his son everything he knew about grappling, and he attended every one of his matches and every one of his graduations. The old man had finally passed the previous week, and he was on Judge Pak's mind as he left the James R. Browning U.S. Courthouse around 9:15 that evening. A chill drizzle fell. It was 3 days before Christmas Eve, and Pak had meant to leave work earlier to get some shopping done for Allie, his new girlfriend. But time seemed to slip away while he was writing an opinion for the majority on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Pak knew he could easily call an Uber, but he had a warm raincoat and an umbrella, and his shoes were Gore-Tex lined. Further, he was hung up on a certain part of the opinion he was writing and had a looming deadline. And in these situations, Judge Pak found that by walking, he could get out of his head and let his subconscious work. He glanced at his watch. If he hurried, he could make last call at his favorite ramen joint on the near side of Hayes Valley, not far from where he lived. Pak had owned his home for decades, since long, long before Hayes Valley became the trendiest neighborhood in the city by the bay. As he walked toward Market Street, he noted the homeless encampments that seemed to appear out of nowhere every day. Judge Pak felt compassion for these people. At one point in his father's life, shortly after arriving in the United States, he'd been homeless and hungry. Judge Pak's dad had spoken of that time as the great humiliation of his life. So the judge cared. He really did. But his compassion was reaching its limit. He had to avoid needles on the sidewalk, and drug dealers were openly selling fentanyl and meth as he passed the public library. He felt little or no fear at the situation. His sheer size and bearing were usually enough to keep street folks from coming at him. But something had happened recently. He felt a tipping point had been passed. In his view, the number of homeless and drug-addicted people roaming the streets of San Francisco had grown almost exponentially. So had the number of empty storefronts, many of them boarded over. It saddened and angered him at the same time. The rain picked up. He had to lower his umbrella against the sudden wind. Crossing Van Ness Avenue, Judge Pock saw yet another encampment behind the 7 spreading jacaranda trees on the lawn at the southeast corner of the Opera House. Tarps, tents, smoke from a campfire, which was totally illegal. He did not notice the hippie chick in the filthy long skirt, Ugg boots, locks, and a dark rain jacket slip out of the encampment, pull up her hood, and follow him. Judge Pock walked along the side of the Opera House, thinking about Allie, his new, free-spirited girlfriend. He took a left on Franklin Street and headed south past the darkened Symphony Hall. In his mind, he heard Allie telling him to focus on what was right with life, not what was wrong. That took all of the judge's concentration. He remained unaware of the hippie chick shortening the gap between them on the otherwise deserted sidewalk, her footfalls muffled by the rain pattering against his umbrella. From the pocket of her jacket, she eased out a 9-inch double-bladed combat knife. She closed the last few feet and began telling him who she was and why his game was up. The judge tried to spin around to see her, but it was too late. With surgical precision and raw power, the hippie chick drove the razor-sharp knife through Pac's raincoat, through his suit coat, shirt and undershirt, through his skin and deep into his right kidney. She twisted the blade. The judge squealed like a pig and continued to shudder after she pulled the blade out. But then she stabbed his left kidney and twisted again. Pac locked up, paralyzed, not breathing, making no sound, impaled on the blade, his nervous system in complete shock. She yanked her weapon free and walked off, leaving the judge sprawled on the sidewalk, seconds from death.
Chapter 19. Ned Mahoney was notified of the murder shortly after midnight, East Coast time. He called me, leaving thoughts of Professor Whelan's obsession with the late Judge Franklin behind for the moment. We were on an FBI jet at 6. That was what happened when 2 judges in the U.S. Court of Appeals system were murdered in cold blood within days of each other. According to Mahoney, our case had gone from a top priority of the Bureau to number 1 with a bullet. Mahoney was feeling the heat, fielding calls from Director Hamilton and her deputies for our whole trip across the country. I drank coffee and read everything I could find about the late judge. When Ned at last hung up, he rubbed his forehead and said,
Any parallels to the Franklin case?
Quite a few, actually. They knew each other when she clerked for Justice Rowling, and Pac clerked for Justice Mayweather.
Huh. I heard Mayweather's cancer has come back.
I made a note of that, then gave him the other similarities in the 2 dead judges' backgrounds. They were both ethnic minorities. Pac was the son of South Korean immigrants, and Franklin was the great-granddaughter of sharecroppers in Georgia. Both had lost spouses. Pac's wife, Lee, had passed 3 years ago after a long bout with breast cancer. Franklin's husband had died in a plane crash the previous spring. They also both had impressive careers early. Pac was editor of the Law Review at Bolt Hall. Franklin ran it at Harvard.
And both clerked for Supreme Court justices and at the same time,
Mahoney said, rubbing his chin. Decades ago.
Still.
Any controversial cases Pac was working on?
There were a dozen big cases brought before the 9th in the past year, but I'm not enough of a legal mind to know which ones we need to be looking at.
We landed around 8 a.m., local time, and were met by San Francisco FBI Supervising Special Agent Claudia Hinckley, a tall redhead who'd played volleyball for USC. As we drove to the scene, she brought us up to date. A food delivery driver spotted Pac's body on the sidewalk in front of the Symphony Hall around 10 minutes to 10 last night, she said. Took an hour for San Francisco's homicide unit to respond and identify him. You're kidding me. They didn't know who he was until they got there, Hinckley said. But SF homicide? Not exactly a stellar bunch.
Less than 50% homicide solve rate.
Kind of a disgrace. But at least the two detectives called to the scene were savvy enough to contact us when they realized it was Pac. Cause, time of death? The ME says stab wounds to both kidneys around 9:40. And no one saw him get stabbed. The streets should have been crowded. The concert hall was closed. It was pouring rain, cold. He got unlucky. We know why he was walking out in the rain. Rather than calling for a ride, I don't know. He lived in Hayes Valley, which is 4 or 5 blocks from here. CCTV? Thankfully, yes. We've got Bell and Ponce, the local homicide team, gathering it for us, trying to backtrack Pac between the courthouse and here. We arrived at the scene at a little past 9 in the morning. The wind was raw, coming off the ocean. The sky overhead was gray and spitting chill rain as we showed our identification and crossed through police lines. Judge Pac's body had been removed already. A pity, because I found it helpful to see the victim in situ. But Hinckley had access to crime scene photographs taken overnight. She sent us copies. I studied them on my phone. The judge had fallen on a San Francisco 49ers umbrella. He was on his right side, head facing south, right arm extended back and fingers slashed, as if he tried to grab the knife that killed him. The stabber came up behind him, I said, backing up a little. Probably right here. Hinckley pointed at a security camera mounted on the far corner of the Symphony Hall. That should give us something. Chapter 20. We couldn't find anyone who could help us with the security footage right away. So Mahoney and I studied a map on his iPad, trying to figure out Judge Pac's likely route from the federal courthouse. We decided that because of the rain, Pac had probably taken the most direct route, which meant walking toward Market Street to Grove. While Hinckley managed a team of FBI agents who just arrived on the scene, we walked back along the south side of Grove, opposite the Opera House. While the homeless problem in the Washington, D.C. area was growing, it was eclipsed by the situation in San Francisco. We dodged human feces, tents, and discarded hypodermic needles as we neared Van Ness. Mahoney's conservative suit and demeanor screamed law enforcement, and most of the homeless people gave us a wide berth. But then a young, filthy couple with blankets around their shoulders stepped in our way. "We need money, man," the guy said. "Give us 5. 10, the girl said, sniffing. "You got bucks. We can tell. It's inequity, man." Ned flipped his FBI badge at them.
Sorry about the inequity.
The guy swore and stepped back. "But maybe you can help us." I turned to the girl. "What's your name?" "Alice. But we don't do narc here," she said, "especially with the feds." "What narc?" I held out Mahoney's iPad. "We just need to know if you saw this guy last night." "Nah," she said, not bothering to look. She pulled her blanket tighter around her shoulders. "It was raining hard last night. I was in our tent." "Look anyway." Alice rolled her eyes, stepped forward, and glanced at the photograph of Bitgaram Pac in his robes. She cocked her head to one side and studied him thoughtfully for a few seconds. "What happened?" she asked. "Someone put a knife in his back." "Clark," Alice said to her partner, "check this out. I think it's the ramen guy." "Ramen guy, yeah. Clark said, but didn't move.
What do you mean, ramen guy?
Alice said, he eats all the time at the ramen place south of the Symphony Hall in Franklin. There's a grate there we sleep on when it gets cold. He used to give us something when he left the place, money or leftovers. Good guy. But you didn't see him last night. Like I said, it was raining buckets. Clark was standing a few feet away, staring at the ground. I took a chance. But you saw him, didn't you, Clark? What? No. You never left the tent. He shook his head slightly. Alice looked at Clark. You did, twice, to piss. His hold on his blanket tightened. Jesus, Alice, I don't want to be involved.
So you did see him. Where and when?
Clark seemed ready to punch something or run, but then he gave up. He walked by on the other side of the street, past those tents over there by the Opera House. How'd you know it was him? He carries a 49ers umbrella. He's a big fan. Alice nodded. Clark is too. They used to talk football every once in a while. Notice anything odd about him? Nah, he said. But a white chick with locks came out of the tents there and followed them. She followed him. That's what it looked like to me. Wasn't anyone else walking in a monsoon. She stayed right behind them about 30 yards until I lost sight of them. Describe her. He shrugged. Like I said, white. Hat on, a peasant skirt, and mug boots. A dark hooded raincoat, too, but you could see locks sticking out. Mahoney called Hinckley.
We're looking for a Caucasian female with locks, peasant skirt, Ugg boots, and a dark hooded raincoat.
Come back soon, she said. The Symphony Hall security chief will be here in 15 minutes, and the local homicide detectives have pulled other recordings.
Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. Nana Mama was feeling tired and went upstairs to lie down after breakfast. Bree was working on her laptop in the kitchen when Samson came by after dropping Willow at school. How many more days off do you have?
Through New Year's. I accrued a ton of comp time the past year. They told me to burn a bunch or lose it.
Give me a hand with something?
Ryan Malcolm?
Who else? She showed him how little was publicly known about Malcolm's life before he founded Paladin. Attended the university school in Hunting Valley, Ohio, graduating with high honors and winning the math prize. Then MIT. Shortly after graduating, again with high honors, he founded a private company, Algo Corporation.
It was also a data mining thing?
Yes. Malcolm brought on that CEO you and Alex met in Massachusetts.
Stephen Vance.
5 years later, under Vance, they rebranded Algo as Paladin with very little fanfare. But that was always Malcolm's modus operandi. Publicity shy in the extreme. And yet his company explodes, lands some of the biggest government contracts within 6 years. Had all sorts of offers from people wanting to buy, but he kept it closely held. John thought about that.
Didn't the aunt fund the first company?
Theresa May Alcott and her late husband did. They were billionaires and his guardians.
The Alcott soap fortune.
That's right.
Where were Malcolm's real parents?
Dead. Murdered, I believe, though I don't know the details.
Believe.
Bree shifted in her seat. Remember when I went out to see Theresa May Alcott in Ohio, after that fashion designer was murdered in New York?
Vaguely.
She mentioned her sister and husband had been murdered during a home invasion somewhere out west. She adopted her sister's twins, Ryan and Sean. But afterward, I remembered Alex saying that the first time you visited Paladin, you were told that his mother had just had a fall in her house in Palo Alto.
Maybe she was referring to Alcott. Do a search and see if you can find anything about the home invasion.
She did, using the last name Malcolm, and got stories about Ryan's recent death in Nevada. Some of these reference Theresa May Alcott, but there's nothing about a murder 3 or 4 decades ago, she said, scanning the results.
Well, his mother was Alcott's sister, right? Do we know their maiden surname?
May, Bree said, and typed in couple murdered May.
That's only going to get you the murders in the month of May. Add the name of a western state to limit it.
Bree added Nevada and got a long list of stories about various homicides of couples over the years in May in Las Vegas and Reno. She tried Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana with similar results.
Idaho?
Why not? Bree said and ran another search. The first story up had been filed 3 years before in the Boise, Idaho Statesman. The headline read, "Wheeler Murders Still Unsolved 35 Years Later." Bree clicked it, scanned the first few paragraphs, and said, "This has to be her."
It is her. Patricia May Wheeler.
Chapter 22. They found more than 15 articles about the case, but the retrospective piece in the Boise newspaper was the longest and most comprehensive. The gist was that an unknown knife-wielding assailant had murdered Patricia and Norman Wheeler in their summer cabin on Alice Lake near Sun Valley, Idaho, early in the morning of July 14th. The Wheelers were found in adjacent bedrooms. Both Patricia, 36, and Norman, 39, were stabbed in the heart as they slept in adjoining rooms. Bree read. Their 9-year-old sons, Ryan and Sean, were sleeping in their favorite place, a bedroom in the boathouse down by the lake. When their parents did not come down with breakfast to be eaten on the dock, a Wheeler tradition, the boys went back to the house, discovered the bodies, and frantically called 911.
That would mess a kid up.
Much of the rest of the story was based on interviews with former detectives from the Blaine County Sheriff's Department and the Idaho State Police. The weapon was never found, but forensics determined that the knife used on the Wheelers was a 10-inch fillet knife, something the couple did not own. There was no unaccounted-for DNA in the cabin or anywhere else on the property, including the boathouse. They had no enemies that anyone knew of, and there was no apparent motive. Norman Wheeler had been a successful bond trader in San Francisco. An audit of Norman's accounts showed 0 signs of malfeasance. Patricia was known for her volunteer work. Both husband and wife were highly regarded in California and in the little lake community they'd come to know and love. Patricia had rehabbed the cabin they'd bought as a getaway, made it their own. They did not keep cash on hand. Patricia's jewelry was untouched. There was no indication either of them had ever had an extramarital affair. The story also detailed various initial suspects in the case, who had ultimately been cleared, including the boys. Sheriff's detectives quickly took Ryan and Sean off their list. The boys were devastated by the loss, and the boathouse had an alarm system that showed them inside the entire night. Bree read. By all accounts, the Wheelers were a loving couple who lavished attention on their sons, who were later adopted by a relative back east. Sheriff's detectives have been working the case on and off for 3.5 decades. They still have no solid suspects or motive. Bree looked up at Sampson. What do you think?
For some reason, the kid's last name was changed from Wheeler to Malcolm. If they were adopted by the Alcotts, why didn't they change the last name to Alcott or May?
Good point, Bree said, noting it on a pad.
Let's talk to the lead detective there, the one with the Idaho police. Finley Oaks.
Sampson called the bureau and was told Oaks had long ago retired and now lived in Bonner's Ferry in northern Idaho. They found him on a Google search and called him.
Finn Oaks? Who's this?
John put the call on speaker and identified himself and then Bree. When they told him they were running down some loose ends that had made them interested in the old Wheeler case, the former detective said he remembered it all like yesterday. Rural Idaho. You just don't see that kind of thing, Oaks said. Double homicide like that? No DNA, no weapon, no motive, no likely suspects. We understand the sons were hysterical. Pitiful state. Those kids adored their parents. Ryan sobbed for days. Sean went catatonic, but refused to leave his brother's side. Maybe I would have done the same thing if those rumors were true, that they'd been adopted twice.
What?
What? Samson and Bree said. Yeah, Patricia couldn't have kids. The Wheelers adopted Ryan and Sean when they were infants. Private black market kind of thing. We didn't find that out until years later.
Chapter 23. San Francisco, California. We crossed Grove Street and talked with people living in the small tent city at the corner of the Opera House. They all said last night it had been raining so hard they were hunkered down in the shelters, and they saw no one who matched the description. Though one woman offered that the lock, peasant, skirt, and Uggs look was common locally. The two young San Francisco PD detectives, Audrey Bell and Jorge Ponce, had better luck looking through footage from a CCTV camera at Van Ness and Grove. It backed up Clark's version of events the night before. They met us in the Symphony Hall lobby, and we watched the footage on Ned's iPad. The feed was grainy, due to the low light and the downpour, but we could clearly see Judge Park with his 49ers umbrella walking past the tent encampment and being followed down the street by a Caucasian female with a mop of long locks. She moved with her head down, as if she were aware of the cameras and didn't want people to get a good look at her face. Leo Carson, the security chief at the Symphony Hall, finally showed up at 11, irritated that he'd been called in on his first day off in a month. "You got a time frame?" he asked testily. Hinckley said, "Lose the attitude and rewind us to 9:35 last night." Carson did, and we watched an empty, rain-spattered sidewalk until Judge Park appeared, walking down Franklin Street, his back and the top of his umbrella to the camera as he ambled toward his favorite ramen shop. The woman appeared a few seconds later, with her back to the camera. She pulled her hood over her locks, eased something from her sleeve, and stalked in fast behind Park. The attack was brutal, precise, swift. The first thrust of the knife, which looked like a K-bar straight edge, the kind used by Marines, went through his raincoat and suit coat and deep into his right kidney, a devastating wound. She removed the knife, stuck it in his other kidney, and twisted the blade. Park went rigid. Up on his toes, she yanked the knife free, and the air and life went right out of him. She strolled off, stuck the blade back in her sleeve, and then pushed against the left side of her neck.
She's a pro.
I nodded. She knows damaging the kidney causes immediate systemic shock. Hinckley nodded. Also, see how much smaller she is than Park? She needed to target him there or risk him fighting. Mahoney looked at the homicide detectives.
Can you follow her on CCTV, figure out where she went, and see if we get a better look at her?
Ponce nodded. Bell said, "We'll get it all if we can." After the detectives left, Hinckley checked her watch. "I have to vanish here for a couple of hours. Parent-teacher conference for my son, who is having challenges."
Go. You have a home address for Park?
"Coming at you," she said, typing a text on her phone. "And I had Bell and Ponce seal the place early this morning. You'll get first look." She handed us a set of keys that she said were taken off Park's body. It turned out that the judge's house was one of the famous Painted Ladies Victorian homes on Alamo Square, a short walk from the Symphony Hall. As promised, police tape sealed the front door. Ned and I put on booties, gloves, and hairnets, broke the seal, and used Park's keys to get inside. The home decor was modern and precisely arranged. There were hardly any pictures on the wall, but plenty of places where there were hooks or nails hanging. We later found a crate in the basement, filled with framed photographs of Park with his late wife, Lee. The kitchen and bathrooms smelled of bleach. The rugs were all freshly vacuumed. Someone had scrubbed the house before the seal was put in place. Pac's home office was to the left of the front hall, opposite a living room. The office, like the rest of the house, was fastidiously maintained. It featured a parquet floor and a beautiful standing screen with a carved wood frame and stretched cloth painted with landscapes of mountainous South Korea. The closet door was locked. So were the desk drawers and various cabinets. Mahoney found a key to the closet on Pac's ring. He opened it, revealing supplies and a wall safe with a digital keypad. Another key unlocked the cabinets and drawers, which were filled with files on hundreds of legal cases.
We have a lot of work ahead of us.
Let's take a look around upstairs, figure out how best to tackle it all.
More agents.
That too. Mahoney stepped into the carpeted front hall. I was right behind him. Someone jiggled the front door, which was not 15 feet from us. Ned held out his hand and I stopped, hearing little ticks and taps at the door handle. Mahoney mouthed, "Someone is picking it." He gestured me back into the office, drew his pistol, and eased into the closet, leaving it open a crack. I slid behind the big screen and drew my own weapon. We didn't have to wait long. Chapter 24. The front door opened and shut with a soft click. For almost a minute, there was no other noise, as if the intruder were listening as intently as we were. Finally, I heard a few careful footfalls on the carpet in the hallway. Another long pause. Then the prowler moved more confidently. Built in 3 tall sections, the screen I hid behind had delicate hinges, joining the outer 2 panels to the middle. Between the hinges, there were thin gaps I peered through. I didn't see the burglar I had expected. The man who appeared in the doorway of Judge Pac's office was a small, muscular Latino in his late 30s. He was wearing a $5,000 pale gray Italian suit and sporting a puffed-up bleach blonde pompadour that looked varnished in place. Latex gloves covered his hands, and he carried a gym bag emblazoned with the logo for something called Orange Theory Fitness. I thought he would head for the wall safe in the closet, in which case he was in for a major surprise. But he had another target. He walked to a small round table, next to a blood-red leather chair, in front of blackout drapes. He drew out a phone and snapped a close-up picture of the table legs, then lifted the table and carefully set it aside. He got down on his knees and pushed at the baseboard. A piece of the parquet floor rose up with an audible click. With a letter opener from the desk, he pried up the square, then set it on the table. After taking a look around, he turned on his phone's flashlight app, shone it into the hole, and reached down with his right arm up to his elbow. I heard 5 beeps followed by a thunk. He reached farther in and came out with a 6-inch stack of Benjamins, the crisp $100 bills still in bank wrappers. He put them in the gym bag and began scooping out more. Mahoney had had enough. He pushed open the closet door, gun up, and aimed at the back of the guy's head.
Freeze! FBI!
The guy startled and jerked forward, pushing his arm deeper into the hole and smashing his head into the wainscoting behind the drapes. He collapsed, groaning.
Don't move a muscle,
Mahoney said, pulling a zip tie from his pocket. He straddled the man, grabbed his left wrist, put the zip around it, and went for the right. The guy screamed. No! No! My fucking shoulder! It's dislocated!
I don't care,
Mahoney said, finishing the job. He hauled the man up and into the leather chair. Oh, man, my head and neck are killing me, he said, rolling his head around gingerly. His pompadour crushed. I think I compressed a disc, and I got a concussion. You are going to hear about this in court, FBI, whoever you are.
Supervising Special Agent Edward Mahoney,
Ned said, flashing his ID. As I stepped from behind the screen, he said,
This is Dr. Cross. He works for us as a consultant in criminal behavior. And you are?
Sheldon Alvarez, attorney, he said, staring at me slightly cross-eyed and nodding slowly. Cross? I've seen you before. Oh yeah? Where was that? I asked, thinking I would have remembered the pompadour. His eyes cleared a little. At Quantico. I heard your lecture when I did a 6-week course for people working for various U.S. attorneys around the country.
You're with the U.S. attorney here in San Francisco, Sheldon?
Oh, no, he said. I quit that 5 years ago. You can't live here on that kind of bread. I am a wrongful death litigator. I took up my phone to check on Sheldon Alvarez. Wrongful death litigator, as Mahoney said.
Care to explain why you broke a federal crime scene seal, snuck in here, and started looting the judge's stash?
He frowned, winced, said, What looting? The seal was broken. I thought it was another dodge from Biddy, so I came inside.
You picked the front lock.
Alvarez rolled his eyes, winced again, and said, Biddy forced that issue. I looked up from my phone. Biddy? Bitgram Pak. And how did he force what issue? He changed the locks on me, said he was walking the straight and narrow. Something seemed to sag in him then. My head really does hurt.
We'll get it looked at after you answer my questions.
Alvarez shut his eyes for a moment, and his head lolled slightly. It made me think he might indeed have a mild concussion. Wait a second, he said, opening his eyes sleepily. What's this about? Where's Biddy? Don't you read the papers, counselor? I've been up at a friend's cabin, nursing my wounds and plotting my revenge after finding the doors locked. What is this, then? The gambling? Finally?
Judge Pak is dead, Mr. Alvarez. He was stabbed to death last night in front of the Symphony Hall.
He didn't seem to understand, because he just looked back and forth from Ned to me for several moments, before shaking his head. He can't be dead.
He is, though. I'm sorry. His body's at the morgue, awaiting autopsy.
That cut through the fog, and Alvarez broke down, sobbing.
Chapter 25. Bree tried to absorb what the retired Idaho police detective had just said about the Wheeler twins being adopted twice, at least once on the black market.
Mr. Oakes, how did you find that out? About there being a black market deal?
Came in as a tip, 15, 20 years afterward? Near the end of my days on the job. Not much on specifics other than Patricia could not conceive, they were having trouble adopting in California, and she decided to become an Idaho resident and try. But just as she started that whole rigmarole, she got word about twin boys being born. She heard about it through some lawyer here in Idaho. And what, she bought them? The way the tipster had it, she got around all the years of bureaucracy with a quick signing of a check. I followed the lead a bit but could never prove it, and I really couldn't figure out what bearing it had on the case, so I let it drop. Did the boys know they were adopted? 100% no. They were told they were born at the cabin on Alice Lake. That's what the birth records show, too. After they thanked Oakes, Bree and Sampson hung up, not knowing what to think of the unproven tip about the origins of Ryan Malcolm.
Let's let that sit for now. Pick up the timeline with Ryan and Sean Wheeler being adopted by their mother's richer sister.
Bree tapped a pen on the table. She raised them, I guess. She didn't talk much about Sean. It was always Ryan.
What happened to Sean?
Her eyebrows rose. You know, I honestly have no idea. We talked about Ryan. She Googled Sean Wheeler, Idaho, and got nothing but the mention in the Boise article about his parents' murder. She tried the name in Cleveland and then in Jackson Hole. Same result. Bree tried Sean Malcolm in those areas with little luck, then Sean Wheeler and Sean Malcolm with Theresa May Alcott. Again, nothing. This is bizarre. I know she or someone else, her lawyer maybe, told me she brought both boys to Cleveland to live with her. But come to think of it, that time I was in her office, I don't remember seeing pictures of anyone but Ryan. Or at least I think they were all Ryan.
Well, sure, if they were identical twins, how would you know? Guess the only person who can answer these questions is Mrs. Alcott.
He got up and poured himself more coffee. She struck me as the kind of person who would not like answering a lot of questions about Ryan Malcolm, but I think I have to try. The problem is, where is she mourning her loss? Millionaire's Row outside Cleveland? Or the ranch in Jackson Hole? Sampson shrugged.
You got me. Where's the funeral being held?
I haven't seen mention of one yet.
Could be they're keeping it all low-key.
I think we can assume that, given the way he and his aunt both.
What?
Maybe I haven't been looking at this correctly, Bree said, typing on her laptop. Instead of searching for Ryan Malcolm funeral, she assembled a list of all the funeral homes in Jackson Hole and in the greater Cleveland area. Reasoning that this close to Christmas, Theresa May Alcott would be in snowy Wyoming, Bree went on the website for every funeral home in the Jackson Hole area. She looked at the obituaries and the death and service notices as far away as Driggs, Idaho. She saw no one close to Malcolm in age or gender listed. She started to search around Cleveland, beginning with the 2 mortuaries closest to Hunting Valley. The first one was another strikeout. She opened the Carruthers Brothers Funeral Home website, thinking that her clever idea might be a bust. But then she opened the death and service notices, scanned down the list, and smiled. Got him.
Really?
Ryan Wheeler, 48, Private Services, December 23rd, 1 p.m.
That's tomorrow afternoon. Interesting she used the Wheeler name.
Uh-huh, Bree said, jiggling her knee. We need to go.
Private Services.
Bree shrugged. Doesn't mean we can't stand outside and wait for his aunt to come out. Sampson knitted his brow.
I can't see how the chief is going to pay for me to fly to Cleveland on short notice, and after Disney World, there's not a lot of kale in the old crock pot.
Bree laughed. I've never heard it put that way.
Gets the point across.
John said, grinning. She paused, then nodded. I still have a little kale in the old crock pot from my last bonus. I'm going. Chapter 26. Sampson had to leave for a dentist appointment. Bree booked herself on a flight at 8:45 the following morning out of Reagan National. She'd be off the plane at 10:15, plenty of time to get to Hunting Valley and the Carruthers Brothers Funeral Home before services for Ryan Malcolm began. And she'd be back home for all of Christmas Eve. Nana Mama came downstairs later, complaining of a head cold. Bree defrosted a bag of Nana's chicken soup and served it to her on a tray while she watched one of the Medea movies with a blanket across her lap. Nana laughed and blew her nose. I've seen these so many times. I almost know the lines by heart and they still make me laugh. Me too. You good? I am, thank you. Bree blew a kiss at Nana Mama and went back to the kitchen table, where she set Ryan Malcolm aside for the time being and wrote several reports for work. Around 4, she went out for a run despite the dank cold. Ali came home as she was finishing, with Janny and Damon coming in soon after. They were all hungry. Nana Mama's under the weather. We'll get rib delivery from Dawson's. That cheered everyone up, including Nana, who requested spicy rib tips, her favorite, a big order of fries, and a cherry Coke. That's a lot for you, Nana, Janny said. Feed a cold, Alex's grandmother replied. Bree put in the order and was upstairs picking out an outfit to wear to Ryan Malcolm's funeral when her cell rang. It was Alex.
Hey, you.
Hey, you back, Bree said, sitting on their bed and kicking off her shoes. I didn't expect to hear from you for a while.
Just checked in at a hotel. I'm going to take a shower and then we'll head back out.
I'm going to Cleveland in the morning, she said and explained. Alex paused before saying,
I know you got in to see her last time by just showing up. But going to the funeral?
I don't know another way to get her to talk to me.
I'm not telling you not to do it. Just be careful where you tread. She might have taken you barging in last time in stride, but her adopted son wasn't dead then. And that is an awful rich woman you're going to go poke with a stick.
I hear you. I do. Tell me about San Francisco. Alex told her about the hippie chick with the combat knife and being inside the judge's house when Sheldon Alvarez picked the lock and raided Pac's safe. And who was this guy?
If he's to be believed. He was Pac's spurned former live-in lover.
Wait, I thought Pac was married to a woman.
Alvarez claims the wife was good with it. Evidently, Pac told her when they met that he was bisexual. When she found out about the affair, she invited Alvarez to move in.
That's pretty West Coast.
My thoughts exactly.
He said that Alvarez described the Pac's relationship as open and working until Lee was diagnosed with breast cancer. The judge withdrew from his relationship with Alvarez and focused exclusively on his wife.
And then there was his gambling. Evidently, Pac's secret vice was sports betting, and Alvarez financed it.
Did the judge get in over his head?
Multiple times, according to Alvarez. And it got worse during Lee's illness. He said Pac owed him close to $100,000 after her death, and kept putting off payment, even when Alvarez knew the judge had hit it big on the Super Bowl.
The cash in the safe.
Correct. Alvarez said he had no idea Pac was dead and had no idea who would want to kill him.
He could have hired the killer.
Maybe. But he claimed he loved Pac, even after everything the judge did, including shutting him out of his life and taking up with a new, younger woman.
You talked to the new, younger woman yet?
That's on deck.
Alex said and yawned. Do you believe Alvarez's story?
Enough to check out the rest. He says he has other polyamorous friends that he and the Pac socialize with, and they'll back up his story.
San Francisco's a different kind of place, even for appellate court judges.
Evidently.
Alex said and chuckled.
Anyway, I've got to take a shower.
Go. I'll call you on my way out of Cleveland.
I hope to be on my own plane coming home for Christmas Eve.
You better be, or you'll never hear the end of it from Nana Mama and the kids. Chapter 27. Hunting Valley, Ohio. The following day, Bree Stone sat outside the funeral home in the small SUV she'd rented at the airport. She had the engine running, the defroster blasting, and the wiper slapping against the sleet and snow mix coming off Lake Erie that had rendered mid-morning on December 23rd truly miserable in the greater Cleveland area. The first cars were starting to arrive for Ryan Malcolm's private memorial. A black Mercedes town car went around to the rear of the funeral home. A big Polynesian man in a dark suit exited the driver's side and retrieved an umbrella from the trunk. Bree recognized him from her earlier visit to Hunting Valley. His name was Arthur, and he was apparently Theresa May Alcott's driver, gardener, and bodyguard. Arthur opened an umbrella and the right rear door and helped out the heir to a soap fortune. Tall, rail-thin, and dressed in a black pantsuit, high heels, and a hat with a dark lace veil. Mrs. Alcott said something to Arthur, and they moved quickly inside. Bree waited until 15 more cars had arrived, and she'd watched many well-heeled mourners disappear inside, including one she knew immediately, Stephen Vance, the CEO of Paladin. Bree buttoned up her overcoat and retrieved her umbrella, at which point her phone buzzed, alerting her to a new email. She ignored it and put the phone on Do Not Disturb. She got out, opened her umbrella, and shivered at the dank cold as she hurried to the funeral home, trying to avoid the puddles of slush forming. She dropped her umbrella on the porch and went inside. An older man built like a question mark stood in the lobby. He looked at her with well-rehearsed concern. "Family?" "Friend," she said. He stood aside and gestured toward a set of double doors. Bree entered and was glad to find herself at the rear of a chapel where roughly 40 mourners sat. There was a green marble urn on a table up front next to a large close-up photograph of Ryan Malcolm. She slid into one of the empty pews at the back and then over to the far side, ignoring the few glances she got from other attendees. I'm the only black woman in the place. How did I think I was going to pull this off? She had no time to fret. A silver-haired minister wearing a white collar went to the lectern. He spoke briefly, said Ryan was an inspiration, then called up Steve Vance. He talked about Malcolm's mind, his humor despite his disease, and what the loss of his corporate vision meant to Paladin. He also talked about Malcolm's outlook near what turned out to be the end of his life. Vance said Ryan had been figuring out his next adventure when he went out west looking for a ranch. I've never been there, but the ranch he was visiting when he passed sounded like exactly what he was searching for. I hope the prospect of owning it made him very happy as he drove down that mountain road for the last time. Theresa May Alcott got up before Vance could introduce her. The billionaire's hands, in black gloves, trembled as she went to the lectern with a few pieces of paper. Mrs. Alcott tried to speak, but trembled more. She put her fist to her lips. "Sorry," she said at last. "This is going to be hard." After taking a deep breath, the billionaire referred in vague terms to the tragedy that had brought Ryan to live with her. She talked about his grief over the loss of his parents and the resiliency he'd showed throughout his life. She talked about his restless mind and his belief that technology could better lives. She never once mentioned his twin brother, Sean. "They say the greatest pain is the loss of a child," Mrs. Alcott said, choking and then looking out at the mourners. "I can tell you, it's true." She returned stoically to her seat. Bree shifted in the pew, wondering if she'd made a mistake coming here, if she'd made a colossal blunder in thinking Malcolm was the brains behind the vigilante group Maestro. She decided that she should slip out. The minister stood up again and said there would be a luncheon at a local country club, and then asked those assembled to stand and recite the Lord's Prayer in Malcolm's memory. Bree started sliding toward the other end of her pew. She was halfway there when the mourners said, "Amen." She was at the end of the pew when Malcolm's aunt got up and walked down the aisle on Arthur's massive arm. The billionaire's veiled face pivoted as she nodded to various grievers, touching a few on the forearms as she came closer and closer. She paused to stare in puzzlement at Bree for a moment. Then she nodded to her and left the chapel. Bree waited until the last mourner had left before exiting. She hoped Alcott would have departed for the country club, but no such luck. Arthur was waiting for her in the lobby. "Mrs. Alcott would like a word, please." In her mind, Bree heard Alex warning her about coming to the funeral uninvited. She closed her eyes a moment and then followed the big Polynesian into a small room, where the heir to the Alcott soap fortune sat alone, veil off, looking imperious. "Why are you here, Chief Stone?" she demanded. "Paying my respects. I didn't know you knew Ryan." "We never met, but my husband knew him, used Paladin's services. He thought I should be here to represent all the law enforcement officers his algorithms helped in the past few years." Alcott wasn't buying it. "And how did you know this service was for my nephew?" "An article I read in the Idaho Statesman about his parents' murders." "Your sister's maiden name was May. Her married name was Wheeler. I figured it out. Mrs. Alcott said. And you came all the way here? Actually, I was in Cleveland on business. With a private client. I'm not at liberty to say. Mrs. Alcott gazed at Bree for several long moments, her face unreadable. I don't believe you. What do you wish to know about my nephew? Bree cleared her throat. Why didn't he keep the last name Wheeler? Why change it to Malcolm and not Alcott? The billionaire shrugged. He was told in his late teens that he was not my sister's biological son, that he had been adopted from someone named Malcolm. For whatever reason, Ryan decided to use Malcolm as his last name before he went to MIT. So he'd have a completely new start, where no one would know he came from a rich family, he said. He ever try to see if it was true? Try to track his real parents down? I honestly have no idea, she said, looking annoyed. He was a grown man. He didn't tell me everything. Anything else, Chief Stone? Bree figured she had nothing to lose, so she hit Alcott with a question she knew was bound to elicit a heated response. There are some people out in Elko I've spoken to who aren't sure it was your nephew in the van. What with all the burning? The billionaire's nostrils flared. Some people in Elko? Bree said nothing. Mrs. Alcott looked more than a little disgusted. She gestured to her phone. Arthur, set a Google alert that notifies me anytime something is published or released about Ryan's case. Bree tried not to react, as she had done the same thing. Okay. While we were waiting for the service to begin, I got an alert, she said. The Elko County Medical Examiner released the results of the DNA tests they did, confirming that it was indeed my nephew's body in that van. Remembering the alert that she'd ignored before coming into the funeral home, Bree wanted to shrink off somewhere and hide. Please leave, Miss Stone, Alcott said. You have no more business here. Just one more question. Whatever happened to Sean, Ryan's twin brother? At that, the billionaire's stoicism cracked, and Bree saw deep and genuine pain flood through. Sean had a long history of mental illness. He blamed me, my husband, and his brother for it. When Sean was 18, he took his inheritance, told us he never wanted to see us again, and left. No contact since then. We tried several times in the first year, but after that, he was in the wind as far as we were concerned. So you really lost 2 children. Tears formed in Mrs. Alcott's eyes and dripped down her cheeks as she nodded. I'm sorry, Bree said as she got to her feet. I truly am sorry for your losses.
Chapter 28. When I finally woke up, I had no idea where I was at first. Then I heard a creak on the staircase outside my bedroom, realized I was home, and looked blearily at the clock. I groaned. 9 a.m. Bree wasn't in our bed, and the blackout curtains had been drawn to let me sleep. I was about to go back to that when music started playing downstairs. Mariah Carey wailing about Christmas. I came wide awake. It was Christmas Eve morning. I knew what that meant in the Cross household and refused to miss it. Although Mahoney and I had landed at 2 a.m., I forced myself up and into the shower and let the hot water beat on my neck while the events of the prior day played in my head. Judge Pock's girlfriend, Allie Winters, had been devastated by the news of his death. Winters, a successful artist, believed that the judge was planning to propose to her. She confirmed that he'd led a polyamorous life with his late wife, but said he was done with that. Too much drama, she'd said. He was ready for a conventional existence. Pock's girlfriend also said that she'd had suspicion about his gambling problems, although she knew nothing concrete. Then the San Francisco Homicide Department that had been disparaged the day before came up big, Detectives Bell and Ponce and an excellent IT officer named Sally Gable managed to trace the hippie assassin for 15 blocks. They saw her enter an alley between row houses, and she did not come out, so they theorized she might be holed up in one of the buildings. Mahoney, the detectives, and I walked through the alley and looked in trash bins. A soaking wet wig of locks was buried under garbage in one. The peasant skirt and hooded raincoat were in another.
Is there a camera at the other end of this alley?
Mahoney asked as he bagged the evidence for DNA analysis. I'll find out, Bell said, and called their IT wizard. After a minute, she nodded. There is. Sally is sending over footage. Mahoney called it up on his iPad. The camera caught the woman appearing from the alley. She turned her back and hurried away while she opened a black umbrella. We backed the footage up and froze it on our best look at her, which gave us about an eighth of her face. She wore Doc Martens boots, black tights, black jacket. Her hair was short, spiky, and blonde. Judge Franklin's killer had hair like that. Mahoney nodded.
I say it's her. Same athletic build, but I'm not sure we've got enough of her face here to use recognition software.
We've got her DNA on those clothes.
We do indeed.
The fact that we had DNA on the killer bolstered our spirits on the flight home. But now, as I shaved and finished my shower, all I wanted was to set all work aside and be with my family. I dressed in jeans, a Howard University track team hoodie, and sneakers and went down the stairs. The balsam fir was already upright in its stand in the front room, and everyone was moving in boxes of ornaments and lights. Willow trailed them with Samson close behind. Willow saw me, and her eyes grew wide and excited. Uncle Alex, we're going to decorate the tree now. I know. I'm glad I didn't miss it, I said, entering the front room. Bree gave me a disapproving look.
You need sleep.
Nana Mama said, Look at the bags under that boy's eyes. I'll take a nap this afternoon.
No work? Promise?
Work doesn't exist for at least 48 hours. Good, my grandmother said. You want eggs? I'll get them myself, Nana. I just want to grab a cup of coffee and enjoy the day. And I did. And we did. The simple acts of playing our favorite Christmas music, stringing the lights, and hanging family ornaments took me away from dead federal judges and blonde assassins. Trimming the tree, listening to my kids chattering and joking, watching Willow's excitement, it all anchored me in a way I guess I needed because, when we finished, I felt deeply content and at ease. I made good on my promise and took a long, much-needed nap. When I got up, Bree and I went for a run with Damon and Janny. Ali led the way on his mountain bike. We ran past the White House, admired the national Christmas tree. Everyone we encountered was smiling and happy despite the raw wind. Before dinner, we gathered around Nana Mama for another tradition, as she read us the story of the Nativity as told in the book of Luke. And there were shepherds living out in the fields nearby, she read, keeping watch over their flocks at night. An angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were terrified. But the angel said to them, Do not be afraid. I bring you good news that will cause great joy for all the people. Today, in the town of David, a Savior has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord. This will be a sign to you. You will find a baby wrapped in cloths and lying in a manger. Willow went to the carved nativity scene that sat on the little table by the fireplace. Like this baby? She said. Nana Mama smiled. Exactly like that baby, she said. That's what we really celebrate on Christmas, Willow. Jesus' miraculous birth. For Christmas Eve dinner, we surprised my grandmother with steamed clams and king crab legs, her favorites. Afterward, we sang songs until Willow fell asleep in her father's arms. The next day, Bree and I went to church early with Nana Mama and heard the story of the Nativity. Back at home, we opened presents with the kids. Willow was out of her mind with all the toys she got and all the attention showered on her, especially by Rebecca Cantrell, the U.S. Attorney for Northern Virginia and Sampson's new girlfriend. Rebecca stayed with us all day, ate roast turkey with us that evening, and proclaimed it the best Christmas she'd had in years before kissing Sampson and Willow and leaving around 9. I tried to stay awake to watch a movie the kids wanted to see, but I fell asleep during the opening credits and soon after went to bed. After a deliciously long sleep, I woke to find Bree dressed, sitting in a chair in the corner, and looking at me with a fretful expression on her face.
I guess it's him then.
I sat up, blinking. I think I'm coming in at the end of this conversation.
We promised not to talk work for 2 wonderful days, but now I need to.
Okay. Can I get some coffee?
Right there on your nightstand.
I looked over and saw an insulated go-cup with a thin trail of steam rising from it. You do need to talk. Bree nodded and spilled the details of her trip to Hunting Valley and her discussion with Theresa May Alcott.
After hearing about the DNA report, I felt like I had 0 grounds to be there. I felt like I'd poked someone with a stick on their worst day. And I pride myself on not being that kind of person, you know?
I do. And I hear and see how upset you are, but we're investigators. We ask questions at difficult times. When you went, you thought you were doing the right thing by confronting her.
I got the same notice about the DNA results she did, but I didn't look at the Google alert before I went in.
Would you have done things differently if you had?
I don't think I would have gone inside at all. I mean, what's the point? Even if he was M, he's dead, and he kept it from her. The only person I was trying to help with my questions was me, so I could prove I was right.
How many people had Maestro killed over the years we've been chasing them?
More than 100.
You don't think more than 100 dead people played a part in your thinking? Because I know they always play a part in my mind when I'm thinking about M. Always.
They do for me, too.
There you go, then. You went to Cleveland with a nobler purpose, caused a little unintentional agitation in service of that purpose, and now you move on. She shifted in her chair, her brow knitting.
And give up on identifying M?
Maybe give it a rest. It might help you get some perspective. She thought about that, nodded, and came over to the bed, smiling.
Thanks.
Anytime. Bree bent over to give me a kiss, but my cell phone started playing Ned Mahoney's jingle before our lips could meet. I have to answer that,
I know.
she said, drawing back.
Rain check?
Definitely, I said, and answered the call. Ned?
We've gotten a disturbing tip that we have to run down, no matter the political implications.
Chapter 29. Between December 26th and January 2nd, the nation's capital is usually dead. Congress is in recess, the federal agencies are operating on skeleton crews, and the president is off skiing or golfing with family somewhere. But today, 3 days after the FBI received an anonymous tip on its hotline, the offices Mahoney and I entered on Capitol Hill were crowded with young people working at breakneck speed. Cell phones were ringing constantly, and everyone was shouting over one another. "Welcome to the office of President-elect Sue Winter," said the harried woman with curly ginger hair, who met us at the elevator. "And who are you again?"
FBI, ma'am.
"Oh," she said, clearly taken aback. "No one told me the FBI was coming."
And you are?
"Hester Little," she said, extending her hand. "I work for the transition team."
In what capacity?
He said, shaking it. "Assistant to the Assistant Director of Transition Personnel." she said, squinting. I'm sorry, the person at the front desk said you were looking for a job.
Not at this time, Miss Little.
Mahoney said, smiling at her and stepping back.
We'd like to talk with the Director of Transition Personnel.
The assistant to the assistant director's face fell. I'm afraid that's kind of impossible. She's meeting with the inaugural team at the moment. Where? Here.
Then you should go and kind of get her out of that meeting,
Mahoney said, the smile fading.
This is a double homicide investigation, and the FBI's highest priority.
Really?
Really.
She hurried away. A few moments later, Miss Little returned, apologized, and led us through a maze of desks to a conference room. An extremely irritated-looking woman with close-cropped black hair came into the room through another door. This better be good, she said. I'm losing ground by the minute.
Edward Mahoney, FBI. This is my colleague, Dr. Alex Cross. We're working the murders of federal appeals court judges Franklin and Pock.
That sobered the woman. Sorry. I'm Allegra Dennison, Director of Transition Personnel. How can I help? An anonymous caller said that the incoming administration had been considering nominating Judge Franklin to the U.S. Supreme Court. Dennison frowned. There's no opening that I know of.
But there must be lists you keep, files of possible candidates.
I'm sure, she said. But we're not in the habit of discussing those with the public.
We're not the public, Miss Dennison,
Ned said, getting that hard-ass edge to his voice again.
We're the law.
Yes, she said, holding up her palms. And I'm not here to obstruct you in any way, Mr. Mahoney. I'll tell you that as far as I know, Judge Franklin was not on any transition team list of possible Supreme Court appointees. Okay. What about Judge Pock? Pock? No. He was a longtime supporter of President-elect Sue Winter, but no. Supporter? The President-elect knew Mrs. Pock in college and attended the Pock's wedding. Both Judge and Mrs. Pock made regular donations to her campaigns over the years.
Huh. And that didn't get Pock on a list?
If it did, it has not crossed my desk, she said firmly. I want to put this rumor to rest. The office and work of the transition team is in no way, shape, or form connected to the tragic deaths of Judge Pock and Judge Franklin.
Chapter 30. December slipped away, and January began bitter cold for the nation's capital. The Cross family Christmas tree came down on New Year's Day. Damon left on January 2nd to see his new girlfriend in Nashville before going back to Davidson. A few days later, Janny returned to the dorms at Howard. And not long after that, Ali's Christmas break was over. At breakfast after dropping Ali off at school, Bree said, "I can't believe how empty the place feels with just us." Alex nodded.
There was a whirlwind, and now the calm afterward.
"I'll miss it until next Christmas," Nana Mama said.
Wish me luck getting in,
Alex said as he left. "Getting in where?" Nana Mama asked Bree. The office of President-elect Sue Winter. He and Ned spoke to her transition team about something and got nowhere, but they realized that there were more parts to the incoming administration, like the inauguration team and the permanent team that will eventually surround the president in the White House. That's who they're trying to talk to. "Sounds complicated," Nana Mama said. "It's not my cup of tea either." "Going to work over at Bluestone today?" Alex said I can use his attic office, so I'm going to stick around and get a few things done without distractions. After cleaning the kitchen for Alex's grandmother, Bree got her laptop and climbed the stairs to Alex's hideaway. He had a nicer office in the basement, where he saw patients from time to time, but Bree liked the attic office more. Wood interior, slanted roof that made you duck, a sturdy wooden desk with neat stacks of files. dozens of cardboard boxes crammed with the relics of his early investigations. And it smelled like Alex. That made Bree smile. She turned on the light, shut the door, sat down at her computer, and spent some productive time answering emails from clients and finishing a report on her most recent assignment, a missing person who had sadly been identified as a plane crash victim. She knew she should do some background reading on a case of possible corporate fraud her boss had asked her to look into, but instead, she sat there trying unsuccessfully to suppress a worm that kept invading her thoughts. Okay, he's dead. But that does not mean he wasn't M. Telling herself that it had been over a week since she'd obsessed about M and Maestro, she decided to give herself 30 minutes, an hour tops, to review the case, looking for loose threads that might give her a different angle. She scrolled through her files, saw a note she'd left for herself to find out why Ryan Wheeler had become Ryan Malcolm instead of Ryan Alcott. His aunt had tried to explain, but it still struck Bree as a little odd, the way the billionaire had pleaded ignorance and reacted dismissively when asked if her nephew had ever tried to track down his biological parents. But was she being dismissive? Or was she trying to make me lose interest? And what about Sean Wheeler? What had become of him? Bree started to dig around in Idaho's online court system. She found records, likely falsified, showing Ryan and Sean Wheeler had been born at home with the Wheelers listed as parents. Not long after, she found a filing in Boise in which 18-year-old Ryan Wheeler had petitioned to have his birth name, Ryan Felix Malcolm, reinstated. Bree muttered to herself, "That helps, but why do it in Idaho? Unless he was actually born in Idaho?" She started digging into Ancestry.com, then stopped. She went back to the Idaho court records and searched for Ryan Felix Malcolm. Almost immediately, up popped a reference to a filing in a Latah County, Idaho court petitioning the judge to open the adoption records of Ryan Felix Malcolm. The petition was approved when Malcolm was 21. Bree tried to open the file, but was halted by a digital seal that had been requested by Ryan Felix Malcolm shortly afterward. She felt thwarted. Why unseal and then almost immediately reseal? Because he didn't like what he found? Bree felt that was a fair bet, but without access to the file, what good was it? She was about to move on when she noticed that the unsealing petition and the resealing petition had been filed by two different attorneys. The unsealing petition had been filed by a Moscow, Idaho lawyer. The resealing petition had been written and filed by a counselor from Salmon, Idaho. She looked up the Salmon attorney and found an obituary from nearly 10 years before. Why Salmon? Bree went to the Ancestry.com birth records and typed in Ryan Felix Malcolm, Idaho. She got a hodgepodge of references to various Felixes and Malcolms, but couldn't find the one she was looking for until she added Salmon to the search. Soon a birth certificate appeared on the screen, and Bree smiled. There you are. And that birth date looks on the money. Your dad was William Malcolm, 17, and your mom was Lucille Wallace, 16. He had changed his last name to his biological father's. Why? She checked her watch, saw it was almost noon. She'd spent close to 3 hours looking into Malcolm, and she told herself to stop. She had to start working on the corporate fraud investigation. Bree meant to save Malcolm's birth certificate to her Ancestry.com folder, but accidentally scrolled up to the next birth certificate in chronological order. She stared at it and saw links to other documents. She clicked on several. The implications dawned on her slowly at first and then very, very fast. Bree stood up and pumped her fist. Feeling vindicated, she whispered, "That, my friend, changes the story. That flips everything on its head."
Chapter 31. I got home that evening feeling like we were being stalled by the office of the president-elect staffers. Ned Mahoney and I had been told we had an appointment with Matthew Shearson, the personnel director for the incoming administration. But when we arrived, we were informed that Shearson had gone to Arizona with the president-elect and would not be available for 2 days. Mahoney demanded to see someone higher up in the food chain, but was told that the entire senior staff had gone to Tucson with Shearson and President-elect Sue Winter for an intensive work retreat before the inauguration preparations. Ned called the acting FBI director after we left, and she told us she would put pressure on Shearson to call us at his earliest opportunity. We hadn't heard a thing since. The frustration must have shown on my face when I entered the kitchen because Bree immediately came over and hugged me.
Rough day?
If you call a state of inertia rough, yeah.
Sit down. Ali and I are making tacos.
I noticed my youngest child stirring shredded chicken in a pan. Smells good. Ali grinned.
I'll put the spices in. Well, Nana told me which ones.
Where's Nana? Right here, she said, coming in and yawning. Sorry, I just did another one of those AP English lectures online and they wiped me out. But they do those kids a lot of good. And they still wipe me out, she said, taking a seat at the table. You have to have a lot of energy to keep their attention, and I have only so much these days. What did you teach? Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, she said. John Sampson came in with Willow, which surprised me because they'd moved back into their home after the gas leak was fixed.
I invited them for tacos. I want to show you and John something later.
We spent dinner discussing Invisible Man, the story of an educated black man in the 1950s struggling in a racially divided country that refused to see him as a full human being. Nana Mama pushed away her plate and yawned. Unfortunately, the story is as pertinent today as it was when it was published more than 70 years ago. This old lady is going to watch a little television, and then it's lights out and toes up.
Willow and I will come with you, Nana. I don't have to do dishes because I cooked.
Well, lucky you, she said and got up. Do you both want Nana's brownies? Willow nodded excitedly. Yes, please, Nana.
With vanilla ice cream.
After all those tacos?
Always.
Sampson and I cleaned up while my grandmother got Willow and Ollie brownies with vanilla ice cream, then led them off to the front room. As soon as they were gone, Bree went and grabbed a manila folder.
I found something today that reminded me to expect the unexpected at every turn.
She opened the folder and showed us printouts of various documents from Idaho court records and Ancestry.com. I thought you were taking a break from Ryan Malcolm.
I was. I did. More than a week. You were right. It gave me a new perspective. Just look.
Sampson was turning the pages.
Malcolm was adopted. Tried to find his real parents.
And then he had the adoption files resealed? I said, reading over his shoulder. How did he get that done?
Money under the table. Had to be.
Sampson turned another page.
The birth certificate for Ryan Felix Malcolm. No doubt about where he came from now.
Salmon, Idaho?
Yes.
Bree said, grinning like Willow had in anticipation of dessert.
Now look at the next one.
John turned another page in the file. We both stared at it. Sampson whistled.
Right?
Sean Malcolm Wallace. Is that the brother?
Different name, but definitely the twin. Took the last name of the mom's family, I guess. But look closely at the page that follows. The DNA tests.
We did. I didn't quite understand it until I saw a notice below each one. You have an identical twin in the database. At that point, I got confused. I looked up at Bree. But you've known about Ryan's twin for quite a while now.
Alex, think of it another way. They are or were genetic copies of each other. All the evidence says Ryan Malcolm died in that crash outside Elko. The ID, the vehicle, even the DNA. But now there's doubt.
Sampson nodded, starting to smile.
You think Sean Malcolm was in that vehicle and not Ryan?
If they were identical twins, sharing the exact same DNA, then I think it's possible, especially with someone as nefarious as M.
So what? Did Ryan take on Sean's persona? If so, where is he?
I'm still looking under every name he might have used.
What about the parents of the twins? Ryan might have contacted them after getting the papers unsealed. Or Sean might have.
Bree brightened.
That's an angle I didn't consider. I mean, you're right. If they're alive, they just might know what became of Sean Malcolm Wallace.
Chapter 32. Athens, Georgia. Professor Nathan Carver of the University of Georgia School of Law finished up a lecture on the separation of powers in the U.S. Constitution. 45, a full-blooded American Indian and a stirring speaker, Carver engaged with several inspired students afterward, then excused himself. He had to meet an old and dear friend for dinner. The professor hurried to an off-campus bistro, where Elaine Holmes, a fellow graduate of the law school and a very successful attorney in Washington, D.C., was waiting.
Elaine, you look fantastic, Carver said, after giving her a kiss on each cheek.
It's a miracle what makeup and a good dye job can do these days, she said. But look at you. You've lost weight.
25 pounds since the divorce, he said proudly.
And I've gained 5 since mine, Holmes said. Dating anyone?
Tried a couple of times. I don't think I'm ready yet.
My 3 attempts have been nightmares. Did you know men put up fake photos of themselves on dating sites as often as women?
I can't imagine,
Carver said, laughing. Faking a shudder, Holmes said, I don't have to. I saw them in the flesh. They shared a bottle of wine and ate dinner, caught up on each other's lives. Though she was paid insanely well, Holmes had grown to hate her job and was itching for something new.
I still love my job, Carver said.
Why do I sense a but coming? Holmes asked.
Just a little nonsense I can't talk about at the moment.
Nonsense?
Something that is extremely unlikely to happen. Hence, it's nonsense.
You'll tell me if it proves more than that? Carver cocked his head at her and smiled.
Actually, you'll be the first to know.
The professor felt a nice little tension between them, a little spark, especially when she asked if he was interested in a nightcap at one of their favorite hangouts as students. But then he remembered how raw he'd felt when his ex-wife had followed through on the little tension, the little spark, and their marriage had come apart.
I'm good for tonight, Elaine,
he said.
Early classes.
She nodded, a little sadly. I understand. You get up to D.C. You call me.
I'm coming next week, as a matter of fact,
he said.
I'll text you the particulars. I'd love to get together.
I had fun tonight. I did too, she said, brightening. We'll go out to one of my favorite spots. They hugged a little too long on the sidewalk, had an awkward peck of a kiss, and promised they'd see each other next week. Carver walked home beneath leafless oaks, feeling pleasantly drunk and better about his personal life than he had in a long time. Elaine Holmes. Who would have thought? Well, why not? She's smart as hell, good-looking, funny, single, and I'm not a bad catch. He felt a little dizzy and in need of water and sleep, as he turned onto the quiet street a few blocks from campus where he lived. It was well past 11. Many of the brick homes were dark. The sidewalks were empty. As he walked up his driveway, he heard a car door open and shut behind him on the other side of the street. He didn't turn because he was thinking, I could do a lot worse than Elaine Holmes, and I could not do much better, or any better. Carver felt a little goofy inside, a good goofy. He thought, I wonder if I should text her something before I go to... Professor Carver, a woman said in a thick accent. He frowned and felt a little wobbly as he turned to find a woman in her 30s, short blonde hair, wearing jeans and a dark hoodie. She was standing about 20 feet away. I'm sorry, he said. She said something, raised a suppressed pistol, and fired 2 shots.
Chapter 33. The morning after Bree told us what she discovered, she, Nana Mama, and I were having breakfast in the kitchen when John Sampson came by. He poured himself a cup of coffee and said,
I think we owe it to ourselves to go to Nevada, Bree. I think there's something there.
Nana Mama said, Vegas?
Elko, northern Nevada, and then Salmon, Idaho.
Sounds cold, and I'm already cold, my grandmother said, and drew the lapels of her quilted day coat tighter. Bree looked at me. I held up my hands. I've got a full plate with the appellate judge's murders.
I know you do. I also think John's right. There's something out there.
Why not go? What's the issue?
Work and the fact I got very little out of going to Cleveland.
Get time off. Forget Cleveland.
What about Willow?
Billy's daughter is coming down from Philadelphia to look after her baby sister.
So you were planning on going even before you got here?
He nodded.
I figured you would go, and there was no way you were going in search of M's origins without me. So I talked to the chief. He's giving me time off without pay.
Bree smiled.
So there was more kale in the old crock pot.
Scraping the bottom, but yeah.
It's settled then. When are you going?
ASAP, before the trail gets colder.
Bree pulled out her laptop, and she and John were looking for flights to Reno when Ned Mahoney knocked and immediately rushed in.
What's wrong with your phone, Alex? I've been calling for the last 20 minutes.
Frowning, I checked my phone. I had it on Do Not Disturb.
Let's go. The head of personnel for the transition team called me. Wants to see us straight away.
After we all promised to keep each other posted on our whereabouts, Bree and Sampson went back to find flights, and Ned and I headed to his car. 15 minutes later, we were being shown into the offices of a distraught Allegra Dennison. I wanted to tell you this in person, Dennison said, closing the door. I was wrong the other day. Judge Franklin apparently was being vetted, but not by us. Not by the transition team.
By people in the office of the president-elect?
Mahoney said, sitting forward. She shook her head. By a group of private advisors to President-elect Winter. Big donors, many with law backgrounds. They were evidently charged with creating a short list of possible nominees for Winter to consider if a Supreme Court seat opened up. Is that unusual? To have that kind of group? Absolutely not, Dennison said. These kinds of teams are put together whenever an incoming administration prepares to take office. They've got panels vetting people for all the cabinet and West Wing positions as well.
Why didn't the staffers in the office of the president-elect tell us this?
Mahoney said, his frustration showing. I can't answer that. But as I understand it, the panels are supposed to be informal. A way to let big donors make recommendations and feel involved while the final decisions are made elsewhere. Okay, so how do you know Franklin was on the list? A friend of mine who's working with the group mentioned it. Who else was on that list? Judge Park? I don't know. We need your friend's name and the names of others on that team. Geneva Roche at the Trafalgar Group on K Street? She'd know them all. Chapter 34. We reached the Tony office of the Trafalgar Group around 10 that morning, presented our credentials, and asked to see Geneva Roche. Roche, a sharp and well-put-together brunette in her 40s, came right out to greet us. I had a feeling I'd be hearing from someone in your organization, she said. She led us into her huge office and shut the door. Mahoney got right to it.
We were told the late Judge Franklin was on a short list of possible Supreme Court candidates.
Roche made a sour face. I would not call it a short list. What would you call it? An endlessly revised long list. It changes daily at this point, and will throughout the administration. Roche explained that she had worked in the White House 2 presidents ago, and lists of possible candidates for various appointments were constantly evolving and being updated.
Was Judge Bitkaram Pak of the Ninth Circuit ever on that constantly evolving list?
Roche raised an eyebrow. Yes, the president-elect knew Pak. She had him put on the list right after she clinched the nomination so we could dig in quickly. And an investigation was ongoing, but he was high on the list, top 5. I realized she did not know about the unconventional sex life and gambling, but said nothing. How high on the list was Judge Franklin? Top 5.
You don't find it odd that 2 people on that list have recently been murdered?
Roche swallowed. 2 I found a little odd, given where Judge Pak lived. You could see it happening. Not Judge Franklin, though, and certainly not Nathan Carver. So 3, I find that very odd. We both shot forward.
What do you mean, 3?
And who's Nathan Carver? She looked at us incredulously. Professor of constitutional law at the University of Georgia. He was shot outside his house last night. I thought you knew. We do now, I said, reeling as I considered the implications. And Professor Carver was on this list of recommended candidates? Our number 1, as a matter of fact.
We need the list, and we need to know the groups that have access to it.
Roche thought a moment, then named the President-elect's office, the Vice President-elect's office, the incoming Attorney General's staff, and the advisory panel itself. But these lists do float around a fair bit. Names are mentioned, debated. The group gets feedback and then vets the information. The order of preference changes. Like I said, at this point, it's all fluid.
Whatever. I need the names of everyone on that advisory panel.
Roche shifted uncomfortably. These are the kinds of people who prefer to stay in the background, and I know them. They would not be involved in—
Look, we'd let them stay in the background if 3 potential nominees to the Supreme Court hadn't been murdered. The names, please.
Roche wasn't happy, but she turned to her computer and printed out a list of 15 names. We recognized many of them, big-time donors and supporters of the president-elect, titans of industry, law, finance, and Hollywood. But it was the last name on the list that stopped us cold.
Chapter 35. Bree and Sampson boarded a United flight to Denver. There, they would pick up a jet to Reno. They sat next to each other on an exit row the flight attendant gave to Sampson because of his height. Bree tried to call Alex, but it went straight to voicemail and he wasn't answering texts. He and Ned must be on to something, Bree said, putting her phone in airplane mode.
Doesn't surprise me. Those 2 are like hounds when they're together.
He said it with a little wistfulness. You miss working with him full time. With Alex, I mean.
Sampson shrugged.
We'll work together again soon. I'm sure of it.
I am too, and I'm glad you're coming with me.
I thought you were coming with me.
Once the plane was airborne, Bree noticed how pensive Sampson was. M? she said. John nodded, a cruel expression appearing on his face.
When he taunted me about Billy's death, said he'd killed her so I'd have to go through the nightmare of having her exhumed, I swore that I would not stop until I had this guy in my sights.
I remember, and I feel the same way. 100%. If there's something there in Nevada, we'll find it. He nodded without looking at her.
I need to find it.
Bree felt the urge to change the subject. How's Rebecca these days? His tight jaw loosened, and a smile came to his lips.
She's busy, but good. We talk almost every night and try to see each other on the weekends when she can spend time with Willow.
And Willow likes her?
Adores her. Says I should keep dating her.
Bree laughed. You should keep dating her.
No argument there.
No, I mean, don't make it entirely about the three of you, Willow, and Rebecca, even though that is very, very important. Sampson's jaw tightened again.
Okay.
I'm saying keep the romance going. You're at the very beginning of a relationship, John. You have to feed the romance. And to do that, you have to find time to be alone. And you have to be, well, creative.
Creative?
Surprise her with something thoughtful or playful. It doesn't have to be much. Just enough to say, I see you. I hear you. I was thinking about you.
I say that.
No, your gesture does. But that's your intent.
Oh.
Sampson said, clearly puzzled.
I'm going to have to think on that.
He was quiet for much of the rest of the flight. Bree tried to work on the corporate fraud case but fell asleep. When she woke up, he was busy writing in a notebook. He finished up and put the notebook away.
Took your advice.
How's that?
You know, being creative with Rebecca. I wrote her a little love letter. I'll get an envelope and a stamp and mail it in the morning.
Good for you, Bree said and giggled. A love letter? From John Sampson? My, how times have changed.
Happens to the best of us. Especially when we get good advice.
It was snowing in Denver when they landed. Their flight to Reno was delayed by 5 hours. She finally got Alex on the phone around 11 o'clock his time. You picked up.
Crazy day,
Alex said, shouting to be heard over the sound of a jet engine.
I'm sorry. We just landed in Athens, Georgia.
Athens? He told her about the recently murdered Professor Nathan Carver being on a list of possible Supreme Court nominees, along with Judge Franklin and Judge Pack.
Guess who's part of the panel that came up with the list?
You got me.
Theresa May Alcott.
Bree shook her head. Really? Is that a coincidence?
Ned seems to think so. He said it would be strange if someone with that kind of financial and political clout weren't on the panel.
I'm not buying that.
Neither am I. It feels off, like we're working two sides of the same story.
No proof of that yet, even if Alcott's on that panel. Have they alerted the other people on the list that they might be in danger?
Mahoney made it his first priority.
Alex said, his cell phone crackling.
Before we caught our flight south, he assigned agents to protect everyone on the list, and investigators to look at everyone who had access to it.
Sampson was gesturing to her. We're finally boarding for Reno.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
In the evening. Love you.
Love you too. Tell John good hunting.
Chapter 36. Bree and Sampson were up before sunrise and left Reno, Sampson driving, heading east on I-80 in a white Jeep Cherokee they'd rented at the airport. Several hours later, they switched, and Sampson drank gas station coffee while Bree drove into a glary winter sun. I should have bought a protein bar or something back there.
I have one, I think.
Sampson said, reaching into his pack. He rummaged around in it.
What's this doing here?
Bree glanced at something in his hand. What?
Willow's little geobit, the GPS beacon I use to keep track of her in Disney World.
Maybe your little girl's trying to keep track of you. Chuckling, John dropped the fob back in the pack, found a Cliff Bar, and handed it to Bree. She took a few bites, washed it down with water, and looked out to her left across a high desert landscape with peaks beyond. Look at that. Those mountains out there with the snow dusting the top. You don't see that in D.C.
I think I said something like that when Alex and I rode on horseback into the Bob Marshall Wilderness,
Sampson said, craning his neck to see the mountains and smiling.
I think we'll go up into something like that to see the ranch Malcolm wanted.
Oh, I don't think I brought boots.
Neither did I.
They refueled and bought insulated rubber boots in Elko before heading north up Nevada 225 toward the Independence Mountains. Both of them wanted to see where Ryan Malcolm had died before they did anything else. Shortly after noon, they turned off the highway and headed west through dry, rugged sagebrush terrain toward the trees in the edge of the national forest, where the road became a series of tortuous switchbacks. They encountered no one else. When they got above 4,000 feet, flurries fell. At 4,500 feet, the road was covered in an inch of snow, and Sampson put the Jeep in four-wheel drive. There it is. Has to be. She pointed to a steel guardrail that was badly bent. Seeing no one behind him, Sampson pulled over and parked. They got out, went to the rail, and looked over. Far below, they could see the burned skeleton of the van Ryan Malcolm had been driving. They should have brought that up.
How? A construction helicopter?
Why not?
Cost, I'd imagine. But what do I know?
Should we keep going up? See this ranch he was all hot to buy?
We've got the boots. Might as well use them.
By the time they reached the lock gate to the Double T Ranch, the snow was falling steadily. It was already 5 inches deep. They got out and saw no tracks on the other side of the gate. Signs flanking it read, "No trespassing." Sampson ignored them and started climbing the gate. John?
I've come a long way.
He straddled the top and then jumped down to the other side.
We haven't seen anyone since we left the highway. I'm going to see why Malcolm was so interested in this place. And the snow will cover my tracks.
Bree debated with herself and then followed him. They trudged up a 2-track lane through stands of pine. A mile in, they emerged into a spectacular series of alpine meadows surrounded by forested ridges frosted in the snow. In the distance, they saw a big log house. No lights were on. No smoke curled from the massive stone chimney. You can see why someone with as much money as Malcolm would want to own something like this.
Maybe. But maybe it was just a cover. I mean, come on. The guy was in a wheelchair most of the time. How would he enjoy this?
I don't know. A big ATV?
Could be. Let's go to Elko and ask questions.
They started back through the thick stands of pines, and when they rounded the first corner, a grizzled creature of a man stood there. He ran the action on his pump shotgun, snapped it to his shoulder, and aimed right at them. Chapter 37. Bree and Sampson threw up their hands. "Who are you, and what the hell are you doing here?" he demanded.
I'm a homicide detective. Washington, D.C. Metro.
"And I'm a private investigator and former chief of homicide at D.C. Metro. We're looking into the death of Ryan Malcolm. We heard he was interested in buying this ranch." "And you figured you could ignore the signs telling you not to trespass because of that?"
I admit it was a moron move. We just wanted to see why Malcolm was interested in owning a place like this.
"Sheer beauty, maybe?" the man said. "We saw that. Can you lower the gun, sir? We are unarmed." He hesitated, then lowered the shotgun. He pivoted away from them and racked the shell out of the chamber. He turned back and said somewhat sarcastically, "What's there to investigate? Was officially an accident. Read the report myself."
Your name?
Sampson said, holding out his hand. "Eldon," he said. He removed his mitten and shook Sampson's hand. "Eldon Boyd." "You the caretaker, Mr. Boyd?" He nodded. "I look in on the place for the owners." "Brazilians?" "Correct."
You've met them? The Brazilians?
"Never had the pleasure," Boyd said. "Absentee owners." "Did you meet Ryan Malcolm when he flew in here to see the ranch?" He shook his head. "I was over in Denver. My mom's been sick." "Why do I get the sense that you're skeptical of the accident ruling?" He squinted at her. "You work for an insurance company these days?" "Something like that." After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Follow me." Boyd limped back down the snowed-over two-track road and put in a code to open the gate. He got in an old red Ford F-250 parked by their Jeep, led them back down the mountain, and parked just shy of where Malcolm's van had gone over the guardrail. The caretaker got out and retrieved an aluminum snow shovel from the back of the pickup. He shoveled and carefully scraped up several inches of snow from the impact point at the rail back into the road, revealing thick skid marks arcing from the right lane to the left. Boyd said, "I used to drive a tow truck out of Elko. We had all the interstate chaos. You see enough pileups, you know that for someone to lay down rubber this thick, he's got to be driving like a bat out of hell before he hits the brakes to avoid whatever he was trying to avoid."
What was Malcolm trying to avoid? An animal?
"The only animals that can move up and down something this sheer are mountain goats and wild sheep, and neither live in this range." "A rock broke free of the cliff and landed here?" "If there was one, it wasn't mentioned in the report. It just says he must have been traveling at an excessive speed, lost control somehow, and hit the rail. But look at the skids. To me, it says he was avoiding something big that was sitting right here, blocking the lanes." "Like a vehicle?" she asked, trying to see it in her head. "Now you're thinking," Boyd said. "Like a vehicle parked sideways."
Chapter 38. Athens, Georgia. At 11 o'clock that morning, Ned Mahoney and I were getting ready to search the office of the late Professor Nathan Carver. We were joined by the dean of the law school, the chief of campus police, 3 FBI agents from Atlanta, and 2 local homicide detectives. "We're going in there first," said one of the detectives, a young, short power lifter named Donnie Forbes. His partner, Keely Warren, towered over him.
Fat chance. This is a federal investigation into the deaths of multiple people across multiple state lines. Have you gone house to house in the neighborhood?
"Yesterday," Detective Warren said defensively, "no one saw or heard anything. People across the street weren't even home. We spoke with a friend Carver had dinner with the night he was killed. Elaine Holmes, from D.C. She's devastated." "You get any security video?" Forbes flushed and clenched his hands. "Not yet. Like Detective Warren said, the people across the street weren't home, and they won't be back until this afternoon." "But they have a camera?" "I think so. One of those doorbell things." "What about after Carver left the restaurant? Anyone follow him?" Warren said, "That was top of our list for this morning."
Let's keep it that way. We'll handle the search here.
Forbes looked like he wanted to argue, but Warren walked off and he followed her. Mahoney asked the dean to open the door. Professor Carver's personal workspace was spare and neatly arranged. A single file sat on one side of his desktop computer, a slender leather folio on the other side. The file contained drafts of a paper he was writing. The folio held a copy of the first public printing of the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights inside a plastic sleeve. "He loved that," said Ann Banks, the dean of the law school, misting up when she saw the document. That folio copy was Nathan's most prized possession. He called it his certificate of freedom, and he argued endlessly over the meaning of every word the founders wrote. As they searched, Dean Banks described the late law professor as a tireless writer and teacher who received excellent reviews from the students. Time and again, Carver had been offered positions of power in the judiciary. He always declined, Banks said. Did you know he was being vetted as a possible U.S. Supreme Court candidate? The dean nodded. I was told by someone working for an advisory panel to Winter. I have her name somewhere. I was supposed to be quiet and discreet in my responses. Mahoney raised his eyebrows.
What did you say about Carver?
That Nathan's understanding of constitutional law was unparalleled, and that he would make a fine centrist justice, an asset to the court. And did Carver know he was being considered? Not until last month. After the election, someone on the advisory panel called him. Who? I can't remember. I'm horrible at names. She owns a big soap company? An out-of-sync gear suddenly snapped into place. Theresa May Alcott? That's her, Dean Banks said. Nathan said she was very nice, very gracious.
What did they talk about?
It was short and sweet. She said he was under serious consideration, and if he was interested, she invited him to come to Washington next week for a sit-down with other members of the advisory group. Was he interested? To my surprise, yes. More than interested, but then again, he'd just gone through a nasty divorce, so why not? How nasty? Even though the divorce was her idea, Sheila made every step of the process an unnecessary ordeal. Is there any way she's the killer? Dean Banks shook her head. Sheila was always squeamish around guns. She hated that Nathan was a hunter. And she left a year ago, moved to Seattle. Mahoney took notes.
Did you have anything negative to tell the panel?
No, Banks said.
No skeletons in his closet?
If there were, I never heard of them, and I've known Nathan for 25 years. I looked at Mahoney. I'll call Roche. I went into the hall and phoned Roche. She answered on the second ring. How can I help, Dr. Cross? You said Nathan Carver had been at the top of your list. He would have been the first American Indian justice, and I think the president-elect would have given him serious consideration if a seat on the court opened up. We forgot to ask you if the panel found anything negative about him during the vetting process. Nothing to disqualify him. He drank, but never to excess. He was passionate about his students, but never lecherous. He was a fitness nut, if that's a negative, and he liked to hunt. Deer, mostly, and usually with a bow. But he owned guns and believed in the Second Amendment, although with limits. On guns? Correct. I believe he was in favor of restricting the size of magazines. We heard Theresa May Alcott called Nathan Carver to tell him he was under consideration and invite him to Washington. Was Mrs. Alcott the one? It's hard to keep track. They all got to do it with various candidates. One of the fun perks of a volunteer job. Did she notify Pock or Franklin? No, she said. I know that for a fact. And Carver was supposed to fly up next week to meet the panel. Quite possible, she said. Honestly, I've been busy with my work and prepping for the inauguration since Christmas, so I haven't been keeping a close eye on all the comings and goings of the advisory panels, especially since the possible candidates are always changing. Exactly why it's not always at the top of my to-do list. But one of my top to-dos today is to meet with a new client, and that new client is here, I'm afraid. I thanked her and hung up as Mahoney rushed out of Carver's office.
Pigs are flying. Detective Forbes and Warren say they may have the entire shooting on that doorbell camera.
Chapter 39. Independence Mountains, Northern Nevada. Bree and Sampson took multiple photographs of the skid marks on the road where Ryan Malcolm's van had flipped into the canyon. Eldon Boyd, the caretaker of the ranch Malcolm had been visiting, called them over to the bent guardrail and gestured at the snow-covered hulk of the van several hundred feet below. "I climbed down there the other day," Boyd said. "It's scorched, but not burned to hell the way it would have been with a full tank of gas." "Okay." Boyd popped a stick of gum in his mouth, chewed a few times. "I know the guy was from back east and all, but most people don't drive in the mountains this rough with only about a quarter tank aboard."
Not a mountain boy. Maybe you forgot to fill up.
Boyd said, "Or maybe someone just put enough gas in the tank to burn the body beyond recognition. But not beyond DNA identification." They thanked Boyd for the information, drove back to Elko, and arrived at the county sheriff's office shortly after 4 in the afternoon. They identified themselves and asked to see Deputy Patty Rogers about Ryan Malcolm's case. Deputy Rogers, a big brunette in her late 30s, met them at the front desk a few moments later, visibly irritated. "What are you doing here?" she said. "I told you it was an accident."
We looked at the skid marks on that road. They don't add up to an accident.
"Oh, really?" she said, hands on her hips. "I've been investigating auto accidents for 10 years. How about you?"
Washington, D.C., homicide detective for 20. I know a thing or two about physics and skid marks.
"Look, what is it that you think happened?" Rogers said. On the ride down to Elko, Bree and Sampson had decided to lay their cards on the table if necessary. "For the past few years, along with the FBI, we have been investigating a vigilante group known as Maestro. It's run by a mysterious guy known only as M. We have recently come to suspect that Malcolm was involved in Maestro."
And maybe it was M himself.
Rogers looked at them suspiciously. "And what? You think this Maestro group somehow turned on Ryan Malcolm and killed him?" "Maybe. If that was even Malcolm in the wreckage." The deputy snorted. "Who the hell else could it have been? DNA doesn't lie." Ryan Malcolm had an identical twin with identical DNA. "Okay, now that's interesting," Rogers allowed. "But I suspect they did not have the same dental records." Bree's heart sank a little. "They have a match on dental?" "As I understand it," Rogers said. "But check with Dr. Bevan, the ME. And I know he confirmed that Mr. Malcolm had a high level of alcohol in his system."
We'll do that.
"Dr. Bevan works out of the hospital," the deputy said, reaching out to shake their hands. "Let me know what he says. In the meantime, I need to check in with my sergeant, get out on patrol, and wait for the next accident investigation." Rogers winked at them and wished them well. They left, and she watched out the window to identify their vehicle, then got what she needed from her locker, pocketed it, and walked to her cruiser. Inside, windows up, air conditioner on, she took out a burner phone she had never used and dialed a number she had never called. On the third ring, someone picked up, no hello. "Is this the sweeper?" she asked.
Janitorial services, yes?
"They said to call on this phone if there was ever a problem."
Is there?
"I'd say so," Rogers replied. "A big one."
Chapter 40. You live long enough, you practice your trade long enough, and you develop skills that help define your identity. Playing the piano, say, or blacksmithing Damascus steel knives, or cleaning up when a mess has been made. Brian Toomey had all 3 of those skills, but for the last, he went beyond mere competence. He transcended tradecraft and produced art. Toomey was, in his own modest estimation, one of the best janitors in the world. He was certainly among the highest paid. The moment he hung up with the sheriff's deputy, the janitor went into motion. Toomey grabbed his computer and his packed go-bag off the second bed in the Airbnb where he'd been patiently waiting. He left behind everything else, which wasn't much. Toomey got in a drab green Toyota Tundra with Utah plates and started driving as he dug in the bottom pouch of the pack. Within minutes, he was cruising through the parking lots surrounding Northeastern Nevada Regional Hospital in Elko. He found the white Jeep Cherokee rental the deputy had described near the emergency department entrance. Toomey threw his truck in park, went to the Cherokee, looked around, and pressed a magnetic GPS beacon to the inside of the rear bumper. Then he walked to the passenger side and took out an oval, translucent sticker microphone with a hair-thin wire attached to a dull black transmitter that was smaller than a fingernail. The janitor peeled the paper off the microphone's adhesive, used a box cutter to raise the windshield's weather stripping, slid the wire and transmitter beneath it, and pressed the stripping down hard. He was back in the Tundra less than 40 seconds after he'd left it. He drove in a loop through the lot, parked in a spot where he could watch both exits, and got out his laptop. The janitor activated his personal hotspot, navigated to a private browser, signed into a website that further concealed his IP address, and made a phone call. He listened as the line rang, clicked as it was transferred, and rang again. After 4 transfers, a woman answered. "It's the janitorial service in Elko," he said. "Unanticipated complications?" "Yes," Toomey said, and gave her the gist of the situation. After several moments, she said, "How much do they know?" "Only the birth date and birthplace at this point." "Their present location?" "With the coroner here in Elko, checking autopsy reports." "They won't find anything there we don't want them to find." "Good. I have a tracer on their vehicle and an audiobook." "Smart." "That's what you pay me for. Deep cleaning, then?" There was a pause. "You said one is an active-duty cop?" "Sampson is with DC Homicide. Stone is private." "Hold on while I seek guidance." Toomey got his red 8x42 Leica binoculars from his go bag and looked across the parking lot to make sure the Cherokee was still there. His contact returned. "You didn't say Stone was married to Alex Cross." "Didn't know and don't know him." "FBI and police consultant. Very dangerous. He used to be Sampson's partner." "You still want my services?" "Affirmative. Just maintain contact for now, but remain ready to sweep up. And we will fly the Utah cleaning team to Twin Falls ASAP in case you need backup." "Smart." "That's what they pay me for," she said, and hung up. The janitor scrubbed his laptop's history and cache, retrieved a Slim Jim from his go bag, turned up the heat, and settled in with his binoculars to wait.
Chapter 41. Dr. Wayne Bevan, the Elko County medical examiner, was finishing a report when Bree and Sampson were led into his office by his secretary. The two explained that they were looking into the death of Ryan Malcolm. "You reporters?" said Bevan, a tall, lean man in jeans and cowboy boots. "The last bunch left a week ago." "We're just going over the details." "Insurance company?"
Something like that. We were told you had a match on Malcolm's dental records.
Bevan nodded, scooted his chair over to a cabinet, and pulled out a thick file. "DNA was a match, but it never hurts to get corroboration." He opened the file, turned over several documents, and came up with a photograph of a corpse. Its skull was fractured in multiple places and splintered in others. The medical examiner said, "Because of the height he fell from, the airbag did nothing. He took the steering wheel just above the maxilla, snapped his neck. He died instantly."
His teeth are almost all gone. How did you make the match?
Bevan got out a photo that showed the teeth he'd found in the mouth during the autopsy. Bree pointed to a tooth with metal sticking out where the root should have been. "Are those implants?" "2 of them," he said. "Lateral incisors. Malcolm's dental records show he didn't have adult lateral incisors. He had the implants in his 20s.
Do you have copies of those records?
I'll get copies made for you, he said. Could we get copies of your autopsy report as well? And the talk screens? All in the public record, the medical examiner said. Talk screen, too. He had a load of booze and a little fentanyl in him. I can tell you that. You want the DNA report also? Yes, sir. Just so we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's. 20 minutes later, they returned to the Cherokee.
What now?
We go to Sam and start tracking Sean Malcolm Wallace there.
But you heard the man. The dental records support the DNA report. I mean, what are the chances that Sean Malcolm Wallace had the same missing teeth and implants as his brother?
I don't know, Bree said, throwing up her hands in frustration. But I didn't come all the way out here just to give up on day one. You know I was Air Force military police before I joined Metro.
I did know that.
They taught us that when in doubt, dig deeper than you think is reasonable. Sampson sighed and started the Jeep.
Salmon it is.
They got on I-80 heading east, then took US 93 north toward Idaho. As John drove, Bree reviewed the medical examiner's reports on the autopsy, the DNA test, and the talk screen. Death was attributed to massive blunt force trauma. The DNA report was conclusive on Malcolm's identity, and the talk screen showed that at the time of the accident, the tech entrepreneur had had a blood alcohol level that was twice the legal limit and more than a trace of fentanyl in his system. There's something off about this talk screen, though, Bree said as they neared the Idaho border and night began to fall.
What?
I don't know exactly. I just have a feeling I'm missing something. She got out her phone and called Alex. The connection was weak and crackly, and the call went straight to voicemail. This is Bree. We're heading to Idaho. Love you. Bree looked at the reports in her lap and almost put them aside, but something clicked in her mind. She studied the talk screen one more time. There it isn't, Bree said.
What's that?
Sampson said, glancing over at her. Malcolm had muscular dystrophy, she said, tapping on the report. I read a profile of him from a couple of years ago, and he said he used drugs to delay the progression of the disease and control some of the symptoms. The treatment is almost always steroids, like prednisone.
No steroids in the talk screen?
No test done yet. Has to be specifically ordered.
But they think it's an open and shut case and it's unnecessary.
Yeah, she said, feeling even more frustrated.
Chapter 42. Athens, Georgia. For some reason, the way Detective Forbes downloaded the footage from the doorbell camera to his thumb drive had corrupted it and the camera's hard disk. It was by no means a total loss, but we had to upload and send the pertinent footage to my friend Keith Carl Rawlins, a computer expert who, like me, worked as a consultant for the FBI. It took Rawlins a good 6 hours to isolate and repair the video footage, and another 2 to get the audio to jibe. Mahoney, Detectives Forbes and Warren, and I were eating in a cafeteria at the Athens Police Department and thinking about calling it a night when the file finally came back. We went to their office and pulled it up on Warren's computer. Professor Carver appeared across the street from the camera, on the sidewalk. He seemed a little off balance, a little tipsy, as he went up his driveway. Similar to the previous video, we got only a 2-second look at the assassin. She appeared in a dark hoodie, moved left to right down the middle of the street, and squared off in front of the driveway in a combat shooting stance, her back to the camera, Carver's back to his killer and the gun. Her shoulders moved. He turned around to look at her with puzzlement in his eyes. She shot him square in the chest, knocking him backward on his driveway. She took 5 quick strides, stopped beside him, and shot him in the face. "Cold bitch," Forbes said.
I could not agree with you more, Detective.
The killer moved quickly across the driveway and vanished from the screen a moment later. We rewound the footage and watched it all again, pausing whenever a frame showed some of her face. The best view we had was as she left Carver and moved diagonally back to the sidewalk. We froze the image when we could see the color and cut of her hair clearly. Her nose, cheeks, and eyes were blurry for some reason.
Blonde. Short, spiky hair. It's her again.
But what's with her face? Can you zoom in on it? Detective Warren gave her computer a command, and the killer's face occupied the entire screen. She was wearing what appeared to be a semi-transparent plastic mask that distorted her features from the top of her lips to above her eyebrows. "She's smart," Warren said. "And efficient," Forbes said. "She doesn't waste any time, does she?"
She's always like that. Decisive. No hesitation.
We watched it yet again. I saw the killer's shoulder move before Carver turned. She said something there, just before Carver faced her. Warren frowned, played with the controls, said, "Well, there you go, the volume was almost off." She rewound it, turned the volume all the way up, and hit play. We could suddenly hear the brisk breeze that had blown that night and some distant sirens. When Professor Carver appeared, we could hear him chuckling a little as he turned unsteadily onto his driveway and started up the grade. The killer came into frame in total silence, moving like a cat stalking prey. She squared off, called, "Professor Carver." Carver hesitated, then pivoted to face her. Those sirens got closer. She said something else to him and shot him twice. The suppressed rounds sounded like pillows being plumped. "Did anyone get what she just said to him?" Warren said. "Garbled," Forbes said. I shook my head. Mahoney did too. He dug in his pocket and came out with a white AirPods case.
Connect me to your computer. Play it again, but try to damp down the high tones of those sirens. Maybe I can make it out.
Warren connected him and adjusted the equalizer on the computer to limit the upper range. She hit play, and Mahoney listened closely, his index finger to his lips.
Again, but squelch it down more this time,
he said, glancing at me with some concern. Warren further adjusted the equalizer and hit play. When Carver turned to face his killer and her shoulders moved again, I saw Ned lose color. He tore out his right AirPod.
Detectives, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the room for the time being. I'm sorry, but this is a national security issue now.
I was shocked. Warren and Forbes seemed taken aback and a little angry.
The two of you did good, real good,
Mahoney said, seeing their reaction and getting out of their way so they could leave.
I will write a letter recommending a citation for both of you. Your nation thanks you, and I promise to explain when I can.
We get it. We're a small town, Forbes said. They left, shutting the door to the office. What does she say? Mahoney took out his other AirPod and handed me the pair.
Listen for yourself.
I put them in. He rewound the video and hit play. With the high-frequency noises dampened, I could hear Carver chortling and the light steps of the killer following him. "Professor Carver," she said clearly after squaring off to shoot him. The constitutional law professor turned. Before she shot him, she said, "Maestro knows what you've done. It's over."
Chapter 43. Bree was asleep in a motel room in Haley, Idaho, when her phone rang. She found it, answered. Alex?
Sorry not to call last night, Bree. There was a major development in the murdered judge's case that you and John need to know about.
Tell me, she said, sitting up.
We caught the assassin on camera and on audio. Before she shot him, she said, and this is a quote, "Maestro knows what you've done. It's over."
Come on, she cried as she got out of bed. Is that right?
It was hard to hear, but there's no mistake.
Bree put her hand to her forehead. My God, the heat on you and Ned is going to go sky high.
Deadly mysterious vigilante group targets possible Supreme Court nominees? I'd say so. Ned and I are on our way back to D.C. to brief the acting director.
And John and I are going to Salmon, Idaho, to track down Malcolm's brother. We found an address for his father, William. What did Professor Carver do to merit assassination?
Unclear. We have possible motives for Franklin and Pac, but not Carver.
I think you need to look at Theresa May Alcott. She's on that advisory board. She's the link to Malcolm. She may also be the link to Maestro.
We're on the same page. We're headed to Cleveland after we see the director. How did yesterday go for you two?
Bree told him about Eldon Boyd's theory of the crash on the mountain road and about the dental records.
2 matches, Bree. That makes him dead in any court in the world.
I know. But I wish they'd tested him for steroids. We'd know for certain it was him.
You'll have to figure it out another way. How's the weather there?
She looked out the window. Ooh, snowing. There's like 6 inches on the ground. But our rental is a Jeep Cherokee with 4-wheel drive.
Call me tonight?
I'll try around 11 your time. They said they loved each other and hung up. Bree texted Sampson to make sure he was awake, then showered, dressed, and repacked her overnight bag. John had the Jeep warmed up when she left the room. He also had 2 coffees and 2 breakfast burritos waiting. As they ate and drove north on State Highway 75 past the Sun Valley Resort area, she told him about Maestro's involvement in the assassinations, which stunned Sampson.
That's just cold and brazen. What do they think they're achieving by killing these people?
I have no clue. But I told Alex they should focus on Theresa May Alcott as the potential link to Maestro.
Good idea. But more important, this shows that Maestro is not stopping, even if Malcolm was M.
Or they're not stopping because Malcolm is M and he is very much alive. They passed the turnoff to Alice Lake a half-hour later. Bree pointed to it. That's where Malcolm's adoptive parents were murdered.
I remember that. Looks like the road end is snowed over.
Let's get to Salmon. I have a good feeling. The snowstorm intensified north of Sawtooth City, and the going became slow and treacherous on the mountainous 2-lane highway. They did not reach Salmon and the address of William Malcolm and his wife, Cherise, until nearly 3:30 in the afternoon. It was a ramshackle dump, half prefab home, half plywood walled addition, with no siding and tin on the roof. When they pulled in, an angry black standard poodle barked at them from the end of a chain. As they got out of the Jeep, a wizened-looking woman in a stained red snorkel parka stepped out onto the sagging porch. She clutched a lit cigarette in one hand and a red Go cup in the other. "Damn it! Fifi, shut up!" The poodle did so immediately. She sat and stared at them through the falling snow. The woman said, "Who are you? You were not invited."
We're detectives from Washington, D.C. We wanted to ask you some questions, if you don't mind.
"I do mind," she said. "About what? I ain't done nothing. I haven't been nowhere in 3 damn days." They walked toward her with their hands up. "Just a few questions. Can we come inside?" "Hell no," she said. "And that's far enough." Bree could see that the woman was younger than she'd first thought. Scrawny with sallow skin and missing teeth. Her eyes were glassy, and her hands trembled. Bree figured her for a meth addict.
Are you Cherise?
"That's right." "We were actually hoping to talk with William." The woman cackled. "You want to talk to my Billy? Well, that's no problem. Follow me." Cherise shuffled off the porch, kicked aside the snow, and headed toward a barn, cackling, puffing on the last of her cigarette, and taking sips from the Go cup. She went past the barn door and around the back. She led them down a short, snowed-over path to a clearing by a creek. She pointed to a fresh grave mound marked by a white wooden cross with a red MAGA hat nailed to it that fluttered in the snowy wind. Her next cackle was more subdued and sad. She said, "Talk all you want to Billy, 'cause that's him there. Died last month. Pneumonia got him before the congestive heart failure could."
Chapter 44. Washington, D.C. Mahoney and I were stewing outside the FBI director's office and had been since our arrival 2 hours before. During our flight from Athens, there had been a firefight in Houston that left several agents dead, so the director had her hands full. We were finally led into Marcia Hamilton's office around 3 in the afternoon. A former special agent with the Bureau, Hamilton had gone on to become a crusading U.S. attorney in Chicago. Tall, athletic, and in her late 40s. Hamilton came from behind her desk to greet us, the crisis of the moment showing in her face. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting," she said, shaking our hands. "These are the first agents to die on my watch, and we're still in a standoff."
We understand.
"How many, ma'am?" 7, she sighed. They thought they were raiding a chop shop, run by a gang operating across state lines. They got in there and found a massive fentanyl operation, guarded by at least 20 well-armed men. And it got ugly fast. But bring me up to speed on what you found. Ned had her put on headphones and listened to the assassin's final words to Professor Carver. "Maestro knows what you've done. It's over." Hamilton was confused. "I'm sorry, but I've been in this job only 6 weeks. Maestro?" We gave her a brief history of the vigilante group, our efforts to find M, the group's leader, and our suspicions about Ryan Malcolm and Paladin, his company. "And you think Malcolm orchestrated the murders of the 3 people on the advisory board's list?" "Not necessarily Malcolm, but Maestro, yes." We explained that the circumstances of Malcolm's death were suspicious, and we were open about Bree and Sampson looking into it.
Alive or dead, with or without Malcolm, Maestro has to be our total focus now.
Hamilton said, "I have a hard time believing that the NSA can't track this group down." "That's the problem. To do that kind of massive data search, the NSA uses a contractor. Paladin, Malcolm's company.
If we request the search, we tip our hand.
That has to change.
Using Paladin. Yes, ma'am, I agree.
There's no one else, no other company that can do this kind of thing?" "Not like Paladin. They have proprietary algorithms." She thought again. "Okay, Mahoney. Where next?"
First thing, we're going to double the protection on everyone on that advisory board's list. And then we're going to talk to the only person on the list linked to Ryan Malcolm.
"Who's that?"
Theresa May Alcott, the soap company billionaire.
Hamilton visibly lost color. "Theresa May Alcott. I know her from Cleveland. You can't possibly think she'd be involved in this brutal vigilantism. She's a huge philanthropist and a big donor to Winter."
We know that, and I did not say she was involved in the murders. I just said she's the only person on that advisory board we can link to the guy we suspect ran Maestro, Ryan Malcolm, her nephew.
"Who is dead?"
Correct.
Hamilton fell silent, then said, "You've put me in a difficult situation, gentlemen." "How so, ma'am?" "I am the acting FBI director. I would like to be the actual FBI director for the next 10 years. And you're asking me to focus an investigation on one of the biggest supporters of the president-elect, a woman I have dealt with extensively on various civic boards over the years."
Yes, ma'am. At the very least, we want to talk with her as soon as possible.
"Well, I think she'd be in Jackson Hole this time of year. She loves to ski."
Permission to use the jet again to go there?
She smiled sadly. "Permission denied, Mahoney. I'm about to use it to fly to Houston. You'll have to go commercial."
Chapter 45. Bree and Sampson left Charisse Malcolm with her go-cup and Fifi and headed north at her suggestion. Charisse said she was no friend to her, but she knew her late husband's ex-girlfriend, Lucille Wallace, now Lucille Danvers. She and her husband ran a country store about 20 miles north on US 93. Charisse also said she knew about the twins being given up for adoption when Billy and Lucille were teenagers, and that there had been under-the-table money involved. But she claimed that had all happened long before she met Billy Malcolm, when that money was barely a memory. Cell service was horrible in the narrow canyon, and the snow was dumping at 2 inches an hour as dusk fell and they approached tiny North Fork, Idaho, where the 2 main channels of the Salmon River met and took a hard turn north. The Danvers Country Store was at the south end of town, a log-faced 2-story building with a neon Rainier Beer sign in the window. They parked and hurried through the snow to the porch. They kicked the snow off their boots and went inside. A wood stove blazed in the corner to the right. To the left, a woman in her 60s wearing a blue fleece pullover sat at the counter behind the cash register, alternately staring at her phone and scribbling something on a pad of paper. "Hold on a second," she said to Bree and Sampson. "Be right with you. I'm addicted to this thing." They grabbed chips, homemade turkey sandwiches, and drinks, and brought them to the counter as she said, "Ha! There it is." She looked up at them, beaming. "Quilt is the wordle of the day." Bree smiled, liking the woman immediately. "My husband's grandmother plays it." "I just started last month," she said. "I play this and that spelling bee. Love them. And the doctor says it's good for the stuff going on with my memory."
Business slow?
She laughed as she rang up their purchases. "A real snoozer until you 2 walked in. What brings you up this way in the dead of winter?"
Are you Lucille Danvers?
Sampson said, and she nodded. "We came to see you, Mrs. Danvers." "You did?" she said, the smile fading a little. "About what?"
We're detectives investigating a traffic death near Elko, Nevada.
"Yes?"
The victim's name was Ryan Malcolm.
Lucille Danvers stared blankly at them for a moment. Then her hand traveled slowly to her mouth. She got up from behind the counter, waddled fast to the front door, turned the sign from open to closed, and drew down the blind. She burst into tears. "Was it my Ryan? Please tell me it wasn't." "I'm sorry, ma'am," Bree said, going to her and giving her a hug. "Even though I had them for only a day, I never stopped loving those boys," she said as she blubbered. "Even after I married Big Ed and had my girls, I never stopped loving them." When she calmed down, she told them the adoptions had been handled by an attorney her mother knew. She and Billy were each given $10,000 to stay quiet about it. "Who was the attorney?" "Mel Allen in Salmon. He's dead. 20 or maybe 30 years ago. I can't remember so many things these days."
And you never heard from the boys?
"No," she said sadly. "I got updates over the years from Mel, a few pictures of them and their family, letting me know they were okay and reminding me to keep quiet about the money and all." Bree told her that Ryan Malcolm had petitioned the court to unseal his adoption papers, that he had known who his biological parents were. That saddened Mrs. Danvers even more. "He knew who I was and didn't contact me? I wonder why." They showed her a photo of Malcolm, and she was stunned. "I know him," she said. "He came to the store several times over the past 4 or 5 years, said he was rafting and fishing in the area. Sometimes he was fine. Other times he couldn't walk very well."
He developed muscular dystrophy as a teenager.
He gave her a brief rundown of Malcolm's accomplishments and wealth, but left out his possible involvement in a deadly vigilante ring. Mrs. Danvers was amazed. "He did all that? My son?" "Yes, ma'am. And we're trying to track down his brother." "Like I said, I don't know anything. I can't help you."
Miss Danvers, By any chance, do you still have those photographs of the boys and their family?
Big Ed doesn't know I have them, she said softly. But he's in Twin Falls tonight with our daughter and granddaughter. I'll go up and get them. She left and a few minutes later returned with a large manila envelope. She pulled out a plastic sleeve containing 3 snapshots. Bree and Sampson recognized the Wheeler family from the coverage that had surrounded their murders. In the first and oldest picture, a formal family portrait, Norman and Patricia May Wheeler, sister to Teresa May Alcott, were proudly holding their babies. The second, taken when the boys were roughly 5, showed them with life preservers on, sitting on a dock on what Bree assumed was Alice Lake. It was remarkable how much the twins looked like each other. The only real difference was their expressions. One twin was laughing. The other was staring at his laughing brother coldly. In the third picture, the twins were 7 or 8 with buzz-cut hair. They were back on that dock again. One was holding up a big trout, and the other stared off, his fists clenched.
That's all you've ever seen of them?
Well, except for the one who came in here over the... You know what? I think I remembered he paid with a credit card last time he was in, Mrs. Danvers said. She sat down behind the register and fiddled with a laptop computer. I think it was Labor Day last year. Or was it the year before? Mrs. Danvers? It doesn't... No, my memory is shot in some places, but I remember him. She seemed to freeze for several moments, as if lost somewhere.
Ma'am, we're sorry we took up so much of...
The woman pivoted in her chair, her eyes glassy. I remember now. He bought a dozen jars of huckleberry jam. My huckleberry jam. Mrs. Danvers smiled in deep satisfaction. My son. He bought all my jam. That's nice. Her brow knitted. What did you say his name was again? Ryan Malcolm. She brightened. Well, that should be easy. She turned to the computer again. I'll show you. Big Ed keeps track of inventory, and every credit card payment goes to Quicken. Sampson looked at Bree and gestured to the front windows. It was almost dark. Snow peppered the glass. Mrs. Danvers, with the weather, we should be going. Won't take but a second, she said. I know I'm... She seemed to freeze again. They stood there for several more awkward moments before Bree said, Mrs. Danvers, we're going to leave our cards here. If you find what you're looking for, you can let us know. The woman smiled uncertainly and nodded. I lose track of what I'm thinking about.
We understand. Are you alone, ma'am?
She looked up at the clock. It was almost 5:30. Oh, my daughter Kate will be along at 6 to help me close.
Well then, you've got our cards.
The older woman smiled at them. My son bought all my jam. Wasn't that nice? Chapter 46. Sampson and Bree left the Danvers Country Store as full darkness fell and the snow came down in torrents. Bree glanced around before they climbed off the porch, saw Lucille Danvers back at her laptop.
Poor lady. She's young for that.
Too young, Bree agreed as they crossed to their Jeep. And I don't know what to make of Ryan Malcolm coming here several times.
And buying all her huckleberry jam.
Sampson said, unlocking the doors.
She really lit up at that.
She did, didn't she? Bree said, smiling as she climbed into the passenger seat. I was glad we didn't have to tell her our suspicions about Ryan's secret life as M.
Better leave her to the good memories she has.
Agreed.
Do you have cell service?
Nothing.
We'll try in Salmon. I saw a stagecoach in there and a diner next door.
I saw it too. Said free internet on the sign.
Here we go then.
He put the Cherokee in gear and tensed as he drove south into the storm. The wind was blowing the powder in big swirls.
Hard to see the road,
Sampson said, slowing down. Take your time. They drove on in silence. Alex's oldest friend stared into the mesmerizing haze of the headlights cutting through the driving snow. Bree glanced at him. "Are you all right, John?"
What? Why?
"It's 10 degrees out and snowing, and you're sweating and holding on to that wheel like it's a life preserver or something."
Hey, I am D.C. born and raised, my good friend.
He shot back, annoyed.
I have never driven in a storm like...
Ahead of them on the highway, red and blue lights flashed in the snow. Uh-oh. Accident?
Can't tell.
Sampson said, slowing to a crawl. They got close enough to see the red lights were flashing on top of a massive snowplow with its hood up. There were men in heavy overalls and hoods working on the engine. A pickup truck with flashing blue lights was parked in front of it. A smiling guy wearing a heavy parka, a sheepskin bomber hat, and an orange reflective vest and carrying a flashlight stomped through the snow to them. Sampson lowered the window.
Hey there. Brian Toomey, Idaho Department of Transportation. Our plow shit the bed on us where she stands, but the boys think they know what's wrong with her. We'll have the temperamental bitch up and going soon.
Bree rolled her eyes.
How far to Salmon from here, Mr. Toomey?
14 miles, give or take.
The janitor said, pulling a pistol from his parka pocket and pressing the muzzle to the side of Sampson's head.
And if you ever want to see your family again, you'll do exactly what I tell you to do. Right, John Sampson? Right, Bree Stone?
Chapter 47. Over Colorado. The following afternoon, Mahoney and I flew west on a Delta nonstop to Salt Lake City. The only seats we could find on short notice that would get us anywhere close to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I was signed into the plane's Wi-Fi and kept checking my texts and emails, hoping to see something from Bree or Sampson.
Anything?
Nothing, I said, growing increasingly concerned.
Salmon, Idaho is pretty remote. Cell service can't be great.
Granted, but Bree specifically told me yesterday morning that she would call me at 11 p.m. D.C. time. We're many hours past that.
I hear you. You said they rented a Jeep, right? What company did Bree rent it from?
She usually uses Hertz, I think. But I don't know for sure.
After we land, I'll put in a request to have Hertz ping their car's GPS locator.
That will help. At least we'll know where they are. We landed at 2 p.m. Mountain Time, picked up a Chevy Tahoe with snow tires, and headed north. I still hadn't heard from either my wife or my best friend, so I accessed Bree's credit card accounts on my laptop and found payments for her airline ticket, a room in Reno, a room in Haley, Idaho, and gas in Sun Valley the morning before. Looks like Sampson must have rented the Jeep. I have no idea who he gets his points with.
We'll start with Hertz and Avis. And we can contact Verizon, see where their towers last picked them up.
Good idea. I'm going to call the Idaho police, find out if there's been an accident. It began to snow shortly after we crossed into Wyoming. Cell service became spotty, but Mahoney managed to get through to Hertz, Avis, Sixth, and Verizon. Neither Hertz nor Avis had any record of Bree or John renting a Jeep. Sixth said they'd get back to us. Verizon agreed to look for Bree's cell data, but said it would take several hours to gather. We reached the bustling town of Jackson at 6:30 p.m., after a hair-raising drive through a whiteout. After we checked into an overpriced motel, we decided there was no time like the present, and drove to Alcott's Spread on the east side of the broad valley of Jackson Hole, up against the Grovant Wilderness. As we approached the Double Diamond Ranch, a steel barrier rose up out of the snow, blocking the road. A ball camera rose from the steel barrier and looked at us. Mahoney got out, walked up to the camera, and showed his FBI credentials. A male voice said, "What is this about?"
The Judicial Appointment Advisory Panel Mrs. Alcott serves on for the President-elect.
Can you come back in the morning?
No. This is a federal murder investigation. It's urgent.
After a long pause, he said, "Come past the barns and the stable. Park below the big house near the riding ring." The ball camera retracted into the steel barrier, which dropped below the grade of the road. We went up a windy, snowy drive past barns, a large stable, and an exterior riding ring, and finally spotted a house up on a knoll. We parked and climbed heated stairs to the front porch of the sprawling log and stone structure. On the double doors was a carving of a bull elk fighting a grizzly bear. One of the doors opened before we knocked. A big Polynesian guy in shorts, sandals, and a Las Vegas Raider hoodie took a step back to let us in. "I'm Arthur," he said. "I work for Mrs. Alcott. If you don't mind, I'd like to make a copy of your identification materials before we go further." We handed them to him. Arthur returned a few minutes later. "Mrs. Alcott will see you now," he said. "But do me a favor. If we can." "Take it easy on her," Arthur said. "Mrs. A has been through a hell of a lot the past few weeks. She has no family left now, and it is crushing her." Chapter 48. Arthur led us through a foyer to a sunken timber-framed living room, with massive beams and posts, and a huge boulder set into the wall on one side. A fire blazed in a glass-fronted box in the middle of the boulder. A chimney made of similar stone rose above it. Theresa May Alcott sat in one of two dark leather club chairs, staring into the flames, a cut-glass tumbler in one hand and an unlit cigarette in the other. "Theresa," Arthur said, "your visitors are here." She swiveled in the chair to face us, then stood up, dressed in brown suede pants, tooled cowboy boots, and a sheepskin vest over a denim top. Mrs. Alcott had a striking, almost regal presence. She set down the drink and the cigarette on the table between the chairs and came over. "I'm Theresa May Alcott," she said, extending her right hand. On her left, she wore a large diamond engagement ring and a wedding band, despite the fact that her husband had passed years before. We introduced ourselves and thanked her for seeing us. "Sounds like I did not have much of a choice," she said, the slightest slur to her words. "Can Arthur get you something to drink on a cold winter night?"
No, ma'am. Not while we're working.
"Find him something appropriate, would you, Arthur?" He nodded and left. She showed us to a couch and returned to her chair.
That's a beautiful fireplace. I've never seen one like it.
"Because there isn't," she said. "It was custom-made for us in Finland. It's soapstone, which holds the heat and radiates it. My husband loved it." I glanced at the other club chair, the empty one. "We wanted to speak with you about the Judicial Advisory Board you sit on." I was surprised but pleased and honored that President-elect Winter asked me to serve. "You're a big supporter of Sue Winter." "I have been for a long time," she said, picking up her drink and sipping from it. "She's brilliant. She's warm. She listens. She thinks outside the box. Sue will make an outstanding president."
Getting back to the advisory panel, were you aware that 3 people on the panel's list of possible Supreme Court candidates have been murdered in the past month?
Mrs. Alcott was either genuinely stunned or an accomplished actress. Her jaw dropped, and she set the drink down. No, I did not know that. I had a recent death in the family, someone very close to me, and I haven't been keeping up with the news, or with anything for that matter." "Speaking of that death in your family, did you ever talk to Ryan Malcolm, your late nephew, about the list?" "Ryan? No, absolutely not. The panel was instructed to work discreetly. Who are the dead on the list, please?" "Judge Franklin on the D.C. Circuit, Judge Pock of the Ninth Circuit, and Professor Nathan Carver." At that last name, her eyes went wide in disbelief, and her hand traveled to her throat. "No. I spoke to Professor Carver myself. He was my number one. Oh my God, this is awful.
Did your nephew know you were on that committee?
I don't believe so, she said. Why do you keep bringing up Ryan?
We'll get to that. But I find it hard to believe you wouldn't at least mention that you had been invited onto a prestigious panel by the president-elect.
Mrs. Alcott made a dismissive gesture. I don't want to sound like an ass, Mr. Mahoney, but my late husband and I played in these circles for years. I might have mentioned it to Ryan in passing, but we never talked about it. Arthur returned with a tray with hot water, tea bags, and cookies. After he left, I decided to take the discussion in another direction. Did you know Ryan was looking for a ranch in Nevada? Of course. I advised him to look for a large physical asset as an anchor to his growing wealth. He wouldn't have inherited this place? She smiled sourly. No. My husband's will stipulated that the house and the immediate 2,000 acres around it would be sold after my death. The rest will go to the state of Wyoming. Why all the questions about Ryan?
Just tying up some loose ends.
My wife, Bree Stone, came to talk to you. Alcott raised her chin. I felt she was incredibly rude and insensitive to badger me like that at Ryan's funeral. She told me she regretted intruding. The billionaire said nothing. Tell us about Sean. Her lips twisted, as if she'd tasted something bad in that last sip of whiskey. I told your wife about him. He was extremely smart, maybe smarter than Ryan, but he was far more difficult as a child. Insolent, defiant, violent, brooding. Bree said he had a history of mental illness. Can you tell us what his diagnosis was? Alcott looked disgusted. He had most of the psychiatrists we went to wrapped around his little finger. He was able to turn on the charm and brilliance when needed. But after he had a psychotic break at age 16, we sent him to a residential facility, where he was diagnosed with various psychotic illnesses. Can you describe the psychotic break? She hesitated. He was home from prep school. It was Christmas, and out of nowhere he attacked Ryan, tried to kill him with a butcher knife. My husband and a friend stopped him. This happened without provocation? Ryan was having a down day and was in his wheelchair. In Sean's disturbed mind, that was enough. He hated all the attention his brother got, for his illness and for his brilliance.
And how did Ryan feel about Sean?
Ryan was protective of Sean, tried to keep him out of trouble. Until he left at 18. Alcott nodded. On his 18th birthday, had us transfer his inheritance to a new account, told me he never wanted to see me again, and left in the Range Rover I'd bought him for his high school graduation. And you never heard from him again? Not directly. I did get a notification from my insurance company that he'd sold the Range Rover in Salt Lake City, about a week after he left and canceled the policy. And Ryan? Did he lose touch with his brother too? As far as I know, Alcott said, her hand trembling slightly as she reached to pick up the cigarette and a lighter. We made it a practice to avoid the subject of Sean. She thumbed the lighter on, lit the cigarette, and took a puff. Chapter 49. The billionaire blew the smoke out. Is that all, gentlemen? My wife was over in Elko, Nevada, and then in Salmon, Idaho, looking into Ryan's death, along with a D.C. homicide detective. They've both gone missing. You wouldn't happen to know about that, would you? Mrs. Alcott gazed at me, expressionless, for several moments. Absolutely not. And I'm sorry to hear she is missing. Why would you go to Elko and Salmon?
We're asking the questions. What do you know about Maestro?
Her eyes flickered with confusion. Which one? The vigilante group Maestro. The one run by a mysterious figure known as M. She stubbed out her cigarette. blew out the last of the smoke. I have no idea who or what you are talking about.
Maestro is behind the killings of the 3 judicial candidates on that list, Mrs. Alcott. We have the assassin on video saying, "Maestro knows what you've done. It's over," before she shot Professor Carver.
She?
Yes.
Well, Mrs. Alcott said, picking up her drink again. That's horrific. But I know nothing about this Maestro, and if you wish to speak with me further, I think I will have an attorney present. Arthur? The big Polynesian appeared. Our guests are leaving us. I'm sorry to hear that, Teresa, he said as we stood up.
One more question before we go, one that does not require an attorney present.
Mrs. Alcott scowled but nodded.
Did Ryan have congenitally missing teeth?
Yes, she said. Both upper lateral incisors. He had bridge work done.
Bridge work?
Alcott said. Well, bridge work and then implants later.
And Sean?
The same. Bridge work and then implants. That seemed to throw her. As a teenager, he had bridge work. After he left, I don't know. We thanked her for her time and left the room, following Arthur. At the door, I said, How long have you worked for Mrs. Alcott, Arthur? Since her husband died. I owed him. For what? My life. Mr. Alcott saved me when I got caught in seaweed in a free dive. I'd already drowned, but he saved me. I owed him, so I serve her. What did you think of her late nephew? Arthur blinked slowly. A great man, like his uncle. Seeing we would not get more out of him, we hustled back out through the storm to the Tahoe. I immediately checked my phone. Nothing from Bree or Sampson. It was 9 o'clock Mountain Time, 11 back east. She was officially 24 hours late in calling. As we drove down the winding road from the ranch, Mahoney said,
That was a key question, whether Sean had missing teeth the same as Ryan.
Certainly keeps Bree's theory alive. And I got the impression Alcott believes Ryan was in touch with his brother.
Agreed. She knew more than she was letting on, maybe even about Maestro.
And him. And she kind of hedged with the bridges and implants.
I remain suspicious.
I do too. But if we don't hear from Bree or John soon, I'm voting we eat, sleep, get up early, and drive to Idaho to pick up their trail.
I don't know if Director Hamilton will like that. We sold this trip to her on seeing Alcott.
And we did see Mrs. Alcott. And we did hear enough and see enough to know we can't clear her of involvement in Maestro or the judicial killings.
Okay, Idaho, first thing.
His cell phone rang. He answered it.
This is he?
Mahoney listened, nodded, and then thanked whoever it was.
That was the Bureau's contact at Verizon. They have Bree and Sampson in Haley, Idaho, then Salmon. And the last time they had a record of either of them was at 7 yesterday evening in North Fork, Idaho.
I had a sinking feeling in my stomach, which means they've really been out of contact for more than a day.
What do you want to do?
Get our stuff from the motel, find coffee, and drive through the night to North Fork. Something is wrong, Ned. I can feel it. Mahoney hesitated and then nodded.
High-test coffee for me.
Ned drove toward the lights of Jackson. I pulled out my phone and called up one of my favorite pictures. It had been taken several years before, when Bree and I and Sampson and his late wife Billy were in Jamaica. We were all standing on a cliff in Negril, with the Caribbean behind us and umbrella drinks in our hands. I looked at Bree and John, so damn happy it radiated from their faces. I felt a terrible pang in my heart. Where the hell are you?
Chapter 50. A bounce and a slam roused Bree from a drugged sleep. She tried to say something, realized she was gagged, and moaned against the fabric. Breathing through her nose, she tried to open her eyes but found she was blindfolded. Her wrists and ankles were bound tight. She lay on her left side on some kind of carpet and had been lying there long enough for her arm, shoulder, and hip to feel numb. She rolled onto her back, aware that her head was splitting, that she was thirsty, and that there was an engine roaring dully somewhere. Bree swallowed against her parched throat, and her ears popped, which made her understand that someone had put plugs in them. The drugs hit her again, made her woozy enough to want to sleep. Whatever she was lying on bounced again. She was slammed against the carpet again, became more alert again, and finally got that she was in some kind of vehicle. Her instinct was to get the blindfold off, the gag out of her mouth, and the plugs from her ears. But when she tried to raise her hands, she felt a tug at her ankles and could reach no higher than her throat. Her bonds were tied together somehow. She fought a rising sense of panic. She could not give in to hysteria. It won't do you any good, Bree. You gotta calm down. Remember your training. In the Air Force, she had taken an officer survival training course. One of the first things she'd been taught was that no matter what, you had to remain calm. Assess your situation. Think clearly. She forced herself to ignore how much she wanted the gag out. She forced herself to try to work out where she was and why. But the drugs in her system made her swoon again. Eventually, she began to piece it together. The snowplow blocking the road. The man from the highway department pulling a gun. He knew us. He knew who we were. She recalled the gunman getting in the back seat of the Cherokee and ordering Sampson to drive. John, where is he? And then she remembered the man injecting her neck with something. It had all gone to darkness until that bump. How long have I been out? Where are they taking me? Is John here? Bree rolled over again, felt the wheel well of the vehicle, a van of some sort. She rolled onto her back again, breathed through her nose, and caught the stale odor of sweat. They bounced again and again. She slammed down each time. Even through the earplugs, she could hear the chassis squeaking in protest as they passed over washboard terrain that caused the vehicle to shake and vibrate, the feeling pounding into her bones, making her joints ache. I need water, she thought before one of those swoons came again. This time, the dizziness was accompanied by nausea, and she was certain she was going to puke. She got frightened. If she vomited behind the gag, she was as good as dead. Swallowing against the metallic taste flooding the back of her throat, she rammed her heels down hard enough to make a thump that she heard even through the plugs. She did it again and again. Then she squealed and kicked her heels. The vehicle slowed to a stop. She heard doors open and slam shut. A bubble of cold air surrounded her, made her feel less sick. Then more doors opened. She felt hands on her. The hands dragged her out of the vehicle into a frigid wind and then sat her upright. Fingers wrenched the gag from her mouth. Water, she croaked. She felt the ties being cut. The blindfold came off next, and she was looking into the glare of sunlight reflecting off snow. She squinted, turned away, and saw Toomey, the man who'd said he was from the highway department. He was standing there with a Glock in one hand and a plastic water bottle in the other. He gave her the bottle, and Bree drank greedily, grateful for the way it washed her throat and filled her stomach. Finished, she became aware of two men standing nearby in snow camouflage. They carried automatic weapons. One of them took several steps to his right, revealing Sampson, who was sitting on a log, also drinking water, also looking dazed. Feeling more lightheaded than woozy now, she reached up under the wool hat she wore and pulled out the earplugs. She heard birds cry. Her hands were cold. No gloves. She put her hands in her parka pockets, felt around. Her phone was gone. Bree looked at Toomey. Who are you? Where are you taking us? He gestured to an untracked trail leading into dense forest.
I'm the janitor. Get moving.
Chapter 51. As if from down a long tunnel, John Sampson thought he heard Toomey, the man with the highway department, say that he was a janitor. His vision was fuzzy, so it was not until Bree stood up that John realized she was there. One of the armed guys in snow camo urged him to his feet. Sampson stood, but felt dizzy and almost went down.
Put some snow on your face. That'll wake you right up.
John scooped up snow and rubbed it on his face. Almost instantly, he felt more alert.
You good?
Sampson nodded, looked at Bree, and nodded again. The janitor led the way into the forest, breaking trail in 10 inches of new snow, with Sampson behind him, one of the gunmen trailing Sampson, then Bree, then the second guy with an automatic weapon. Still feeling the effects of the drug, Sampson had to keep blinking to prevent the tunnel of trees, brush, and snow they were passing through from closing in on him. 10 minutes into the hike, Sampson became alert enough to know he needed to keep track of where they were going by remembering where he'd been. Sampson had once been a sergeant in the U.S. Army. This was survival, evasion, resistance, and escape 101. Count your steps. Determine your course direction. Look at everything around you, but don't be obvious about it. There was snow hanging heavy from the trees, so it was not until they'd passed through several clearings that Sampson got a decent enough look at the weak winter sun to estimate it was close to midday and that they were headed roughly northwest. He also figured by the angle of the sun that they'd come north a considerable way since they'd been abducted. They walked for more than 2 hours and took more than 10,000 steps through a dense forest. The year before, in Montana's Bob Marshall Wilderness with Alex, Sampson had studied the trees. In the Bob, they'd been mostly pine. Here, they were fir and growing in pockets, some the height of Christmas trees and others old-growth giants. Sampson figured they must be in the Cascades by now. The trail ended in a large lean-to tucked in the woods. 6 men, also wearing snow camouflage, waited with snowmobiles. 2 of the snowmobiles had pull sleds attached. Toomey gestured to the sleds.
Get in.
We're hungry.
You'll eat soon enough. Now get in the sled. Or die.
Bree trudged to one sled. Sampson went to the other. Lie down, one of the gunmen said. Sampson lay down and was surprised that his long frame fit. Hands, the gunman said, and zip-tied his wrists together and then the ankles of his rubber boots. He used a long, thick zip tie to bind the top to the bottom, limiting Sampson's ability to raise his arms. My hands are going to get frostbite. Another one of the gunmen threw a heavy wool blanket over him. A third buckled and cinched straps across his chest, pinning him to the sled. Then they got out a heavy, black wool hood and pulled it down over his head. There was some kind of toggle in the fabric that allowed them to tighten the hood around his neck. The snowmobile started. The sled began to move. They were soon racing over the snow so fast he started to panic. Feeling claustrophobic behind the mask, he wanted to see where they were going. He tried to keep track of the times they slowed and took sharp curves, and when they climbed, and when they descended. But it was soon a blur. He started to wonder how long they'd been gone, and whether they'd been missed. He remembered that Bree had said she was going to call Alex at 11 his time on the evening they were taken. How long would Alex wait until he decided something was wrong? 12 hours? 24? And how long had they been unconscious? Then he thought of Willow. He told himself, no matter what happens, I promise I will not let you become an orphan. Then he thought of Rebecca Cantrell. And Rebecca, I have only begun to realize this, but I love you.
Chapter 52. The weather as we drove southwest from Jackson to Idaho was foul, creating the worst road conditions I'd ever seen. Snow, sleet, ice, winds gusting to 50. We made it out of the Tetons without much trouble, but once we reached Idaho, it was a whiteout again. We crawled into Idaho Falls at 2 in the morning, got a hotel, and slept through the rest of the storm. When we set out again, the roads were slick and treacherous, all the way north to Ledor. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon when we finally made it to Salmon, and 5 when we reached North Fork, where Verizon said Bree had last used her cell phone. My wife and my best friend had been out of touch for more than 44 hours when we parked in front of the Danvers Country Store and went inside. An enormous man, easily 6'8" and 300 pounds, was stocking shelves. We all introduced ourselves, and I showed him pictures of Bree and Samson. Said cell phone records indicated Bree's phone had last been used in the store's parking lot. "Must have been lucky," Big Ed said. "Cell service is horrible." "Have you seen them?" "Not me," Big Ed Danvers said. "My wife, Lucille, did. She's got early onset Alzheimer's and about had a nervous breakdown after they left. She's still got the lows. She's upstairs."
Can we speak to her, sir? It's important. Both John and Bree went missing after they were here.
Big Ed hesitated. "You going to make her sadder?" "I sure hope not, sir. That is absolutely not our intent."
We believe she can help us.
He led us through a door, up a flight of stairs, and into a large apartment. Mrs. Danvers was in her pajamas and robe, curled up on a sofa, watching a movie. Big Ed said, "These folks are with the FBI, Lucille. They want to know about the 2 who came the other day to ask about the twins. I'll be downstairs." We sat down. Mrs. Danvers looked like she'd rather be thrown out in the snow than talk to us, but she sat up. "What about them?" she asked. "Those folks weren't real." "They were real, Lucille. Bree is my wife. John is a close friend. They are both detectives, and the last place we know where they were was here 2 nights ago." "Oh," she said. "There was a horrible storm going on."
We know, but there are no accident reports.
"Mrs. Danvers, can you tell me what you talked about that night?" She showed us the copies of photographs of her twin boys with their new family. "They said Ryan was dead." "Yes, ma'am." "They showed me a picture they said was him as a man, and I remembered him. They wanted to know about when he was here." "He came here?" "Yes, I thought it was him," Mrs. Danvers said, then appeared confused. "I thought he bought all my jam, but I looked and looked in our records. I couldn't find Ryan Malcolm in the credit cards on Labor Day." Mrs. Danvers fell silent, staring at the floor, worrying the sleeve of her robe. Mahoney was about to say something, but I waved him off. "You wonder," she said finally, "about genetics and all, and what gets passed on even before life has happened. You know what I mean?"
Not really, ma'am.
"William Malcolm, my late boyfriend and father of the twins. His family had a history of mental illness. His Uncle Tate ended up in the ward for the criminally insane at the state hospital after he killed a family up in Bonner's Ferry. You think a gene for that was passed to the twins? Like I said, you wonder." "Ma'am, if it's any consolation, I'm a criminal psychologist, and there's no evidence that there's a gene like that." "Oh," she said, brightening a little. "Well, that's good. Mrs. Danvers looked confused again. "Ma'am, did my wife and friend say where they were going next?" "Salmon? I think that's what they said." Ned got up, and I did too, feeling sorry for her and feeling like we were spinning our wheels. Thank you, Mrs. Danvers. We'll be going now. Chapter 53. Lucille nodded blankly at us, then seemed to focus. I didn't find Ryan in the Quicken. He didn't buy all that jam last Labor Day weekend.
Yes, ma'am. You told us that.
Wasn't him, she said, puzzled. Another name, you know. All that jam, but Without warning, she began to weep. Whatever his name was, he's dead. I only knew him for a day, and they said he was dead. I'm sorry for your loss, Lucille. Looking forlorn, she nodded and wiped at her tears. I have 3 daughters, 7 grandkids.
That's a blessing.
It is, she said. We wished her well, said goodbye, and went down the stairs to find Big Ed looking worried. How is she?
Calm now, thinking about her grandkids.
Thank God for that, he said, sounding worn out. She's been getting worse. Was she able to give you the information you were looking for? Unfortunately, no, I said, and then stopped as fragments of our conversation with his wife fell into place. Well, maybe. Can you do us a favor? I'll try, he said. Could you look in your Quicken records from last Labor Day weekend? See if you can find the name of someone who bought a lot of jam. All of Lucille's huckleberry jam, Big Ed said, opening a drawer. She wrote his name down on your wife's card. He handed me Bree's business card. I flipped it over and saw a name in Lucille's careful print. Ian Duncanson. It didn't ring any bells. I showed it to Mahoney, who shrugged. I pocketed Bree's card, and we thanked Big Ed and left. Outside, a bitter wind had kicked up, so we hustled to the car and Ned fired up the heater.
Who do you think Ian Duncanson is?
Lucille said she recognized Malcolm from the picture Bree and Sampson showed her. And she did say he bought all of her jam. So maybe Ian Duncanson is an alias that Ryan Malcolm used, or maybe Ryan Malcolm did not buy all that jam, but his long-missing twin brother did. Ned's eyebrows shot up. Before he could reply, his phone rang. He grabbed it, looked at the screen, said,
No caller ID.
He answered anyway.
Mahoney.
After a few moments, he said,
You're going to have to repeat that. I'm in the middle of nowhere and you're cutting in and out.
He listened, then nodded at me.
Write this down.
I got out my notebook.
Northeast of a place called Huckleberry Hollow, mile marker 11 on the road to Salmon.
I scribbled it down. Ned thanked the caller and hung up.
That was Sixth Car Rental. They found the Jeep and notified the local sheriff to sit on it until we got there. And what's with all the huckleberries?
Chapter 54. Beneath the wool hood and the blanket, Bree shook uncontrollably as the snowmobile dragging the sled she was on slowed and then accelerated rapidly up a steep hill. The sled went airborne and slammed down, blowing the breath out of her. She choked and gasped, her body shivering and trembling, but finally calmed down enough to breathe. She'd never been so cold in her life. Her toes and fingers had lost feeling. She was sure she was developing frostbite and did not know how much longer she could take it. Finally, after what seemed like a 5 or 6 hour trip, they stopped. There were voices, and the hood was pulled off. Bree blinked against the light, turned her head against the bitter wind, and saw armed men in balaclavas, goggles, and snow camo removing the straps that held her to the sled. It was late in the day. There were flurries falling. Bree's ankles were cut free. 2 of the men lifted her up, but they left the wrist cuffs on. Her feet felt frozen and then burned painfully as she took a few cautious steps in the knee-deep snow. When the men were sure she could stand, they walked away from her and got on their snowmobiles. Bree, still shivering, saw Sampson about 30 yards from her, also shaking from the cold. His goatee was coated in frost. The one who'd abducted them, Toomey, gestured toward a stand of fir trees.
Take the trail. Find the old metal building and do it fast. It's gonna get brutal out here.
He whistled. The 6 snowmobiles started up and sped off, leaving Bree and Sampson in the fading light. John began struggling against his wrist constraints. "John, it's too cold. We will die if we don't seek shelter." Sampson gave up and stomped toward her.
Let's go then.
He got ahead of her and broke trail down the path through the firs. It was dimmer in the trees, but there was more light when they got out of the woods. Sampson stopped, shaking his head. Bree stepped around him and gasped, not at the intensity of the frigid wind, but at the scene before them. They stood near the edge of a high cliff overlooking a stunning alpine valley, with towering jagged peaks on 2 sides and a broad frozen river running through it. The last of the sun was playing on storm clouds that quickly swallowed the crags and blew toward them on a wind building up to a gale. Bree tried to see if she could spot some kind of building down in the valley. But how would they get down there if they could see it?
There it is,
Sampson said, nodding to their right. She saw it then, a low building with a metal roof about 200 yards from them and back from the rim of the bluff. Sampson broke trail through the snow again, and within minutes they were at the door. The knob turned. He pushed the door open, and they stepped inside. There were windows below the eaves of the building that caught the last good light of the day and cast bluish beams and deep shadows across the space. They shut the door, which cut the wind, but they could still see their breath as they walked deeper into the structure, saw pieces of steel cable, several massive rusty gears on the concrete floor, and multiple iron things that looked like the seats of strollers mounted on railroad wheels. "What is this place, and where are we supposed to go?" Bree asked.
Looks like part of an abandoned mine to me.
Sampson said, going to one of the gears and rubbing the plastic wrist restraints against the edge.
Those have to be ore cars.
"How did they get into the mine?" Bree said, scanning the cavernous space that was getting darker by the minute. Before John could respond, they heard a loud creaking noise near the far end of the structure. A light appeared from the floor itself, and an octagonal glass cylinder rose up out of the concrete. "The weather report has just been updated," said a man in a reasonable voice. With the wind chill, it will soon be 62 below zero. Even out of the wind as you are, you don't stand a chance of lasting through the night. Get in, Bree Stone and John Sampson. Or die, and we'll cremate you both in the morning.
Chapter 55. We reached mile marker 11 on the road to Huckleberry Hollow, Idaho, and spotted the flashing blue lights of a Limhi County Sheriff's patrol rig, a beefy Dodge Ram 3500, lifted to allow for a set of huge, studded tires. It was parked in a turnoff by a bear-proof trash bin. Beside the pickup was an SUV covered in 5 inches of snow. Mahoney pulled up alongside the sheriff's truck, rolled his window down, and held up his FBI credentials. The pickup window lowered, revealing a jowly man with a flat face and a big neck that made him look like a bulldog. In his late 60s, he was wearing a heavy parka and a black wool hat. "Sheriff David Tucker," he said. We identified ourselves. "I haven't touched it, haven't been near it, just eating my supper, waiting on you."
We appreciate that, Sheriff Tucker.
"I can put my rack lights on it if you think it will help."
I do, thanks.
Tucker put his rig in gear and turned it around. He put his overhead lights on the Jeep, and it was as bright as day as Mahoney and I swept off the snow so we could try the doors. The sheriff got out, stood to one side and watched. Both front doors opened. The keys were in the ignition. I got a sick feeling when I saw Bree's purse on the floor of the passenger seat and Sampson's day pack in the rear. Their luggage was still in the hatch. "That's it," I said, trying to fight my growing panic. "They've been taken. Maestro has them. They've probably got too close to the truth." "Who is Maestro?" Tucker asked.
Vigilante group. That's who they were here hunting. Maestro and its leader, someone who calls himself M.
While Mahoney told Tucker in more detail why Bree and Sampson had come to the area and what they'd found out at the country store in North Fork, I went through Bree's purse with latex gloves. I found her driver's license, cash, and all her credit cards, but her cell phone was missing. I searched Sampson's pack and found his wallet, laptop, car keys, a sealed envelope addressed to Rebecca Cantrell, and a carefully folded crayon drawing of flowers from Willow with the words, "You are the best daddy." But no phone. I got emotional and found myself praying for their safety. I reached into the bottom of John's pack and came up with a little pink fob, Willow's Geobit fob. That was strange. It was supposed to be in Willow's backpack in D.C. I tucked that, Willow's drawing, and the envelope for Sampson's girlfriend in the chest pocket of my parka for safekeeping, then shut the car door. "You'll have to have criminalists go through this vehicle." Tucker said, "I'll call the State Crime Bureau. They can be on their way first thing tomorrow."
What were you about to say about Alice Lake, Sheriff?
"I was there," he said. "First to respond to the Wheeler murders. I was a young, green deputy with Blaine County Sheriff's Department. Let's get inside where it's warm, and I'll tell you the whole thing." Mahoney climbed up front. I got in the back of the cruiser and shivered. Sheriff Tucker got in and turned the heat on full blast. He described being on call almost 40 years before and being dispatched to the Wheeler home on Alice Lake. The sons had found their parents murdered. "It was a shit show, top to bottom," Tucker said. "I took one look and, I'll admit it, I had to throw up. Happens to everyone the first time. Lot of blood? Hell. Whoever did it had to have been spattered head to toe with blood. But the Wheeler kids, the poor little bastards, were clean, and they were destroyed by the killings. One of them, Ryan, kept saying that he should not have kept his music playing all night, that if he or Sean had heard something from the boathouse, they could have called the police. And Sean? Kid was catatonic, hardly able to say a word, completely traumatized. Whatever happened to him?"
As we understand it, he had mental problems after the murders that his aunt tried to deal with. When he turned 18, he vanished with his inheritance.
Tucker said, "And what? You think Sean Wheeler became this character M? We don't know what to think, and the trail is 30 years old. No leads whatsoever. Just the possible name, Ian Duncanson." I saw the sheriff blink and frown in his rearview mirror. "Oh, Christ," he said. "Is that possible?" "Out with it, Sheriff Tucker." "Let me make sure," he said. He got on his radio and called his dispatcher. "This is Sheriff Tucker, Cat. Can you do me a favor and look up the name of the guy who disappeared hunting a couple of months back? The guy from Boise." Cat came back a minute later. "Duncanson. Ian Duncanson."
Chapter 56. The door of the octagonal elevator closed on Bree and Sampson, and the elevator dropped for close to 15 seconds before it slowed to a stop. Sampson figured they were at least 150 feet below the abandoned metal building. The door slid back with a whoosh, revealing a massive, bald guy in his early 40s and a fit woman with short, sandy blonde hair who looked to be in her late 30s. They were about 10 feet away in a hall with rock walls. Both held pistols loosely aimed at them.
My name's Lucas Bean. This is my colleague, Katrina White.
You should know that the elevator and the interior and exterior doors are all biometrically controlled. You cannot open them. If you're going to ignore that fact and be a problem, the restraints stay on. Will you be a problem, Chief Stone?
Bree shook her head. Bean looked at John.
What about you?
Not for the moment,
Fair enough.
Bean said, raising his gun.
Easy as you exit. Detective Sampson first.
Sampson studied the bald man as he stepped toward him. The way Bean held his pistol and the way he stood, ankles and knees apart and flexed, his balance rode toward the toes, said athlete to Sampson at the very least, and likely a special forces operator of some sort. White moved her gun off Bree and aimed at Sampson.
Hands out.
John extended his wrists. Bean held his gun in his left hand, reached into the pocket of his pants with his right, and came up with a folding knife. He flicked it open and neatly cut Sampson's wrists free. Thank you. Bean wagged his pistol to the side, and John stepped away.
It's a privilege that can easily be revoked. Chief Stone?
Bree stepped out. White's gun swung toward her head. Bean cut her restraints. She immediately rubbed her wrists.
You will want to get off your heavy clothes and take showers before eating.
Not hungry.
I suspect you will be soon enough.
What does that mean? Who are you? Why are we here?
All in good time, Chief Stone. Please remove your parkas and boots here, and don't bother to look for your phones. We have them.
Good luck getting in. They're encrypted.
We already have them open.
Sampson wanted to put his fist right in the man's smirking face, but kept his cool as he removed his parka and boots. After both he and Bree were in their stocking feet, Bean waved his gun again.
Down the hall, second door on the left for Chief Stone, third door on the right for Detective Sampson.
John led the way, noting the echo in the hall and the small black boxes set next to the first two steel doors built flush into the rock walls. No handles. He looked over his shoulder after he passed the second door on the left, saw White step up to the box, flip the lid up, and press her right eye to a retinal scan. The steel door slid back with a quiet whoosh. Bree looked inside, then over at Sampson. She nodded. John nodded back and started toward the third door on the right. White said something he did not quite catch because of the echo in the hall. Bean used the retinal scan to open the door to a small bathroom with a shower.
Sorry about the ceiling height. Towels and soap are on the sink, slippers in your size. Nothing in there you can use as a weapon, so don't try. Knock twice when you are done, and I'll get you to your room.
Sampson hesitated, then ducked inside and slowly stood. He had barely 2 inches of clearance. The door slid shut. Lucas Bean stood in the hall for a long moment before pulling out a small radio.
Edith?
A moment later, a woman with a hoarse voice and a British accent said, "Right here."
Tell the boss they're buttoned up. If you're sure, I'd say the trap is set and you're good to transmit.
"I'm sure," she said. "Here we go then. 3-second distorted sat burst with a full degree deflection off the towers above Kimberly. Should put them at least 50 miles off target."
Chapter 57. Bree knocked twice on the steel door. She had to admit that the hot shower had killed the chill in her fingers and toes, and the wool slippers were cushy, warm, and exactly her size. The door slid back. Katrina White stood off in the hallway, still holding her pistol.
Better.
Yes.
Exit and move to the elevator, please.
What about Sampson? Bree asked as she started down the hall toward the elevator.
Ahead of you. Men don't need as much time as we do.
White used the retinal scan to open the elevator door. They entered, and she tapped something on the touchscreen. The elevator rose for 5 seconds and stopped. The doors opened.
4th door on the right.
White said, and gestured with the gun barrel for Bree to exit. Bree walked down a rock-walled hall similar to the one just below, her captor trailing her just out of reach. A pro, Bree thought. She's handled prisoners before.
We hope you still like your steak charred and rare.
How did she know that? Who hopes I still like it? Bree asked as they reached the 4th door on the right and White stepped up to activate the retinal scan. The door slid back as White said,
The management. We hope you enjoy your meal and have a nice rest.
Bree looked into a room, which held a bunk and a toilet. It was no bigger than a prison cell. Why are you doing this?
Because all of us have had to go through it. It's just protocol.
For what? For who? Maestro? The woman wagged the gun.
All in good time, Jeevestone.
Frustrated, knowing she had no choice, she went into the cell. The door slid shut. There was a dinner tray with covered plates on a stool in the corner. The smell of a freshly broiled steak filled the tiny room, and she was suddenly famished. Bree lifted the plastic lids on the dishes and found a perfectly charred New York strip steak, roasted fingerling potatoes, broccoli, cauliflower, and a glass of wine. She immediately felt all sorts of conflicting emotions. On the one hand, she was looking at one of her favorite meals, and that gave her some comfort. On the other hand, it was creepy that they'd known it was her favorite meal. Then again, Bean made it sound like they were already in our phones, which means they have access to all sorts of data about me and my past. She stood there a moment, debating whether to eat the meal. She was terribly hungry, but she feared the food or wine might be drugged. Nice little prison you've gotten yourself into, she thought, as she looked around the room and back to the food. God, it smells so good. Bree thought of her Air Force survival training, thought about her situation and what her instructors would tell her to do. They tell me to eat. If I'm not strong, I can't escape. It felt so right. She picked up her plastic fork and knife and cut the steak. She put it in her mouth and almost swooned, it tasted so good. She hesitated again, but then took a sip of the wine. If it was drugged wine, she thought, it was excellent drugged wine. Even though the fork and knife broke halfway through the meal, Bree ate every bit of the food and drank the rest of the wine. When she was done, she looked around her cell. The bunk was made of impact-resistant fiberglass, like a kayak, and was bolted flush into the wall. The faucet and toilet handles were welded in place. The light switch was controlled with your finger. The 2 bulbs that lit the room were behind a wire screen overhead. It was as White had said before Bree entered the shower room. There was nothing here to use as a weapon. Though she could not spot a hidden camera, she assumed the room had one, which was even creepier. And if it was true that everything mechanical in the place was controlled with biometric devices, how could she get out? How could she even find Samson? After a few more minutes of this kind of fretting, she felt anxious and almost helpless, which Alex always said was a terrible, debilitating emotion. I won't be helpless, she thought, and yawned. I will act with purpose. I will take care of the only thing I can take care of. Me. With that, Bree forced herself to turn off the light. She groped her way to the bunk, pulled back the blanket, kicked off the slippers, and climbed in, telling herself that she had to sleep if she wanted to think clearly. But her brain refused to slow down, refused to stop asking the same questions over and over. Where's Alex? Does he even know we're missing?
Chapter 58. Mahoney and I dragged ourselves into a Best Western after a long, hard, frustrating day. Ned threw his stuff on the bed, turned on the television, and flipped through the stations to CNN. We'd picked up sandwiches, potato chips, and beer on the way here. And I cracked a beer and ate a chicken breast on rye that wasn't half bad, given that we'd bought it at a gas station called the Town Pump. The cable news was mostly focused on the upcoming inauguration of President-elect Sue Winter and her nominees for Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of Commerce. None of it interested me in the slightest. Bree and John had been missing for more than 2 days, and Ned and I believed that they might have been taken by Maestro, because they'd learned that Ryan Malcolm's twin had gone missing in the wilderness. I'd read up on that case during the car ride in from Salmon. In almost all the stories about his disappearance, Ian Duncanson was described as a single, reclusive code writer and investor in his late 40s who lived on 50 acres north of Boise. He'd disappeared during a solo elk hunting trip in early November in a vast, roadless area between Boise and Sun Valley. The only picture they had of Duncanson was nearly 10 years old, but if you took away the shaggy hair and the beard, he was a dead ringer for Ryan Malcolm. CNN had been running a piece on the president-elect's likely attire on Inauguration Day, but now it cut back to the anchor. "We're sorry to interrupt that fascinating segment, but we have breaking news," the anchor said. CNN's legal correspondent, Imogene Lawrence, has learned that 52-year-old U.S. Supreme Court Justice Margaret Blevins collapsed in her chambers around 8 o'clock this evening and was rushed to the hospital. Imogene, what can you tell us? The screen jumped to the reporter on the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court. Lawrence said, "Justice Blevins evidently lost consciousness in her offices, where she was working with her clerks on a dissenting opinion to an upcoming ruling. She was treated on scene and rushed by ambulance to George Washington University Hospital. We have no official word on a cause, but aides close to Blevins said she appeared to have suffered some kind of seizure. News of Justice Blevinson's condition comes on the heels of public confirmation earlier today that her fellow Justice Albert Mayweather has had a recurrence of his cancer." The reporter went on, "Though it is too early to tell definitively, and we at CNN wish both justices a full and speedy recovery, President-elect Winter may be in a position to alter the balance of power in the High Court very early in her administration." Mahoney's phone rang. He looked at the ID and lost color, then picked up and put the call on speaker.
Director Hamilton, I'm here with Dr. Cross. How are you?
"Great," she said. "Have you heard about Blevins and Mayweather?"
Just saw it on CNN.
"I want you to end your wild goose chase out west and get back to Washington first thing tomorrow," she said.
Ma'am, with all due respect,
"This is a direct order, Mahoney. The incoming Attorney General wants you to brief him face-to-face and ASAP. I will be there as well. If Winter has to nominate a new justice, she has to know all about this Maestro group trying to influence the pick." He sighed.
I'll try to book a flight right now.
"Notify me when you have your itinerary."
Yes, ma'am.
He ended the call as my phone rang. It was Keith Carl Rollins, the FBI cybercrimes consultant. "KK, to what do I owe the honor?"
Bree's cell lit up about an hour ago. It was on for maybe 4 seconds. I got a rough location, but you're not going to like it. I'm sending you the GPS coordinates now.
I pumped my fist. "Thanks, KK, I owe you." Mahoney was on his laptop, trying to get a flight to D.C. through Salt Lake City, when I hung up and said, "Rollins found Bree."
Where?
My phone chirped to alert me to a text. "We're about to find out." I got my iPad, called up Google Earth, and typed in the coordinates. The app took us almost due north across the Canadian border and deep into the mountainous wilderness of British Columbia. I zoomed in on the exact spot, a high mountainside amid big fir trees. "There's nothing there," I said, disappointed. "No buildings, nothing. My God, how the hell did she get in there? It's like 70 miles from nowhere, and it can't look like this now. The place must be buried in 10 feet of snow, maybe more."
Well, we don't know that she's there at all, Alex. Maestro could have thrown the phone out of a plane.
"Or she could still be right there," I said, closing my iPad and grabbing my carry-on and heavy parka.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the Tahoe and going up there. You can get a ride to the local airport in the morning.
Do you have your passport?
I do. I always carry it as backup ID. Mahoney didn't like this.
How the hell do you plan on getting in there?
I went out the door. I'll figure that out when I get to the closest town.
Chapter 59. Even though Sampson felt drowsy from the food and wine, he forced himself to assess his situation. He started with the assumption that he was being monitored and decided he did not care if they watched him probe the room for weaknesses. Although it was clean and reasonably well appointed, it was a cell, plain and simple. There was no secret toggle or pressure plate he could find to open the door from the inside. The steel sink's faucet knobs were welded on. The toilet top was bolted down. He could not get at any of the moving parts. There was no mirror. The bunk below the mattress was one piece and made of a dense fiberglass material, the edges rounded like a surfboard's. The hardware that held it to the wall was seamless, with recessed screws and permanent hinges. The wine had come in a flimsy plastic cup. He had been given plastic cutlery along with a paper plate. The knife broke when he was halfway through his steak, which, although he hated to admit it, was excellent. By the time he finished with the meal, the fork's tines were all broken. He knew prison inmates make shanks out of small pieces of plastic, but he saw no way to craft a knife. There was the issue of the biometric controls on everything. And even if he could somehow circumvent the retinal scanners, get out of his cell, get the elevator working, and make it outside, they had taken his parka, boots, hat, and gloves. And the slippers, at night, he'd probably freeze to death in the 60 below wind chill before he even figured out where he was. A hollow feeling started to build in his gut. His breath came quicker, and he realized his muscles were tense. John knew what was happening. He felt trapped, cornered. The most primitive parts of his brain were activating, pushing him toward a fight-or-flight response. Can't let that happen. You're going to make bad decisions. Got to get control if you want to survive. Sampson's SEER training instructors had consistently stressed that the most important weapon he had in captivity was his mind. If he could not control his thoughts, his emotions, keep them from dragging his brain into its most primitive state, he would spiral down, make impulsive decisions, and be doomed. He remembered one of those instructors, a tough master sergeant named Frank Eagleton, telling him that to avoid despair when being held, to stay active and alert, you had to focus on the moment at hand rather than the unknowable future or the unchangeable past. But try as he might, he could not stop his thoughts from straying to his past with Willow and his future with his daughter and Rebecca Cantrell. Up bubbled a rush of regret, guilt, and sorrow. He'd willingly come along on this trip with Bree. He'd put himself in harm's way as much as she had, and why hadn't he sent the love letter? And now, here he was, a prisoner of his decisions. Willow had had no say in the matter. Neither had Rebecca. And they were the ones most likely to suffer the long-term consequences. Sampson shut off the light, climbed into his bunk, and wallowed in his predicament, feeling weaker and less sure of himself and his chances for survival. But then he saw Sergeant Eagleton clearly in his mind. That big jaw his survival instructor had had, the way it jutted out when he spoke. The enemy is everyone and everything that might prevent you from coming home alive and with dignity, Eagleton said. He tapped his temple. I say again, your number one weapon against any enemy is your mind. The question is, are you going to let your mind use you, or are you going to use your mind in a way that allows you to resist and fight back? Again, Sampson thought of Willow, how she danced her way to him when he picked her up at school, and of Rebecca, how she made him smile every time she walked into a room. I am going to use my mind, he told himself over and over again. He closed his eyes and began to drift toward darkness and dreams. I am going to resist and fight back.
Chapter 60. When I realized that it was going to take me way too many hours to drive to Kimberly, British Columbia, the town closest to Bree's last cell phone transmission, I pulled over in Dillon, Montana, and slept from 1 a.m. to 6. I got to Butte by 8, went straight to the airport, and chartered a turboprop plane. It cost a small fortune, but I didn't hesitate. I was sure Bree's and John's lives were at stake. We were in the air by 10. We landed to refuel and clear immigration and customs in Bonners Ferry, Idaho, then flew 2 more bumpy hours to Kimberly. We landed at 1 p.m., and I was shaken from the turbulence we'd flown through, and a little wobbly from fatigue, as I climbed out of the plane into bitter cold and snowy weather. There was 2 feet of the white stuff on the ground, and the pilot said the snow was supposed to continue falling overnight. I cleared Canadian Immigration and Customs, glad that my FBI credentials meant that I could keep my weapon as long as I went straight to the local Royal Canadian Mounted Police office to declare and register it. I rented a Ford Bronco at the airport and drove to the mounted police offices on Archibald Street. The place looked more like a one-level cottage than a police station, with its white shake shingles and bright blue trim. I knocked on the bright blue front door and went in. A woman in her mid-30s sat at a desk alone beyond a small counter. She wore a green wool cap over a mane of startling red hair, a black puffy coat, and glasses, and she was typing furiously on a keyboard. "How can I help you?" she asked, not looking up from her work. "I'm looking for someone with the Canadian Mounted Police." "You're looking at her," she said, turning from the computer. "Officer Molly Fagan." I identified myself. She came over to look at my credentials. "I didn't know the FBI had consultants," Officer Fagan said, squinting at them. "You have any real authority, Dr. Cross?" "I'm federally deputized, but I almost always work with active agents who make the formal arrests." "Unconventional. But what do you know? How can I help?" "I need to register my service weapon," I said, setting the hard case on the counter. "And I need some advice." "Weapon first," Fagan said, turning all business. I opened the case, and she filled out a form, including the make and model, a Glock 19, and the serial number, then counted the rounds in the 2 clips. By the time I signed the form, the clock on the wall behind her said 10 past 2. "And the advice?" she asked. I told her that Bree and Sampson had vanished almost 56 hours before, that I believed they'd been taken by Maestro, a vigilante group involved in the deaths of U.S. Supreme Court candidates, and that there had been a 4-second transmission from Bree's cell near this location. As I was finishing, a big guy in his late 30s came in wearing a heavy down parka with a fur hood. He shook off the snow and pulled back the hood, revealing a broad, bearded, smiling face and short hair, both beard and hair tinged with gray.
Brutal out there, eh?
Fagan looked over at him. "Give me a minute, sir,"
Ryan Toomey.
he said, unzipping his coat to reveal a blue jumpsuit.
I'm the new janitor from Walcott Secure Maintenance.
"Since when?" she said, frowning.
Last week.
Toomey said, removing the jacket. "I was off last week," Fagan said. She glanced at me and slid his way. "Identification? Federal?" He hung up the jacket, nodded, got out several cards.
Everything's there. Or at least it was last week when I showed them to Officer Craig, eh?
After several moments, Fagan handed them back. "Ontario?" He smiled.
I'm a regional supervisor for Walcott back there, and they said no problem when I asked them for a short-term transfer out this way for the winter. For the snowmobiling, eh? Incredible, eh?
"The year for it," Fagan agreed and came back to me. The janitor put in earbuds and tapped his phone. His head began bopping as he slid on latex gloves. You have the coordinates for your wife's phone, Dr. Cross? Fagan asked. Chapter 61. I do, I said, sliding a piece of paper with the coordinates across the counter to her. The janitor moved about, gathering papers to be shredded and bagged. Officer Fagan told me to come around to her desk. She called up Google Earth and typed the coordinates in. The app zoomed in on the mountainous, heavily forested area Mahoney and I had studied the night before. The Mountie looked up at me with a frown on her face. Are you sure? That's the middle of nowhere, the back of Keonuko Provincial Park. The burst was short, but the FBI cybercrimes expert was positive on the location. Is there even a cell tower in there? She asked, scrolling around. No idea. I just know that's where the transmission came from. Fagan shook her head. Look at it. There's nothing out there for 30 or 40 miles in any direction, and I guarantee you, the area is buried at the moment. How can I get in there? She shrugged. Snowmobile or helicopter? But there's no way they'd let you land one in the provincial park without formal permission. And that is a total hassle to get. Can you zoom out? The Mountie did, giving us a higher aerial view of the terrain. I scanned the scene, saw mile after mile of uninterrupted wilderness. Can you zoom out farther? I asked, and she pulled back more. What's this? I pointed far west of where Bree's cell had gone off. Lumber camp and sawmill. It's just outside the park boundary. You can get to it, but you'll have to drive all the way around to Sirdar, and you'll need a strong sled. Snowmobile? That too. I kept scanning. Along the north boundary, I saw a small square that was shaded gray. This? Private inholding, including an old cabin and horse barn, Fagan said. A woman in Toronto inherited it, but she's in the process of selling it to the Park Service. Any other inholdings? Several, all old mining claims, she said. She brought up 5 different inholdings, all small, no more than 4 or 5 acres, and none with any structures on them, until the one farthest south, a remote triangle of property, a good 50 miles from the signal. She zoomed in on the area, revealing the caved-in roof of a metal building. Used to be an old silver mine, abandoned in the 1960s. Some outfit out of Edmonton bought the rights and went back in there about 10 years ago, hunting for rare earth metals and silver. Test borings never panned out. The project was abandoned. And these? I asked, tapping on 2 structures about 9 miles apart between the GPS coordinates of Bree's last phone transmission and the city of Kimberly. Those are well inside the park boundaries. Old trapper cabins from before the formation of the park. A snowmobile rental place out of Meacham uses the closer one for day riders to stop and get warm. There's a wood stove in it. I'll start there. Rent one of those snowmobiles in Meacham. The Mountie looked at me skeptically. You ever driven a snowmobile? Not yet. Then I'm going with you to protect the Canadian government's interests. Great. Let's go. She narrowed her eyes. Dr. Cross, I completely understand your eagerness to get out and see if your wife is there, but we've got only 2 hours of daylight left, and a storm that's still puking snow. We won't even get close before dark. Storm is supposed to end during the night. We'll go first thing in the morning. Chapter 62. At 5 a.m., Officer Fagan pulled up outside my motel room and honked. I was finishing up a text to Mahoney, telling him where I was and where we were going. He had texted me while I slept fitfully to tell me that the acting director of the FBI had used the briefing with the incoming Attorney General to pitch herself as the best choice for permanent director, while simultaneously distancing herself from Ned's Maestro investigation.
I didn't need to be there.
He'd written.
It was performance art, with me taking a lot of heat. I don't know if I'm still on the case at the moment. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Fagin honked again. I grabbed my pistol in its holster, put on my down coat, gloves, and hat, and went outside. She was at the wheel of a big Ford pickup, attached to a trailer that held 2 Arctic Cat snowmobiles and a pull-along sled. The storm had ended. The temperatures had plunged to 20 below zero. "How far in is it, Officer Fagin?" I asked as I climbed into the pickup, shivering. "Call me Molly. I figure it's 70 kilometers, more than 40 miles anyway. There's a burrito and a coffee there for you in the sack on the floor." 40 miles in this cold, I said, as she pulled out and I found the coffee. "How are we going to stay warm enough to get all the way in there?" Fagin motioned with her thumb to the back seat. "I've got extra insulated coveralls, boots with heaters, mitts with heaters, goggles, face masks, and a pack and a helmet for you. An avalanche transceiver, too. I think they'll all fit you. They belong to my predecessor. He was big like you. The pack includes emergency medical gear, everything from bandages to blood coagulators. I also brought a hunting rifle with a scope for you and a 12-gauge Ithaca pump action gun with slugs for me." "Expecting trouble?" "I just like to be prepared, which is why the undersaddle compartments of both sleds are filled with survival gear. Double-wall tents, sleeping bags, freeze-dried rations, and fire starters. So we're not going to die from exposure." "Not if we can help it." We bounced down a rough road and parked at the trailhead beyond Meacham. The moon was 3/4 full, and the stars were brilliant. I got the avalanche transceiver positioned correctly on my chest and struggled to get the insulated coveralls over my pants and parka. The boots were clunky and very warm. The mitts came up to my elbows. The helmet was equipped with a 2-way radio. The coldness of the air took my breath away, and with all the clothes I wore, I could barely manage a waddle when we got out of the truck and pulled the helmets on. Fagin backed the snowmobiles off the trailer and showed me the controls. "Don't overgun the accelerator if you feel her bogging in deep powder," the Mountie said over the helmet radio. "Just stand and get your weight forward. The engine will do the rest." "Okay." "Stay behind me and you'll do fine. But with this new snow, we'll have to be really careful when it gets steep and deep." With the guns in plastic scabbards attached to the snowmobiles, and an extra 20 gallons of fuel in green jerrycans strapped in Fagin's following sled, we set out on a trail heading south-southwest an hour before dawn. With all the new snow, I was glad she was in front breaking trail, but her sled blew so much powder snow behind it. I had to slow down and let a gap form so I could see. I was lucky. The terrain was mostly flat in those first 10 miles. Once I got the hang of the accelerator and learned how to shift my weight opposite the direction of a turn, I was almost keeping up with Officer Fagin as the first light showed in the east. The sun rose, transforming the trail through the snow-coated conifer forest into a shimmering, dazzling, and bitterly cold tunnel. Bree and John are not equipped for this kind of cold, I thought. If they were out in the storm the past 2 nights, they're dead. 15 miles in, the way got steeper and the snow deeper, and my inferior riding skills were exposed. I had to stand, sit, and throw my body around to wrestle the sled up the incline, and I was sweating hard when we reached the top of a plateau. The wind was howling. It cut through the coveralls and the down coat, made it to my wet wool sweater and vest. I started to shiver, and I was shaking from cold an hour later when we came to an intersection of trails about 20 miles in, halfway to the GPS coordinates from Bree's phone transmission. One trail went almost due north. "I have to get warm," I said, teeth chattering. That first trapper's cabin is ahead a kilometer or so. We'll get in there and get a fire going. Dry out. A kilometer? I said. I can make that. We continued on the trail and reached that cabin we'd seen on Google Earth. There were 7 snowmobiles already there, riderless and idling. Smoke was coming out of the chimney. They already have a fire going for us, Fagin said. Let's talk to these folks and see what they know. Leave your sled running. It sounded like a great plan to me, and I hurried after her. Inside, we found 3 women and 4 men, huddled around an old-fashioned potbelly stove, their helmets and gloves off. I'm Officer Fagin with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, she said, after pulling her helmet off. With the arms of his coverall tied around his waist, revealing a very buff torso, a bald, cocoa-skinned guy wearing a spandex beanie smiled as he stood up.
Lucas Bean, you're coming to rescue us then?
Do you need rescuing? Fagin said.
We did last night. Got trapped in that other cabin in the storm. Had to sleep in our gear. It's not as airtight as this place.
Bean nodded.
We had enough food to last, though, and water, and gas.
Heading out? Fagin said.
Soon as our fingers thaw.
You see anyone else back in here?
In that storm? Not a chance.
Are you all from other countries? Fagin said.
From all over.
Bean said, smiling again.
Looking for new trails to ride, and I think we got in a wee bit over our heads.
A way bit over our heads, Lucas.
Another woman said, firmly. There was something slightly awkward about Mr. Bean and his friends. But then again, they'd passed the night in an uninsulated shack with cracks in the wall at 20 below zero. While they dressed to leave for the trailhead at Meacham, we stood around the wood stove until I could feel my feet and hands again. After drinking a cup of hot coffee, I told Officer Fagin I was ready to push on. The Mountie damped down the firebox, and we went outside and found Bean and his group getting ready to ride out.
Serious power sleds,
Bean said, gesturing at the RCMP snowmobiles. Meant to get us there and back again, Fagin said. Be safe, Mr. Bean.
You as well, Officer Fagin,
he said, tugging on his helmet.
You as well.
Chapter 63. Around 11 that morning, with the sun nearing its zenith in the impossibly blue skies, we were on what Officer Fagin described as a rarely used side trail, roughly 1 mile and several thousand vertical feet from where Bree's cell phone had transmitted more than 2 days before. Fagin was not kidding that the route was rarely used. She had to duck down behind her windshield to avoid getting whipped by the thin saplings overgrowing the trail. I did the same, feeling the saplings grab at the sled runners and the sleeves and legs of my coveralls. More than once, I thought one of my boots had gotten snarled in the brush and would pull me off the machine. Finally, we crested a knoll. Fagin stopped her sled at the edge of a ravine and faced the steep, snowy flank of a mountain on the other side. She got out binoculars and looked all around us. Far as we can go, she said, climbing off the snowmobile and lifting the seat. Where do you think she was? I asked, getting off my sled into knee-deep snow. I think I can show you, the Mountie said. She pulled out a padded bag with a ballistic cloth exterior and unzipped it, revealing a compact Swarovski spotting scope and a tripod. After several tries, she fit them together and aimed the scope up the mountain. That's roughly where I put the transmission location, Fagin said at last, standing back. You're looking at it at 65 power magnification. I shuffled forward in the deep snow, peered into the scope, and saw thick firs, sheer rock and ice high up on the side of the crag. My stomach turned over. She could not have been up there. Not alive. I know, Fagin said. But I knew you wouldn't believe me unless you saw it with your own eyes. It had to have been a mistake. Or Maestro tossed her phone out of a plane, or her. The thought almost made my knees buckle. Go back? She asked. Where's that lumber camp? Far. We'd never make it back tonight. Like I said, you're better coming at it from the west side of the park. What about that abandoned mine? It's a ways too. But I know a spot where you can look at it from up high. 3 hours later, as I was feeling like I'd wrestled a tiger while running a marathon, Fagin finally stopped her sled. We were up high, looking almost due south across a great expanse of snowy wilderness. Again, the Mountie set up her spotting scope and looked through it. After several minutes, she stood back and said, "You should see the outline of the old mine building there." I pushed up the visor of my helmet and looked through the scope. I saw a distant snow-covered hilltop and the suggestion of a building wavering like a mirage. I was about to stand up when I caught movement near the building. I put my left mitt over my left eye to see better. At first I saw nothing. Then I clearly spotted movement. There's someone there. There is not, Fagin said. Moving right to left away from the building. Take a look. I stepped back to let her peer through the scope again. She was there for several long moments before she said, I do see something moving. I can't say it's a man. What else could it be? Moose? Elk? When Fagin stood up, I said, Can we get closer? Check. The Mountie thought a moment. I think there is a trail to the mine, but it's older than the ones we were on, and as I remember, there's warnings for sleds to stay out because there's still mine debris on it. Tailings, pieces of pipe, and old cables that could snag our runners. We need to check. Fagin looked up at the clear blue sky and finally nodded. We'll be back at the Meacham trailhead around midnight, but I'm game if you are. More than game. She took us south for another hour. The sun was getting low in the southwestern sky when we reached a series of long, linked, snow-covered alpine meadows and stopped to refuel. We get to the end of this chain of parks, we should be able to get a good view of that old mining area before dark, she said. Then it's a long slog out. I'm ready for it. Fagin shifted in her saddle, as if to start again, then pulled off a mitt, unzipped her coverall, and got out her binoculars. She pushed up her visor and peered ahead down through the meadows, and then behind us. We've got company, she said. Really? I said, pivoting on my machine. 7 snowmobiles, about a half a mile behind us, were roaring our way. Son of a bitch, the Mountie said. What? Fagin stuffed her binoculars inside her coverall, pointed at the plastic scabbard on the side of my sled. Get your rifle handy, Dr. Cross. It's that same bunch from earlier today, and I think they've all got automatic weapons. Chapter 64. For a split second I hesitated, needing to be sure. But when Officer Fagin put her sled in gear and took off south, the decision was made. I followed in her tracks, wanting to look back but not daring, because the snow was soft in the meadow and I was struggling to keep my machine going. You have 10 rounds 300 Win Mag, the Mountie said over the helmet headset. 18 rounds 9mm? Correct. I have 8 rounds in the Ithaca and 18 rounds 9mm. Not enough if they mean us harm. Roger that. So we are going to have to put distance between them. Find some high ground for an ambush where I can use my satellite phone, alert dispatch. She banked her sled toward the southwest corner of the first meadow and accelerated, throwing a plume of powder snow in the late-day sun that made it hard to... Even though I had my helmet on, the flat crack of automatic weapon fire behind me was unmistakable. I ducked and cranked the throttle, no longer caring whether I could see or not, hoping I was throwing up enough snow to mess with their aim. And then we were in fir trees, on a lane that led to the second meadow. They're close enough to shoot at me. I heard, Fagin gasped. Stay with me. We'll hit the second meadow, peel away west, then loop around to cover in the east toward the rim of the canyon. We'll have a bit of high ground, and the sat phone will connect no problem. Your country, I said, seeing the lane ahead break free into the second meadow, which had many more scattered trees than the first. I followed the Mountie hard west toward the sun, which was now right in our eyes, making it difficult to see. If they follow, they'll be as blind as we are going through here. Exactly, so that knoll there then, she said, turning her sled toward a rise in the meadow where trees had burned down a long time ago. You go to the rim and call. I'll go up the knoll and cover you. Done. The Mountie rounded the back of the knoll and headed east toward the rim of the canyon. I climbed the knoll, stopped the machine just below the crest of the rise, and looked over our back trail. After unstrapping the scabbard, I pulled out a Winchester Model 70 stainless steel rifle with a Leopold scope, ran the action, and watched the 180-grain, 300 Magnum round seat snugly in the chamber. Beyond my sled, the snow was deep. I struggled the last few feet to the top, then flipped up my helmet visor and scanned the tree line in the slanting light. It was pushing zero. My breath hung in the air like fog. For several moments, there was nothing but the fading buzz of Fagin's machine. I looked behind me and realized I could see quite plainly that butte, where the old silver mine had been and where we'd seen movement. It was no more than 2 miles away. But the light was fading. I didn't have an hour of it left, and 3 snowmobiles came from the north and exited the lane between the alpine meadows, following in our tracks. I took 2 steps forward in the snow and eased in behind the stout and charred stump of a burned fir tree. They're here, I said into my helmet microphone. Come back, Fagin said, barely audible over static. They're here. Can't you try to... There was nothing but a hiss in my ear as the sleds slowed no more than 400 yards below me. I swept aside the snow atop the stump and laid the hunting rifle over the top. The sleds stopped. The drivers looked around. I peered through the telescope sight. As Fagin had said, they had automatic weapons hanging from chest harnesses. I heard other machines and looked northeast along the tree line. The other 4 sleds were leaving the woods in the far corner, headed south. A northwest wind had picked up, spinning snow devils across the landscape. I looked to my right, far off the knoll, trying to spot Fagin toward the rim of a canyon she said was right there, no more than 500 yards away. In the rising wind and blowing snow, it was impossible to make out for certain. I was on my own until the Mountie came back in range. My eye went back to the scope, and I moved it on the first rider. My finger went to the trigger. Given that we had already been shot at, I believed I would be acting in self-defense. As far as I was concerned, there was no legal issue if I was forced to shoot under those circumstances. But a hunting rifle against machine guns? Was I better off running? Without Fagin and with darkness coming? The lead driver of the 3 pressed the ignition on his sled. He started fast, following in our tracks, but slowed some 250 yards from me, caught in that blinding late afternoon sun and swirling snow. Chapter 65. They were going to round the knoll in a matter of moments. They were going to see where our tracks had split and where I had gone uphill. I felt I had no choice at that point. I flipped off the safety and slowly swung the gun and scope to the lead driver. I saw the crosshairs cover his chest at 200 yards and squeezed. The trigger was crisp and light. The shot came as a surprise to him. I knew he was dead even before I'd run the bolt and saw the second driver trying to get off his sled and find cover. I shot him through his left side before he could dismount. The third driver sprayed bullets uphill in my direction, forcing me to duck while I ran the action again. And I started to ease up over the top of the stump. But then I heard his machine at my 9 o'clock and realized he was trying to flank me, trying to come around the knoll. I spun around and took 5 quick bounds back down the hill. I threw the rifle over the handles of my snowmobile and found the third driver in my sights. He saw me and tried to get his gun up, but he was less than 100 yards away. My shot caught him square and hurled him off his machine. My heart slammed in my chest. My breath came in gasps. I'd just killed 3 men, or women, I didn't know, and I'd been forced to do it for reasons I did not understand. But then, standing there in knee-deep snow in the bitter cold aftermath of a gun battle, it hit me. I did understand, and I knew who they were. They had never been tourists. They were Maestro soldiers, and they're protecting that mine. I jumped onto my sled, shoved the rifle in the scabbard, and started the engine. I swung the nose of the machine around and gave it throttle, meaning to head straight downhill. But it drifted sideways in the deep snow, pushing me toward the third driver's snowmobile. I went with the drift, realizing I could get his weapon and ammunition. I stopped next to his idling machine and found him dead on his back. I refused to raise my visor. I pulled a knife from a sheath on the harness and cut free the gun. A short-barreled H&K 9mm and 3 high-capacity backup clips. I'd no sooner returned to my snowmobile when I heard rapid-fire shooting. My helmet radio crackled to life. "Cross, they're on me!" Fagin yelled. "I'm heading south." "Coming!" I twisted the throttle, spun southeast, and barreled that way through the loosely set trees toward another rise in the terrain. This one dominated by a massive, needleless snag of a fir tree. I caught sight of Fagin about 300 yards away at my 10 o'clock, heading toward that dead tree that seemed to claw at the sky. 4 Maestro sleds were suddenly at my 8 o'clock, at an equal distance, 300 yards and closing on the Mountie. They were too far to shoot at her with the short-barreled submachine guns, and they were moving at such high speed, I doubted I could hit one of them if I stopped to use the long rifle. "I'm close to you, Fagin. Off your right shoulder. Satellite phone?" "Negative on the call. Batteries all but shot." One of the Maestro drivers sped up and started closing the gap. "He's right behind you, Fagin." I lifted the H&K and shot wildly at him, left-handed while trying to keep the sled going. Fagin stopped behind a fir tree and fired a 12-gauge twice at the driver. She hit him both times with double-aught buckshot, one in the visor and one in the chest, hurling him off his sled. "Turn back on them, Dr. Cross," Fagin said. "There's only 3 left." Before I could argue, she'd gotten her snowmobile turned around and was heading toward the other Maestro men. I struggled to do the same without losing the submachine gun. I finally just sat on it. By the time I got turned around, the Mountie was cutting away hard northeast, about 100 yards from me with the remaining drivers flanking her, firing at her. She twisted in her saddle, trying to return fire with the shotgun one-handed, then seemed to realize her mistake. Fagin swung her head around and dropped an F-bomb in the headset, before she and her sled vanished off the rim of the canyon into the dying light. Chapter 66. The wind picked up out of the northwest then, whistling and bitter. In seconds, dark clouds took the sun, some 30 minutes from setting. Shadows and snow swirls swept across the winter landscape. And still I sat there, on my idling snowmobile, staring at that gloomy spot where Officer Fagin had vanished from sight. I had only the vaguest idea of our location. The Mountie had been tracking us on some mapping app she had on her phone that did not require an active connection. I had no such app, and my phone had lost service right after we left Kimberly. But the compass app on my phone had to work, and we had just refueled. As long as I could locate the tracks of the Maestro soldiers, I reasoned, I could eventually find my way back to the warming hut. I'd light a fire, I'd spend the night, and 2 of the drivers who'd been chasing Fagin appeared on their machines. They were close to where she'd gone over, moving from my left to right, about 150 yards out. I did not give them a chance to spot me. I killed the ignition, threw the hunting rifle over the handlebars, and shot the near rider as he passed through an opening in the scattered trees, then picked off the second. I shoved the rifle back in the scabbard and took off south toward that ridge with the big dead tree. I slowed to a stop near dense Christmas trees in the corner of the clearing. The snag silhouetted ahead and above me in the gray light. I got behind the sled, watching my back trail over the top of the rifle scope, looking for the last of the 7 people who'd been hunting us. The biting cold wind blew snow devils through the low fir trees, which shook. New snow began to fall. I glanced farther south, toward that abandoned mine, believing that Bree and John were there, yet wanting serious backup before I went in to see for certain. Shooting erupted to my left, muzzle flashes at a distance. Bullets snapped branches of the trees nearest me. I reached up, thumbed the ignition, twisted the throttle, and lurched the sled forward a good 20 yards, putting thicker trees between me and the gunman. The shooting stopped. I slid the hunting rifle in the scabbard and picked up the submachine gun, knowing he was there listening for me just as I was listening for him. For the second time in less than 10 minutes, I felt as if I had no choice in my next move. Night was falling, bringing temperatures that could eventually kill me, and I doubted I could find my way back to the distant trailhead. I could see only one real option. Forget backup. Forget trying to get out of the wilderness. You've got to kill this last guy and go to that abandoned mine building. Suddenly and unexpectedly, my headset crackled with a woman's hoarse voice.
Dr. Cross, are you there?
For a moment, I was sure it was Fagin. But then the woman said,
Dr. Alex Cross, are you hearing me at this frequency?
I realized she had a light British accent. I debated whether to reply.
We can hear you breathing, Dr. Cross. And there's someone here who wishes to speak with you.
There was a pause before the sweetest and most familiar voice came to me over the headset.
Alex? Are you there?
My heart soared. Bree?
Right here. It's time to put the guns down. They have too many men. Even if you knew the way out of this place, they'd catch you.
I said nothing, wondering at her level of duress.
Alex, it's going to be 50 below zero out there tonight.
What do they want me to do? The other woman's voice came on the headset.
Leave your weapons. Follow the snowmobile and drive it when they cross in front of you.
I said nothing for several moments. Finally, the woman said,
Do you wish to see your wife and Mr. Sampson again? Or do we have to hunt you all night?
The situation was no-win, and I knew it. Putting my weapons down.
You've made your wife happy, Dr. Cross.
But I was not happy as I got out the hunting rifle and hung it by its sling on the nearest tree. I tossed the submachine gun in the snow below it, unzipped my coverall and my down parka, and dug for my shoulder harness and the Glock, which was right above the avalanche beacon Fagin had made me wear. As I did, I felt something brush my knuckles, something small and oblong in the pocket of my parka. I got the Glock and the backup ammo out and regretfully dropped them as well.
Dr. Cross?
Almost, I said, digging again. I'm not good with coveralls and cold. My fingers closed on that little oblong object in my chest pocket. I'd forgotten Willow's geobit fob was with me. I squeezed the sides of it for several seconds, praying Sampson was right, that its GPS signal could be picked up anywhere. I debated taking it with me, but decided not to. I hung it low near the trunk and zipped up the coverall. I shrugged off the pack and tossed it by the machine gun. Some instinct told me I needed to remember this place. The same instinct told me to empty the sled's understorage compartment, take out the tent, sleeping bag, and emergency gear. If I can save Bree and just get back here,
Dr. Cross?
Okay, I said, putting my mitts back on. I am officially without weapons.
Good.
A moment later, I heard a snowmobile start up off to my left. A headlight cut the gathering gloom, slashed, and wavered like a fighting sword. The light became the snowmobile and the final driver, who did not look over at me before accelerating toward the abandoned mine. I looked at the cache of weapons and emergency gear in the glow of my sled's headlights. I remembered Bree's voice, knew she was captive, and knew I might not see her or John or my kids or my grandmother again. And if we all did survive, our lives might never be the same. I understood all that, and yet I followed the red tail light of the gunman's sled into the gathering storm and the night. Chapter 67. The driver took an old trail off the southern meadow that led through dense forest and a wetland. It took all my strength to keep the machine from bogging down before it reached the other side, and a cleared trail that ran in switchbacks up the north flank of the butte and the old mine. I imagined cresting and seeing some kind of structure to the north. But even after we passed the hulking shadow of the abandoned building, there was nothing on the flat top but snow in my headlights, blackness all around, and that red light on the back of the sled in front of me. On the far southwest side of the plateau, we took another switchback trail down into a maelstrom of wind and snow. I could sense a very big drop-off to my right, and I kept trying to keep the machine hard left. Mercifully, after what seemed a long descent, the trail hit a wide, windswept shelf devoid of trees. The driver led me to the other end and slowed to a stop in front of a wall of rock, saplings, and scrub brush sticking out from ice and snow. I halted my sled 25 yards behind him, and I was starting to wonder what was happening when a piece of mountain about the size of a barn door began to slide back. Light poured out and got stronger the more the door retracted, revealing a vaulted space beyond the swirling snow. The sled in front of me drove inside onto a concrete floor and stopped. I did the same and raised my visor, squinting at the bright lights. The door closed behind us. I looked all around. The room was a solid 200 feet deep and 75 wide, with a ceiling that had to be 30 feet high. At least 20 snowmobiles were parked to my left. To my right, a small white Bell helicopter was up on a massive dolly that was lashed in place. "Stay where you are, Dr. Cross," the woman with the hoarse voice said through my helmet radio. "You need to be scanned." The last driver of the 7 who'd chased me was off his machine. 2 women in their 40s and 2 men in their 30s came through a door on the opposite side of the space. The men carried machine guns. The women held detection wands. The snowmobile driver removed his helmet and then a hood beneath, revealing the same buff, bald guy we'd seen at the warming hut much earlier in the day. He scowled at me while unclipping his weapon from its harness. "You don't look happy to see me, Mr. Bean," I said as the 2 other men and women approached.
You killed 6 of my mates,
Bean said, cradling the gun, his expression stony. "They shot first. And by the way, one of you killed a Canadian Mountie."
Not likely. I saw it. She had an accident, didn't she? Lost her way, she did. What you did, however, ambushing us, that was cold-blooded murder.
"Perspective is everything," I said evenly, watching him like you'd watch a snake at close quarters. Before Bean could reply, the women came up wearing dark fleece leggings and tops. They studied me with some interest as they ran the wand over me, stopping on my left chest. Avalanche transceiver. Show us, one of them said. Bean turned and stalked away while I lost the helmet, the heavy boots, and the coverall. I dropped it all on the floor beside the sled, then took off my parka to show them the transceiver strapped to my torso. One of the women cut the transceiver off, while the other waved her wand over the pockets of the parka. I was happy they were empty. When she was done, she nodded to one of the armed men. Let him shower, give him slippers, then take him to level 4. Chapter 68. Flanked by 2 armed men, I passed through a door into a narrow hallway. As we walked, I steeled myself with 3 internal goals. Number 1, find Bree and John. Number 2, escape. Number 3, get to the guns and survival gear. They took me into a locker room, told me the shower, and left me jeans, long underwear, a shirt, a wool sweater, and socks and slippers. As I showered, I thought about Willow's geobit fob, now out in a snowstorm, and wondered whether its signal would carry. I prayed it would, as they put zip ties on me and led me into an elevator that rose smoothly and slowed to a stop. The door slid back, revealing a foyer of sorts, with double wooden doors on the other side. Standing there, guarded by 3 armed men, were Bree and John. I felt a huge weight fall from my shoulders. They were both alive.
Alex!
Bree gasped and came over fast to me, her wrists in restraints as well. Go inside, please, one of the guards said. Dinner will be ready soon. At that, I became aware of the smell of savory meat, garlic, onions, and basil. Bree took my right arm with her bound hands.
Are you okay?
Sort of. You?
Sort of,
she said, and we started toward the double doors. I looked over at Samson, who nodded with a blank expression and a 1,000-yard stare. I had known John long enough to understand. In his mind, in his heart, my oldest and dearest friend had gone total warrior. That alone gave me a lot of hope when we went through the doors into another large, high-ceilinged space. Massive girders had been bolted into the rock ceiling. Dramatic lighting fixtures hung from the girders and shimmered like icicles. The far wall was entirely covered in a crystal-clear digital closed-loop video that depicted an alpine valley surrounded by crags with a frozen river zigzagging through it. Wind blowing, snow swirling. The floor was stamped stained concrete with large area rugs on top. To our left, a gas fire burned in front of modern furniture, all black and chrome. Beside the fireplace, there was an empty wheelchair with a blanket. When I finally looked to my right, I froze and stared along with John and Bree. There was a large kitchen and dining area in the corner about 50 feet away, the space defined by an overhead trellis with more of those icicle lights hanging from it. 3 people were working in the kitchen. The lone female had her back to us at the stove. Short blonde hair, green fleece top, dark tights. Lucas Bean worked beside her, wearing a gray sweatsuit, hood down to reveal his bullet-shaped head. The other man in the kitchen was taller, slender, with wispy sandy gray hair. He wore horn-rimmed eyeglasses, a dark blue wool sweater, jeans, and running shoes. He leaned on a cane as he left the kitchen and hobbled toward us a few feet, then stopped and gestured to the digital mural and the snowy scene with his cane.
Dr. Cross, Chief Stone, Detective Sampson, I wish you could see the real thing in all its glory. But it's dark now, and we have the shutters down for the storm.
He came closer, his expression one of deep interest and irony, his mannerisms and speech pattern putting me in mind of the late actor William Hurt.
They're quite remarkable, the shutters. 5-inch steel holding the integrated digital screens you see on the interior. The exterior has been sandblasted and powder-coated to match the color of the cliff face, and they are thick enough that we can't be detected by heat seekers. For all intents and purposes, we don't exist here. We're invisible, especially to prying satellites and such things. But here it is on a summer's day.
He picked up a remote from a table and clicked it. The digital video changed, became the valley in midsummer with a riot of wildflowers blooming in the river bottom and eagles winging about.
Isn't it magnificent?
He said, his eyes glistening. He frowned and shook his head.
Oh, how rude of me. Dr. Cross and I have met. But allow me to introduce myself. I'm...
Bree cut him off.
Ryan Malcolm.
His eyes softened, and he smiled as if he knew something she didn't.
Am I?
You are. I knew you weren't dead, M.
Chapter 69.
Am I?
Malcolm said again, with an infuriating smile. Bree looked like she wanted to smack him, but she kept her cool and said,
Yes.
The smile remained as he pointed us to chairs by the fire. He limped to the wheelchair, sat in it, put the blanket across his legs, and gazed at us with renewed interest, if not energy. He looked as if he'd recently been ill.
The three of you are persistent, I'll give you that. And I must say, we knew you were an investigative all-star, Dr. Cross, but we had no idea you were a marksman as well. 6 dead because of you and Officer Fagan.
The rifle was well sighted in, and your men shot first.
Yes, that was a mistake,
Malcolm said, tapping his finger against his chin.
Tell me, does it stick in your craw that your wife was the one who figured me out?
I shrugged. I've always said she was the shinier side of the coin.
Ah, yes, the self-deprecation. The need to be liked. I am well aware you are a psychologist. You know a lot about the human mind in general. But I know a lot about the way you specifically think, Dr. Cross. And you, Chief Stone. And yes, you, Detective Sampson. We've been tracking your data for years.
Sampson looked like he wanted to rush him.
And you've been killing people you don't like and taunting men who just lost their wives.
No.
Malcolm shook his head.
Never. Not me. That would have been my lesser half.
Sean.
Your twin brother, a.k.a. Ian Duncanson, who vanished hunting near Boise 2 months ago.
What?
Sampson said, looking at me. True. To me, Malcolm said.
You really have gotten to the heart of the matter, haven't you?
Then the head of Maestro looked at Sampson.
What you all failed to understand was that there were 2 of us contacting you over the years. One M, me, was fairly helpful to your investigations. The other, my brother, less so. Cruelly less so. I personally apologize for the way Sean treated you after your late wife's passing.
Sampson said nothing.
You're saying your brother was part of all this? Maestro?
Malcolm squinted.
He was aware of it, but not a part of it. In the instances I've mentioned, he just signed into our area of the Darknet and went about his cruel mischief.
How's that?
Sean seemed to have a troubled mind from early childhood, but he had a better brain for math and computer code than I ever did. He helped me write the algorithms that made my company, and I made him a very wealthy man. He also had a knack for hacking and for hiding things, like ownership, through Brazilian shell companies.
Like that ranch in Colorado where your men were attacked?
Like that ranch, and the ranch above the road where I met my untimely end. And this place, of course.
Sean died in your vehicle, not on a hunting trip.
It had to end at some point. In the past few years, Sean was deteriorating mentally, and his mere existence provided a bomb-proof alias for me.
You're a great brother.
Better than you know. Sean's life would have been over decades ago if it had not been for me, protecting him, keeping his secrets secret. And yes, you were getting too close to those secrets and to mine. That's why we had to send for the janitor. Toomey, the man who brought you here. He cleans things up for us on a regular basis.
I flashed on the janitor at the mounted police office in Kimberly. Toomey? Wasn't that his name? He had to have heard me and Fagin talking. The blonde woman came into the room wearing an apron. Handsome more than pretty, she said with a mild Slavic accent.
Dinner is ready, Em.
Thank you, Katrina.
Malcolm said, then looked at us.
Shall we?
Chapter 70. Lucas Bean left the kitchen and pushed Ryan Malcolm's wheelchair through the great room to a dining area near the kitchen.
I am going to release you from your restraints so we can eat in a more civilized manner. But don't get any stupid ideas. Lucas was with the British SAS, elite counter-terror. And Katrina, in addition to being an excellent cook, was trained as a swallow by the GRU.
Katrina White was walking away from us as he said it. She was very strong and moved like a gymnast, very aware of her posture and gait. A GRU swallow, I thought, now very interested in the woman. Bean came around to each of us and cut free our wrist restraints. We sat at the trestle table, Malcolm at one end, Bree and I opposite each other in the middle, and Sampson at the other end. White brought out a sausage, broccoli, and garlic dish that smelled like heaven and spooned it out over fresh pasta. The former SAS operator poured Chianti into our glasses.
A toast,
Malcolm said, raising his glass. We all looked at each other. Bree shrugged and picked up her glass, so I did too. Sampson gave it an awkward second, and then, grudgingly, raised his glass.
To a better future,
the head of Maestro said. We mumbled the words. Bean said,
Amen, Em.
Malcolm sipped the wine. Bree and I did as well. It was very good. Sampson set his down. The lights flickered and died. The darkness was so complete it was disorienting.
No need for panic. The redundant generators are switching.
He'd no sooner said that than the lights came back on, dimly at first and then with more power. The big video wall rebooted. Redundant generators, I said, looking around. The work that must have gone into this place is extraordinary. The leader of Maestro smiled again. I've always believed that there is nothing a powerful rich man likes to talk about more than himself, his accomplishments, and his toys.
The mine's previous owners did most of it. The pneumatic elevator occupies the main shaft. This room was actually a cave chamber they accidentally drilled into. The place was riddled with them, like Swiss cheese, old limestone deposits amid the granite. All our work and living spaces are located inside tunnels that were bored into the butte back in the 50s. All we had to do was come in and modify them to serve our needs.
Still must have cost you a fortune. Malcolm's smile widened.
It is extraordinary what you can accomplish when you have billions at your disposal.
Your aunt the bank on all this? The smile vanished.
My aunt is a saint. She helped fund my startup, nothing more.
Why are we here, Malcolm?
His face fell.
I usually talk business only after the meal. At least try your food. Katrina went to a great deal of trouble to make this for you. It's a Sicilian peasant dish.
John looked like he wanted to grab his table knife and wing it at the man, but he picked up his fork and forced himself to eat. Bree and I followed his lead. Like the wine, the dish was incredibly good.
What do you think, Dr. Cross?
Malcolm asked after I'd taken a couple of bites. Who knew a trained assassin could cook like a master chef? In the kitchen, Katrina laughed and rubbed the left side of her neck, as if working out a knot. And then I placed her. Malcolm was pleased.
Her grandfather cooked in the Kremlin.
Samson glared at me until I blinked at him twice, paused, and did it again. A signal we'd been using forever to alert each other to play good cop, bad cop. John stared at his plate as he ate, then set down his fork and said,
Again, why are we here, Em? Why not just kill us like you tried to do last year in Montana?
Malcolm sighed and took another sip of wine.
Montana was a strategic and tactical mistake made by one of my trusted team leaders. Someone who was interested in snuffing out the last of the Alejandro cartel men who were in the Bob Marshall actively hunting you. I had little or no say in the matter.
I didn't believe him. So why kidnap Bree and John? Why lure me in and kill Fagan? He tapped his index finger against his lower lip.
As I said, Fagan was an accident. She made a mistake. I brought you here because there is a problem I believe you three can help fix.
Okay.
Bree said, crossing her arms.
What's this problem?
Malcolm shifted in his wheelchair, pushed his glasses farther up the bridge of his nose, and grew dead serious.
The problem, Chief Stone, is that nothing works anymore. The system is broken. Mankind is out of order. We are spinning into chaos, and in doing so, we are not only destroying civilization, but also dooming the planet.
Chapter 71. Samson, Bree, and I stiffened at his description of the problems the three of us were supposed to help solve. Malcolm could see the skepticism in our eyes and held up both palms.
Hear me out while you eat, and know that almost everything I am going to say is backed not only by the megadata that Paladin's supercomputers crunch every day, but also, I suspect, by your own personal experiences.
He cut a sausage, ate it, and took yet another sip of wine before pressing on.
We can argue about this, but aside from America's systemic racial injustices, until the past 30 years or so, law and order as it was practiced in the USA worked. It wasn't perfect, but it functioned. Today, that system is crumbling all around us, in part because of the massive disparity in wealth around the world. Because wealth has been gathered up and placed in the hands of the few, become scarce, people want it more than ever. And that desire for more breeds violence and corruption at every level. Don't believe me? Look at our cities. The homeless are everywhere, and so are the mentally ill, and so are criminals. You can't walk in parts of Manhattan, Chicago, LA, and Seattle because they are lawless, open-air drug markets the police avoid. Go into stores in those areas, from Nike to Patagonia, and the security guards are packing Glocks because cops won't investigate robberies or thefts under $1,000. Murders are spiking in urban, suburban, and rural areas. So are rapes and assaults. And look at the droughts and the wildfires burning all over the world. Look at the politicians who know the climate is in massive danger and yet do nothing. Look at judges taking bribes and calling it justice. Look at law enforcement cutting corners, turning a blind eye to illegal drug shipments flowing across borders in exchange for bigger stacks of cash in bigger paper bags. It goes on and on and on. And because of that, the chaos in our lives will grow exponentially in the coming years. Mankind, civilization, seems right on the simmering edge of a lawless boil. Or am I wrong?
I said nothing. Neither did Samson. But Bree said,
You're not wrong.
No, I'm not.
Malcolm said, smiling grimly.
I wish I were, but I'm not. Every day brings another tale of chicanery up and down and throughout the financial industry. Souls are constantly sold to the devil. Same thing in law and in business. Ethics used to guide careers in those fields. Now, it's just a course to get through on the way to a high-paying degree. Is it any wonder that the justice system is riddled with corruption, or that corporations routinely ignore the law and pollute the earth, shit the bed they sleep in? Or am I wrong?
You're not wrong. But you say that underlying it all is the fact that the haves have most of the pie and the have-nots want it.
I think that's true.
Then what's stopping you from spending your billions to change things, to fix the system? Why raise a private army?
That's right. Why go vigilante?
Because the way we practice vigilantism works. And because it has more impact than I'd have spending my billions conventionally. Would you like to see how it works?
When Samson and I hesitated, Bree said,
Yes, we would. Very much.
Malcolm looked at John and me with a tilted head until we nodded.
Lucas, Katrina, we're all going to the control room.
Bean came around to push Malcolm's wheelchair. White took off her apron and followed us to the elevator. The doors closed. We dropped smoothly. I watched White, knowing she was the one who'd killed the Supreme Court candidates, not understanding how she could be so at ease.
Pneumatic elevator. Rises and falls on air pressure. Bloody brilliant.
Your own design?
M's face soured.
My brother's idea.
I made a note to myself that Malcolm remained conflicted about his brother and about having to kill him. He'd also confessed to protecting Sean from his secrets. What secrets? Thinking back to all we'd learned in Idaho, I began to have suspicions about the nature of at least one of those secrets. The elevator slowed and the doors opened. Bean pushed M's wheelchair into the top of an amphitheater of sorts, with tiers of workstations stepping down before a floor-to-ceiling curved screen showing various video feeds. 9 people manned the workstations and paid no attention as we entered. Chapter 72. Bean turned Malcolm around, and I noticed once again that the former SAS officer continued to study me, as if plotting where he'd aim if he got the chance and the go-ahead.
Welcome to Maestro's remote command center. Everyone in this room has at one time worked for various top-rank intelligence and law enforcement agencies around the world. Toomey was in the Marines and CIA paramilitary. Lucas in the SAS. Sarah down there in the second row was a top controller with the Mossad. Edith here was with NSA. Where are we, Edith?
Mid-50s, half glasses on a chain, and a funky dresser. Edith put me in mind of a social studies teacher I knew who'd worked at a school where Nana Mama had been vice principal. Edith swiveled in her seat, dropped the glasses. "Weather here is going to get rough again tomorrow, Em," Edith said in that hoarse voice. "Weather Canada is calling for 90 centimeters, maybe more. At the moment, the satellite connection is strong, and we are actively monitoring all scheduled missions."
Are any a likely go?
Boston is possible.
Who's overwatching?
A man 2 stations below Edith raised his hand and turned to look at us. It was Toomey, the janitor from the Mounted Police Force offices in Kimberly, and Bree whispered, the Idaho Highway Department man who'd taken Bree and Sampson.
Warren was feeling sick, so I stepped in, Em. Explain the mission to them.
The janitor looked up at us.
Irish mob just brought in the largest load of fentanyl in U.S. history. 2 DEA agents and Massachusetts state police officers are part of it. Stuff is so lethal 2 of the mules bringing it died the day before yesterday when they accidentally inhaled the dust off the package.
Malcolm nodded.
We're inside the state troopers' phones. That's why we need to act quick. Tell them how we're doing it, Edith.
Edith put her half glasses back on, said, "We used artificial intelligence based on our own algorithms to sort through possible storage locations for the fentanyl and have narrowed them down to 1. Toomey's team is on scene, waiting for confirmation."
And then what?
The team, dressed in hazmat gear, enters, retrieves the drug, and destroys the bulk of it before it can destroy anyone else.
And the bad guys guarding the drugs? The DEA agents? The state cops?
They die from their exposure to the drug and are found with enough of it to reveal their entire scheme.
This is how the majority of our missions work. We surgically remove the cancer, but we don't bury the tumor.
Is that what you call the cold-blooded murder of 3 potential candidates to the U.S. Supreme Court? The leader of Maestro's face didn't twitch. I looked over at Katrina White. Your swallow made a mistake. Malcolm's eyebrows shot up.
That would be a first.
We caught her all 3 times on home security cameras. Never her face, so well done there. But at every scene after the kill, she adjusted the left side of her neck, the same move I saw her make in the kitchen a few minutes ago. And in Georgia, we were able to amplify her words. She said, "Maestro knows what you've done. It's over." Malcolm looked at Katrina.
Did you say that, my dear?
I did, Em.
She said, shrugging.
I figured they should know why they were dying.
The vigilante leader removed his glasses, came up with a cloth, and cleaned them. Why were they killed? Why not just expose them?
And jam up the courts? No. Better to remove them.
But why Nathan Carver? What did a law professor do to warrant assassination? Em appeared irritated at being questioned, and he rubbed harder on his glasses. What did he do? Malcolm put his glasses back on and peered at me with a grin that struck me as both ironic and cruel.
Unlike Judge Pack, who had skewed morals and judgment, and Judge Franklin, who arranged for her husband's plane to crash, it's not what Nathan Carver did, Dr. Cross. It's what the professor planned to do once he sat on the high bench.
And what was that?
Overturn American Indian law top to bottom. As a professor and an activist, he has quietly advocated challenging every treaty between every tribe and the U.S. government since the Revolutionary War. The oppressed peoples would then attempt to reclaim their rights and lands, and the country would be consumed in havoc for years. We gathered more than 100,000 data points that said that would be his mission if he were named to the court, a total reversal of hundreds of years of precedent.
I shook my head. For data points, you had her kill him?
We eliminated Carver to prevent the chaos he would have caused in the country. All property ownership, all mineral rights and water rights, all oil and gas leases, all of them possibly thrown out if Carver reached the court at such a young age.
Sampson shook his head.
How can you know how much sway he'd have on the court?
If Pack and Franklin joined him, a great deal.
And you personally make all these decisions. Who lives, who dies. I'm sorry, but who made you God? Other than your brother.
I could tell the vigilante leader was not used to being challenged, and he struggled not to lose his cool.
It's more complicated than that. The algorithms.
The algorithms? You have machines making these decisions?
Malcolm blinked and rubbed at his temples.
Edith, explain.
Edith said firmly, "There are rules, and we collectively make the decisions based on the data and the hard evidence."
There is a vote on every target, and no one takes their votes lightly.
No one.
Malcolm lifted his head and looked at us in a way that made me wonder if he was feeling ill rather than irritated by our challenges.
As Edith indicated, there are rules in Maestro, strict ones, and we hold our operatives to the highest standards, which is why we brought you here instead of killing you.
Bree beat me to it.
What are you saying?
That we believe that while you are misguided, you are uncorrupted, and because of that, we want the three of you to join us. Join Maestro, and help us restore order.
Chapter 73. I was about to tell him to put his offer where the sun didn't shine, but Malcolm held up both palms and said,
Don't make an impulse decision. In fact, don't make any decision until you've slept on it. But please, tell me your doubts.
Okay. As sophisticated as you are, I don't believe in vigilantes taking the law into their hands and making a mess of things.
Name an instance where we did that.
Executing drug cartel members and law enforcement officers?
Law enforcement officers who were thoroughly corrupted. And if you remember, the Alejandro cartel was winning the war for the southern border until Maestro got involved. Today, the cartel does not even exist, and the remaining narcos down there are terrified to take their place.
I glanced at Bree and Sampson. We could not argue with him on that point. Every bit of intelligence we'd read indicated that drug trafficking along the southwest U.S. border had dropped significantly since the Alejandro cartel was destroyed.
And the fashion murders in New York?
That designer and her top aides were running a human trafficking operation in front of the whole world. Now, it does not exist.
And the men you had murdered around D.C.? The Dead Hours killings?
M shifted in his wheelchair.
You mean the child molesters? That was actually my late brother's work. Even so, isn't the world a better place without them creeping around? A better place for your daughter, detective?
John thought about that a moment.
I can't dispute your goal, only your means.
Not our means in this case. Sean's. Ian's.
Malcolm claimed that his brother figured out what Maestro was years ago and had created a digital backdoor to the organization's files and Paladin's supercomputers. He used that backdoor to target the child molesters. Why?
You'd have to ask him, which is impossible.
He tapped his lip again, his eyes slightly squinting. Was Sean molested as a child? I asked, sensing my way toward the truth.
We're not going there.
Why not? You were his twin brother. Was he molested or not? The Maestro leader shifted in his wheelchair.
He was mistreated, not molested. Beaten for things that he should not have been beaten for.
By your father? Wheeler?
And our dear mother.
You were beaten too. His head bobbed ever so slightly.
Though never as bad as Sean. They knew I was physically weak even before my diagnosis. But we were both bad genes, as they called us. Bad genes. Bad adoptions.
They said that?
Often.
Years of clinical psychology work backed up my instincts at that point. When were the worst beatings? What age? Malcolm adjusted his glasses.
They got worse as we got older.
And no one was coming to help. Your parents were wealthy. No one would have expected them to mistreat you. He said nothing. When did it become intolerable for you?
For me? Or Sean?
I shook my head. The both of you. You were twins. The corners of his mouth turned up ever so slightly.
You are very perceptive, Dr. Cross. I'll grant you that.
Which one of you raised the idea of killing your parents first? Malcolm thought about that.
After our father whipped Sean with a leather belt so bad he bled, it was almost like he had no choice. He behaved and waited until his back healed completely to eliminate motive. And he and I figured out a way around the alarm system, so it would look like Sean had never left the boathouse that night, and climbed in naked through the basement window of the main house.
I watched him, unsure whether I believed him. What did Sean do with the knife?
We had a boat lift that was mounted on 4 steel pipes about 8 feet long, drilled into the bedrock. The pipes were capped, below the surface a good 2 feet. We'd figured out how to unscrew the caps earlier that summer. Sean dove in the lake after it was done to clean himself, then unscrewed the cap and dropped the knife in. I assume it's still there.
So he was a vigilante at age 9.
Yes. Yes.
Malcolm said wearily, with a weak flip of his hand before turning to gaze at me.
I'm done talking about Sean. Dr. Cross, do you know what I decided in the early days of Maestro? Before I began approaching vetted, angry, and incorruptible law enforcement and intelligence agents to join me?
I haven't the faintest.
I decided that Maestro would be democratic. Everyone involved would have a vote, and we would act based on evidence, then punish by any means necessary to restore order.
Is that why you kidnapped Sean? Put him in your handicapped van and saw him killed? To restore order? Or for you to disappear?
M laughed softly, sadly.
Ian Duncanson was becoming highly erratic, and Ryan Malcolm needed to disappear. You, especially, were getting too close, Chief Stone. But more important than disappearing I will miraculously appear next spring as my brother, bad spine and all, having survived an entire winter alone in the wilderness. I will have a story to tell, and it will all be backed up by evidence on the ground. How I fell hunting and injured my back. How I survived until I could literally drag myself to a remote cabin just as the snow started falling. How I shot a cow elk that fed by the cabin. How I
could tell he was winding up, and I wanted to bring him down a notch or two. Killed your twin brother. He was getting increasingly agitated the more we pressed him about his dead brother, and seemed to struggle with his words.
As I told you, he was becoming erratic, dangerous. His skills were... The distance between genius and madness is always a hair's.
He lost all color. His eyes left us and he gazed at the floor, and his jaw sagged. Edith came fast to his side. Him? Are you okay? I thought for a second there that Malcolm was having a stroke, but then he shook his head slowly.
Late for my meds. I'll take you up straight away.
He nodded weakly, then gazed up at us.
You have 12 hours to decide.
But how would it work? Are you asking us to leave our lives behind? Our families?
I was kind of shocked that my wife was entertaining the offer at all.
The details. Otherwise, we can't make a rational decision.
He gestured at Edith.
She'll explain.
Chapter 74. 30 minutes later, the hydraulic door to the cell-like room where Bree had been kept slid shut behind us. There was a bunk above hers, but hardly any room to move around. And I don't think I'd been as frustrated with my wife as I was right then. You're honestly thinking of joining Maestro?
That comes second,
Bree said before throwing herself into my arms. She pulled my head down and murmured in my ear.
I gotta believe we're bugged, baby.
I sighed, kissed her, and drew back. I love you too, but Maestro?
A lot of Malcolm's arguments make sense. And it's not like we'd be foot soldiers. All we would be doing is helping them from time to time.
That was how Edith sold it after Bean wheeled Malcolm off. She said that Malcolm wanted us to return to our lives, as if nothing had happened, other than a series of unfortunate circumstances that had separated Bree and Sampson from their vehicles during a snowstorm and ultimately resulting in Officer Fagan's crash into the canyon. Back in our respective investigative organizations, we would work for Maestro's aims and have unparalleled access to the power of Paladin's supercomputers and vast databanks to root out injustice and corruption. And you will be paid well enough to ensure you and your families are comfortable for the rest of your lives, Edith said. More important, you will see the direct results of your crime-fighting efforts. The bad guys behind bars if there's enough compelling evidence on the record.
And if there's not enough on the record?
Debate and then a vote, Edith said. Majority wins. Appeals are possible. You would have a say and a vote. All of you would. In the cell with Bree, I thought about that and said, once you help them, you're caught in their web. My wife yawned.
No, you're part of the web. Sleep on it before you say another thing. I'll take the top bunk.
She turned off the light, pushed me gently into the bottom bunk, and climbed in beside me. She snuggled in my arms and whispered in my ear.
We have no choice but to join, Alex. Think about it. If we refuse, he'll kill us.
Maybe it was the multiple days with little sleep. Maybe it was the strange, wired feeling that had been pulsing through me since I surrendered and followed Lucas Bean's snowmobile. Whatever it was, I had not thought the downside through, but it was clear that she was correct. We knew who M was, what Maestro really was, and its secret location. At least I did. Sort of. Unless Malcolm believed we were total converts to his cause, we would not leave this place alive. But even that seemed off to me. I murmured in her ear, "If we agree to join, why would he let us go? What's to prevent us from turning on him and Maestro once we're out of here, unleashing the FBI and the Mounties on the killers of the Supreme Court candidates?" She stiffened a little in my arms, then whispered,
He's playing us?
"I suspect in every way he can.
What do we do?
Like you said, we have no choice. We bend the knee. We sell it. We buy time."
Chapter 75. Washington, D.C. Ned Mahoney had dealt with many difficult, pressurized days before, but this one had the potential to be the toughest of them all, as he drove into the nation's capital at 7 the next morning and answered a call from acting FBI Director Marcia Hamilton. "Director Hamilton," he said, "to what do I owe the honor?" "The inauguration is in 3 days," Hamilton said. "I need an arrest." "You told me as much 8 hours ago, ma'am," Mahoney said, "and nothing has changed. Maestro is still our focus, and yes, its relationship to that dead tech billionaire." "Ryan Malcolm," Mahoney said. "The candidates were all killed after he died." "If he's dead," Mahoney said. "The twins theory again," Hamilton groaned. Mahoney gripped the steering wheel. "With all due respect, Director, Dr. Cross, his wife, and Detective Sampson have all worked that specific angle of the investigation, and they've all gone missing. What does that tell you?" "That they're missing," she said, and hung up. The FBI agent wanted to put his fist through the windshield. Instead, he drove to the Cross house on 5th. Since returning to the East Coast, he'd tried to check in with Nana Mama and the kids every 12 hours. On the way there, he called the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Vancouver again. His liaison said there'd been no news regarding Officer Fagan or Alex, and he was sorry to say that the weather was going from bad to worse in the next 12 hours, postponing aerial searches. He parked on 5th and went to the front door and knocked. Alex's 90-something grandmother answered in her quilted blue robe. "I'm making breakfast for Ali and Willow," she said, standing aside to let him in. "Any word?" "No," Mahoney said, taking off his winter coat and putting it on the rack. "And the weather up there is going in the wrong direction." "I've been watching the Weather Channel," she said. "Or rather, Ali is." Indeed, when they entered the kitchen, where the smells of bacon and coffee were mingling, her great-grandson was splitting time between the Weather Channel on the TV and a real-time satellite view of British Columbia from Weather Canada on a laptop set on the counter. Both showed a major storm approaching. Willow Sampson was sitting at the kitchen table, eating Cheerios and looking at her iPad with little enthusiasm. She glanced up. "Did my daddy call you, Uncle Ned?" "Not yet, sweetheart," Mahoney said. "But he always calls, every night. And now he hasn't called in 3 nights. "I know, Willow, and I'm doing everything I can to get him to call you." She began to cry. Nana Mama went and hugged her. "I know you're upset. We're all upset." "Tonight's my dance recital," Willow sniffled. "Daddy's supposed to be there." "I'll be there. So will Ali. And I know Janny wants to come." "And Rebecca," Mahoney said. "I talked to her last night. She said she wouldn't miss it." At the mention of John's girlfriend, Willow stopped crying and brightened a little. Mahoney smiled. "Tell you what, I will come back later this afternoon, pick you all up, and take you to the recital, and we can meet Rebecca there, and I will make sure I bring my good camera so I can video your dance. That way, your father won't miss a thing. That's good, right? Willow nodded and wiped her eyes. Mahoney gave her a hug, then asked Nana Mama for a fill-up on his go-cup. While she poured him coffee, he said to Ali, "How's the storm looking?"
Big and getting bigger,
Alex's youngest child said, taking his eyes off the laptop to gaze at Mahoney.
Dad and Bree and John are gonna be okay, aren't they?
"I would never bet against your father, Bree, or John," Mahoney said, and gently squeezed his neck. "If that storm changes direction, you'll let me know?" Ali nodded.
The second I see it happen.
"Good boy. And thank you, Nana." "Any time, Ned," Alex's grandmother said. "You'll let us know if you hear anything." "The second I know it," he said, and went to get his coat in the front hall. His cell phone began to ring before he got his coat on. He heard Willow giggle back in the kitchen. He looked at the ID and groaned. "She just hung up on me 15 minutes ago." Mahoney's thumb was moving to answer the acting FBI director when Ali called out,
Uncle Ned, are you still here?
Chapter 76. 90 minutes later, Mahoney was working on a laptop on one of the FBI's jets. It had just reached cruising altitude and was heading west-northwest. The supervising special agent in charge had a brightly colored app up on his screen and was studying the pink pin glowing there in the middle of the page. He clicked it for the 10th time since seeing it on Willow Sampson's iPad. A smaller screen popped up, noted that there wasn't a constant signal emanating from the geobit fob that Willow said she'd put in her father's pack. It had broadcast its position only twice, both times in the last 24 hours, 12 hours apart, for barely 10 seconds. But it was enough. It was... Mahoney's phone rang. He looked at caller ID and groaned because he knew the shit was about to hit the proverbial fan. "Director Hamilton," he said, trying to sound calm. "How can I be of service?" "Where the hell do you think you're going, Mahoney?" "Kimberley, British Columbia, ma'am," Ned said. "With no approval?" she thundered. "Taking a jet?" "I approved my own requisition of the jet. I have that discretion." "Turn around." "Respectfully, no, ma'am. You told me to get an arrest in this case before the inauguration. That's where I'm headed." There was a long pause before Hamilton said, "Who are you arresting?" "I will tell you that when I know." "What?" "Ma'am, as I've tried to explain, Dr. Cross, Chief Stone, Detective Sampson, and I believe that the murders of the Supreme Court candidates are tied to Maestro and the late Ryan Malcolm. They disappeared following the Malcolm angle, but now they've made contact." "What? Did they call you or message you or something?" "In a way," Mahoney said. "A GPS transponder has signaled a location deep in the Canadian wilderness where Cross was last seen with an RCMP officer who is also missing." "What are the Mounties telling you?" "That the weather is bad, that their helicopters are all grounded for the time being, and that Officer Fagan is an expert winter camper who always went into the backcountry prepared." "So what are we looking at? A wilderness rescue or an arrest?" "If we can get to that location in time and find them all, maybe both." The agent knew the acting director was not happy. He could hear it in her voice when she said, "I want both. I want to be able to tell the president-elect that we got both." "Yes, ma'am. I'll keep you posted." He was exhausted when he hung up. He had risen through the Bureau's ranks swiftly and kept so cool under fire, his peers joked that he had an invisible shield around him. But it felt like the constant pressure from the acting director was putting cracks in his invisible shield. Mahoney yawned, told himself he'd be useless if he didn't rest before landing in British Columbia, and closed his eyes. He'd meant to nap for 20 minutes, maybe a half hour. But 3.5 hours later, the co-pilot shook his shoulder and told him they'd started their descent into Kimberly and that winds were up, so landing was going to be turbulent. That was an understatement. Ned had never experienced a bumpier approach and kept his mind off it by looking out the window at the vast alpine terrain of the Canadian Rockies, snow being blown off the peaks by the high winds.